Hello, hello, hello. Chester, what's up, buddy? Anybody here? It's just me right now. Okay, that's fine. I'm at the house getting some food, and I'll be walking back to the barn here shortly. How's everybody doing? Everybody good, I hope. Everything's good and dandy. We'll make me a salad. That's what I want. My fat ass needs it. Yeah. Get some World League baseball or basketball going on in there. They don't participate in. Though Sophie Cunningham and Caitlin Clark, they're pretty badass little ladies there, but yeah, just don't do that shit. Mushrooms, olives. Who's here? Who's here? Speak up. Say hey. Hey Tommy, how you doing, bud? You doing all right, man? I'm making myself a salad. I'm going back to my barn. Yeah, Diana. I'm gonna make myself a salad, okay? All right, thank you though. Love you. Right on. Heck yeah, zucchini bread, sweet. All right. Is that mine? Is that whole piece mine? No. All right. Zucchini bread from our own garden. I got you. I was just messing with you, Tracy. Thank you. If you hear me talking, I'm on a live stream right now. So that's why I'm talking in here. I'm not talking to myself. I'm not that crazy yet. Yeah. Keller Garden this year, man. First one ever I've done on my own. Man, it turned out. They use that electroculture. I'm sold on electroculture. Anybody says anything about it? Now, I learned some things. You can wind your copper. You need to wind it clockwise and have 6 or 8 inches out at a 30 to 45 degree angle pointing north. I thought you needed a lot more of it than you actually do need. I was making it like windings, like a tight ass. I made one and I'm like, man, that's a lot of copper. So I actually made 4 more out of the one that I made originally. So that's how much over board I did it. But that shit works. I got a great shrub I planted out here, and that thing is taking off like crazy. And no bugs. The harvest has been good. Yeah, I'm happy with it. I definitely recommend it. If anybody's done it and they've not done it because they couldn't afford it, if you can squeeze the money or go find some scrap, I highly recommend it. All right, to the salad. But it's good to see you, Tommy. I'm glad you're here. I hope a bunch of other people. Are you in the States or are you over across the pond? You're here, aren't you? I'll wait for you to reply. Here's why I'm saying this. I'm going to start alternating my Fridays. I'm going to do it Friday at 9 one evening and then Friday at noon or 1 in the afternoon the next week. So my the Brits and the European folks will be 1 week, and then the other Australia, New Zealand's will be the next. to be convenient for everybody, because I don't like not having everybody I know be able to come. So that's the only way I can find to resolve it. So Toronto, okay. So you're here, it won't matter to you. So yeah, 1:12 or 1 Eastern. Are you on Eastern? You're still on Eastern, aren't you? It's 9:08 here. Still on 9:08? I think you are. I've been talking on the phone the whole time, and the shit I wanted to get done, I didn't get shit done. Got off at the last minute. Okay, same time. Got off the phone at the last minute, 20 minutes before showtime here, and fucking took a shower real quick, and now I'm just gonna slow down and ease up. But yeah, witchcraft. You know anything about witchcraft, Tommy? It's open panel tonight too, by the way. If you always come up and talk, more than welcome. It's all good. I want to hear everybody's opinions on shit, of course. Oh, there's one. Okay, good. Nice. This is good. Well, there's a lot of people who think a lot of things that I know they're not, and it's time to start talking about some of these things. March of 2030, from what I know, they're not going to be in control anymore. So that's that. That's why they have the Agenda 2030. They're just keep going along with things like they know it's going to be. They want it to be. So nobody sees something coming. Just like they made a sun simulator when the sun disappeared, so people go about their daily lives and be fooled. If you don't know about the sun simulator, I'll send you a photo. I know you know about it, but in general, people don't know. There you go. I love it. Nice. I had stuff, and when I got her kidnapped there in 9/23, 23, I lost all my shit. I lost everything. When I got out of prison, I had the clothes I had on, and that was it. So yeah, I lost all my books, all my notes, everything, which I don't need. It's okay. It's all good. It's all good. No sense crying over spilt milk, is there? Nope. It's all in my head. It just sucks that I gotta look at shit again, look it up again. What do you find the greatest danger to us is, Tommy? As far as the spells and the Kabbalah, a lot of people don't mention the OTO or a lot of these smaller groups, and they're just as dangerous. Just as dangerous. Yeah, right. What'd you do? Have divorces or something? Lose shit in divorce or get stolen? Or yeah, it sucks, don't it? It's crazy. But I always get better than I had. That's the wild thing. I end up getting, if I had a 4-wheeler, then next I'm going to have a side by side, you know. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter how much it is, but since my wreck in 07, I've probably had $1 million taken from me by my family. They got me for 260 the first round. That was after 07, my wreck. And this round, they got me about 750. But it's all for a purpose. It's all for a reason. So I know what it is. And we'll get into that. I got the receipts. I got receipts. We're the one. We're it. We're the ones. Several breaks in. Yeah, right. Well, they get mad. They think destroying our stuff hurts us. It does a little bit, but it really hurts you more. Not you, them. It really hurts them more. Because everybody gets what they deserve here eventually, whether they like it or not. Okay, so choose some mushrooms and some black olives. I'm good to go. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people that'll be regretting what they did and wish they hadn't done it. So try to tell them. Try to be nice. But you can't walk in truth when you're living a lie, which we don't anymore. But boy, I did. I sure did. You're my age anytime. I'm 57. I just turned 57. I thought you were similar to my age. Not that it matters. Yeah. Experience. Boy, oh boy, experience. I don't know where's everybody's at. Okay. Dressing. Okay. Oh shit. Wow. What about highly fucked up? 64? Okay, okay. Well, we're close to the same age. How about put barbecue sauce on my salad? Whoops. Whoops. I get this feeling too. There's going to be a lot of people that we think are with us that are going to wash out. Like it's going to get so wild and crazy. They're not going to buy it. But we're not asking them to buy it. All right, traveling on. Walking your walk. It's hard with a cane too. So they say. Yeah. That's a good general all around statement there. So they say. Okay, how are you gonna do this? If I drop off, because I'm almost falling and kick myself off, I'll be right back. But hopefully I won't. Okay. Yeah, they're all into the world. All right, good night, ladies. Bye, Diana. Good night. They look at me like I'm fucking nuts. I understand. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. I guess we're about to find out if any of us are nuts. It's time. It's coming. I feel it. All right, I got about 50 feet to walk. Things are getting interesting for sure. I think there's a lot happening that we don't see. That, of course, they're not going to tell us. Really don't matter. I don't care about any of their shit, their data centers and all that bullshit. It's irrelevant to us. Sally. Okay. Man, have you been getting a lot of rain, Tommy? We got one day, let's see, 2 days ago, we got 5 inches of rain in like an hour and a half. Water was, I'm in the barn, the floor's wet, but I go to the back of the barn and look where the lean-to is. There's god dang water going through the barn. It washed out the underneath the board. It's a dirt floor, but still, it was fucking kicking through there. And I'm on level ground. Just had no place to go. People were supposed to come. I don't know if they're going to come, but whatever. I'm going to talk about some things that I wrote down, and then anybody wants to come up, I'll put the panel, the link in there now, though. You can come up. If not, we'll say what we have to say, and then I'll cut it. So we'll go from there. We'll fake it till we make it, right? Yeah, my cousin's boyfriend, he was telling me that basically the water's higher than it's ever been. Where it's never supposed to be, it is now. So, yeah, messed up shit. Definitely messed up shit. People are freaking out with the water. It's going places. And people have houses close to the river. They're all underwater. The unemployment office, the old one is completely underwater. The new one is up on a hill, but the parking lot is like 15 feet lower. You can go to the unemployment office, but you have nowhere to park because the parking lot's all underwater. And it's like 3 feet from the doors. So, yeah, it's fucking crazy, man. A lot of water. So Alma was saying that it's been hot over there, so of course they're controlling the weather. We don't even have to discuss that. That's a fucking no-brainer. Where they say where they create water somewhere, they're creating a drought somewhere else. Oh, bastards and sons of bitches. Get this phone switched over, and then I can read off the other one. What are you seeing? Tires? Oh, fires. Yeah, fires. Man, yeah, that's fucking nuts up there. People are going to shit when they find out who's doing that. They're going to shit. I'm not saying they're all this way, but we know they're do weapons. So that would be, and even the Australian Air Force has one. Because I looked at it today, actually. I was showing my cousin's boyfriend what's causing it, and I didn't know Australia had one. I thought it was pretty much solely our technology. No, Canada, uh, basically any of our allies have one. That big 757 with the laser with the articulating head on the front of it. They're like, oh, when did they get that? I'm like, well, let me show you some pictures of the World Trade Center. This is when I knew and realized they had it. How long they've had it, I couldn't tell you. I think since the late 80s, would be my guess. Because they had it in the first Iraq, what was that called? Desert Storm. Because I have photos and videos of Iraqi soldiers fucking crisp be in a car and the laser comes across and just crispy critters your whole fucking arm, but the rest of your body's fine. Now your legs be anywhere that beam goes, done. They thought it was white phosphorus, but no, it's not white phosphorus. That shit is the dew weapons. Hey, Maggot, what's up, bud? Good to see you. 2,300 American troops coming to West Australia soon. Oh, I don't doubt it. Is that, you sure they're American or are they Israeli Defense Forces? Oh, man. I can't believe people are just letting that shit go, but whatever, it's got to happen. We got to hate them so their Messiah can come that never comes. Fucking morons. Nutty. Nutty. Right, exactly. I'm gonna say they're probably a mix of them. I don't. It's probably not all one. Because what was that shooting you had there? That was all. That was all perpetrated. That was crazy. Everybody just happened to be a victim. Was a fucking little hat, and they saved their lives. Their life was saved. It was a tragedy. 6 million people of it. 6 million of our people died that day in Australia. That's it. That's it. That's it. And I watched that footage too. That the Muslim guy that grabbed that by the tree, that guy, man, they weren't expecting that. Trying to set up a Muslim, and the Muslim ended up saving a bunch, getting the gun. Whoops, backfire. Yeah, they didn't plan for that one, did they? I love it when shit like that happens to them. Like their little tunnels in New York that they got caught fucking doing. Then they made pictures of the concrete trucks. They made it a meme. You can't post concrete trucks because they filled their tunnels with concrete. Fucking, it's crazy, man. Cray. Let's see here. What's this? That's not what I want. I'm trying to get on my StreamYard on my other phone, guys. Sorry. Here we are. Here it is. Okay. Oh, fuck. Well, I'm not going to do it. God damn it. It's making me enter all my information in it. Let's see, how can I do this? I'll just go through it on by through the Bible. Okay. Let me turn the fan on. I'm going to get going on this. Get it out of the way real quick. Hey, Dominic. How are you doing, bud? Welcome. Here, I'll drop that link now in case people want to come up now. I think that one did it. For sure. There you go. Jared, what's up, bud? Good to see you. Okay. All right. I wrote some stuff down and sent it to London. I want to go through it real quick, and then we'll start our witchcraft in the environment we live in. Chit chat. And a lot of you probably know this shit. I just want to get it on record, so to speak. Okay. Genesis 6:4. We all know that is the sons of God came and had sex with children with the daughters of man. They were the men of renown, giants. They weren't the giants. They're not giant people, giant in stature. in First Chronicles 1 through 10 shows that's all Nephilim. Adam and Eve were not the first woman and man; they were the first Nephilim woman and man. And because who would their daughter or who would their sons marry if there wasn't already civilization here? So there was already civilization here. They came and invaded us, basically. Let's see how I did this. Okay, so there's that. And then, I remember Numbers. I'm going to concentrate on the tribe of Dan and the tribe of Asher. Their mother, they're the first ones who are full brothers. They have the same mother and the same father. Ispa or something like that. Hold on here. I'll read it. So basically, what I'm getting at is these guys wouldn't have been scared of the giants when Moses sent them out to go find the lands that they're supposed to take over, and they see these giants that they feel that they're like grasshoppers to. But if the giants, Nephilim made the giants, wouldn't that be their family? Why would they be scared of them? It's a lie. It's all a lie. This whole book, it's the truth, but it's not our truth. It's sold as a lie. Which like I said, a lot of you already know this. But I just want to get this out there. Let's see here, what else? Okay, so in Numbers, yeah, they seen the sons of Anak, the giants, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers to them. So yeah, right there blows it out of the water. They didn't create the giants. Since we've all been living lies, I guess it's really not a big surprise that this book is sold as a lie. All right, at all. I'm going to set the phone down, guys. I don't want to lose you. If I keep holding it like I am, I'm going to lose it. I forgot that. There we go. There we go. All right. Yeah, right. They didn't lie. You're right. They deceived, misled. Yes, correct. That's what I meant to say. It's not actually a lie. It's their truth, the spun truth. um, what else? God dang it! I can't believe this. I had it all in this phone here, and now I can't get in. I know what I'm going to do. Hold on. History. Oh, I see. I see why. Duh. Duh. I know what I did. Somehow I got in incognito tabs. No problem, Dominic. You know, I might not say it right the first time, but we'll get to what I mean. And sometimes I say things that are not 100% the way I want to say them until I walk through it. Okay, I'm going to turn this down. Come on. Dominic? Hold on. Hold on. God dang it. Quit. Damn, that hurt. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to do that. I thought I hit it. In the groove. What's up, bub? What's going on? There you go. Now you know it's me. Full of fuck ups, Dominic. That's right. I'm genuine. At least I'm genuine, right? Okay. Yeah. Fuck you. I know you're gonna say something smart. Fuck off. I was sitting there talking and looked over and oh damn it. It's definitely me. No clone today. That's a good one, Dominic. That's a good one. It's funny, man. Okay. I know. What started it off with London is I found some verses that were talking about the eye. Um, I'll go ahead and read them. They're not but a few. Yeah, glasses. Mine eye runneth down with rivers of water for the destruction of the daughter of my people. Mine eye trickleth down and ceaseth not without any intermission. Now, intermission has been changed. That's a Mandela. Now it says intermission. Then mine eye affecteth mine heart because of all the daughters of my city. Basically referring to the daughters that were lost. Mine eye do fail with tears, my bowels are troubled, my liver is poured upon the earth for the destruction of the daughter of my people, because the children and the sucklings swoon in the streets of the city. And then corn is right in the next verse below it. Another pointing towards America. So there's that. I just wanted to get it because they were eye reference and they were changes. So, yeah, that's his, not mine. So, from what I'm finding, this is speaking about when the sons of God had daughters with man, the daughters of man. Genesis 6, we went through. First Chronicles 1, we went through. Genesis 30. Yeah, Zilpah, that's her name. So, this is Genesis 30, verse 11 and 12. So, the Zilpah in Abraham or Abraham's son is Gad, and the other one's Asher. So Gad and Asher, remember that. So they've the story of him sending out the men to go look for the lands. So Moses sent them out to spy the land. I'm just reiterating what I already said about the sons of Anak, how they look like grasshoppers to them. Let's see. So to me, this is obvious, apparent lies of what the church tries to spin it as. They're trying to hide it. So we are the giants. We were the giants. Basically, we've been taken over, infiltrated, and deceived. None of the gods are gods. They're all men. They just know shit that we don't, and they're living longer. Uh, Basically, everything, like I said, everything we know is a lie. So the spells, the birthday spells, the every spell that's ever made us old. I watched a lady on Instagram. I wish I could find it. I cannot find it for the life of me. When I first got out of prison, I watched this lady say to herself every day for like 2 months, "You were valued, you were beautiful, you were younger." And then she took a picture of when she started in 2 months. I'll be damned, she was fucking younger. Beautiful lady. But she did it. And if any of you's been around, you know that I've grown my teeth, but I didn't know what I know now. I would have took care of them, and I didn't. And I lost them eating chocolate out of the freezer like a dumbass. Okay. Okay, this is Luke 2:36-38. And there was one, a prophetess, the daughter of Phanuel, the tribe of Asher. She was of great age. Blah, yada, yada, yada. Anna is the mother of Anna. Anna is um, the mother of Jesus. There you go. So Asher, they're all from the same tribe. This is the one where it just drives fucking Christians nuts, which I love. This is a good one right here. So this is Luke 1:28. And the angel came in unto her and said, Hail, thou art highly favored. The Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. So Gabriel is Jesus' dad, according to this book. I don't believe any of it. He's anybody's dad. I think it's all the same God, the God of 10,000 names. I think there's about 30, 35 of them playing all these different gods from the best I can tell. I can't put my finger on every fucking one of them, but that's what I got. And it says, he shall be great and shall be called the Son of the Highest. And the Lord shall give unto him the throne of his father David. Well, he can't be David's son because he's not Joseph's son. So there's that. And he shall reign over the house of Jacob forever. And of his kingdom there shall be no end. Our kingdom and their kingdom aren't going to be in the same place. So I can't say that's not true. As Dominic pointed out earlier, their truth is not our truth. I think I've walked through this case here. Okay, so these would be angels, right? Even Gabriel, Phanuel, Jesus, they're angel, demon, blue blood, Nephilim, whatever you want to call them, all the above. Colossians 2 says, let no man beguile you of your reward in a voluntary humility and a worshiping of angels, intruding into those things which he hath not seen, vainly puffed up by his fleshly mind. So it says right there, don't worship angels, peeps. And you go to the Library of Congress and you look up Christianity, but it takes you to dominion. And there's 5 categories here. There's the law, a domain, the law. Number 4, it's just 3 is the Christianity, dominions plural, Christianity, an order of angels. So what the Bible says, do not worship, the Library of Congress says it is an order of angels. And then we go down here to 5. So I'm going to read again the definition of believer from the church versus believer from the encyclopedia. I'm going to skip the Black's Law Dictionary because it's kind of irrelevant. But yeah, absolute ownership. So whether people want to say, oh, I'm this denomination, no, the Reformation's been made. You're still worshiping the same Jesus. You're still worshiping the same thing that the Catholic Church does. You're screwed. You're fucked. God, his name, God is Satan. Satan, the devil, whatever you want to call him, has made his name God. It's in. So Gad, remember I said Gad? So Gad in Hebrews 14:64 goes from Gad to God. God is phonetics. The transliteration is Gad with a little line above it. Okay. Then here's the description of it. The god of fortune with art, especially divinity of fortune, worshipped by the Babylonians and by the Jews exiled among them elsewhere, called Baal. The planet, i.e., the planet Jupiter, regarded in all the east of the giver of good fortune. It's in Isaiah 65:11. The other hemistich, I don't know what that word is. There is mentioned probably the planet Venus, called in the east the lesser good fortune. So right there, God, Gadrael. That's it. It's all the same. Gadrael, Gad, the tribe of Gad. The G in Freemasonry. They can say it's whatever they want. No, it's not. It's that. So I think that's about it. Oh, yeah. Phanuel. Let's go back to him. Phanuel is in Enoch 40, verse 9. I'll just read verse 9. The second is he who presides over every suffering and every affliction of the sons of men, the holy Raphael. The third who presides over all that is powerful is great Gabriel, Jesus' father. And the fourth who presides over repentance and the hope of those who will inherit eternal life, not the promise, the hope, not the guarantee, the hope, is Phanuel. So we have his two-time great-grandfather over the same thing that Jesus says he's in the New Testament. Phanuel's over the exact same thing in the book of Enoch. Yeah, Jesus, Jeezy. Yeah, it's all a bunch of shit. But we got to know it. I got to put it out there because a lot of people just don't know this shit. Oh, when you do the root word search of Phanuel, Luke 2:36, it's G5328. The root word for that is Peniel, who wrestled with Jacob. There's another change. It doesn't say I wrestled with God. It says wrestled with man now. So the Bible changes are the unsealing and sealing of the book, or the sealing and unsealing of the book, changing to truth. They're all clues. Then if you do the root word search of Peniel, it goes to Genesis 14, El, who's also Melchizedek. So it's all a big Nephilim lie of fuckery, basically. That's the best way to put it. Okay, that's it. I think. You coming up, Dominic? Was that it, or is that last week's link? Please tell me it's this week's. Oh, some of you might be happy I got a cat now. I'm a cat owner. Or a cat owns me. I haven't decided yet which. Your lawyer's called Gabrielle. She's Sicilian. Oh, yeah? Is she a looker, is she? Does she know what she's doing? What do you... I'm not going to ask. Never mind. We can talk private about it. I was wondering what you were lawyering up about. All right. I guess just roll with it here. Time is 9:46. We've all talked about magic, and no, I've heard low magic and high magic. I heard the worldly definition of it, but for me, what high magic is, it's with your mind, and that's generally the rule for them. It's your mind over anything. You don't use anything. You don't need any candles, incantations, toad's butt, none of that shit. That's all low magic. Because when we have a curse or spell on us, we can just know it, that it's on us, and say, no, it's not on us, and it's gone. Boom, beep. See ya. I prepare in times of peace. There you go. Okay, I got you. Of course we do, of course. But if you're ready to go, You never have to get ready. You're already ready, right? I'm always ready. Let's go. So yeah, there's that. Um, yeah, a bunch of rain we had, and it's kept me from doing a lot of shit I want to get done around here. I was talking to Shalom about the stuff in our bodies, the heavy metals, the parasites. Now, starting back in 2017, I started getting these things on my arm, like you know how like when you peel a scab and the plasma comes to the head, comes to the head and skims back over that. But I'd have one on my forearm, I'd have one on my upper arm, but they were exactly in the same spots. I still got little scars from them, and some right above my elbow, like an inch from the joint, inch and a half on each side of my arm, the same. And I'd had some of them go for 3 or 4 months, go away, almost heal, then they start back up. Um, I know, I know that's going to sound wild as fuck, but I know that it was some kind of technology. You see, it was 2021. I just I left Florida and came back to Indiana. On my way to Missouri, I broke down in Indiana, so I was stuck there. But my left eye started like, you know how you scratch your eye or you got rocking and sand in your eye and shit. This, all right. I'll see you, Dominic. Take care, bud. You be good. I'll try to catch you tomorrow. No promises, but I've been listening to him. Anyway, back to the story. For 3 weeks, it fucking hurt bad. I had to wear it, scratched it so bad. I'd go out in the sun and it would start hurting my eye. I had to wear a patch over it. Then still, it just the light from my right eye and the reaction, it still did the same thing. But I had this little. I swear to God, it was a camera, man, in the sleep of my eye. Then I hear later that there are such a thing as a little mini um, nanotech visual device in the eyes. I don't know. I just what I've seen. I don't know if that's what it was, but the gist of the story is for like 3, 4 years, hardcore shit was coming out of my body. And that's what it was. All the garbage. All mind over matter. Yeah, I don't blame you, maggot. I don't blame you, but I'm not. I don't care about all that shit. I'm just gonna live my life. I'm not gonna cover my shit with tape and we're covered. Whatever we do, we're good. There's this power here over them, and that's us. We're that power. We're with that power. So I don't worry about shit. If somebody comes and takes me and suits me up, that's all part of the plan, and I just accept it. But that's not what's gonna happen. But if it did happen, fuck it. I did my part. Get me out of ghetto Earth, please. Ghetto Earth, bye. Um, but we're not leaving either. We're gonna be here for a little while. I'm gonna mention what is that, maggot? A morph? What is that? Break that down in dummy. Hoosier Billy language. And the concrete men in Australia are way smarter than the States. We're a bunch of dummies. We can just burn floors in and stamp them like a mofo. Sally, my cat. Amor Fati. I don't know what. Do I need to look that up or something? Means the love and acceptance of your destiny. Okay, right on. I'll buy that. Yes. Yeah, boy. Okay. Good one. Is that Greek or Latin? Is that Latin? There you go. When I went to prison, people even said to me, I've never seen somebody so okay with going to prison. I knew it was, I knew before I didn't know how I was going to go, but I knew I was going to go like 5, 6 years before I went. Okay. Yeah. Definitely. Because I know what we're doing. I know what's happening. I don't know who else who yet. It don't matter, but I know what I'm doing. And I know I'm going to start speaking about it. And whoever's with me, with me. Whoever's not, not. It is what it is. Like I said to Tommy earlier, there'll be a lot of people I thought were that aren't, and a lot of people I thought weren't that will be. Tommy's going to bed early. Oh, fucking man. Oh, man. Going to bed early. I believe you. Whatever. I'm sure you're close there, maggot. Even if it's not perfectly right, I'm sure you're close. I get it. I appreciate that. You know, I like to learn. Um, Sorry, I took a bite of salad. Is everybody on board with the simulator, the sun simulator? Like I was saying earlier, we can't be in truth living a lie. And it says not that we're bound by that Bible, but there is shit in there for us. And of course, I'm not saying they have the capability to do this, but if you don't believe the truth, you're going to keep believing a lie. So your brother or your sister should help you see the truth. Because there's some people that don't believe in some things. I'm like, how do you not see it? But traveling, good times there, ain't it? Good times. Okay, I will interview. And went to court on court day. Best year. There you go. There you go. It is good time. I love traveling and being out on the road. Nothing makes me feel better. Okay, so the Sun Simulator in the Groove is a LED light array that was patented in, I believe it was 1969 by Bausch and Lomb, and by 1972 they give it NASA numbers. And I have all the documents. I have the drawings, the drawings for the, what do they call it, the presentation, like your mock-ups. This is what we want to do, presentation. I have the drawings for that. Um, the space shuttle program was basically the semi trucks of that to get all the equipment and stuff up there. I've been seeing phantom images of a simulation. Okay. I'm blind. Okay. Blind with cataracts, but seeing sun image. Okay. The sun. Have you seen photos of the sun, or you're seeing the hexagon and there's a black dot in the center? Because if you, that's the second simulator. The first one doesn't look like the second one, and I think maybe China's putting the third one up. But what they do is they've got a graphene oxide, because graphene oxide, it is a pencil size of it. You can set an elephant or a Volkswagen Bug on it, and it wouldn't break. It'll hold it. Oh yeah, Nostradamus. Yeah, we'll have to talk about that one. That's another guy I'm kind of like iffy on, because he was a Jew and then went to be a Catholic, and And you know, those prophecies aren't his. Those were prophecies that he took out of the church's vaults that they were going to burn. So really, he's a hero if that is what's true, because a lot of that shit has definitely come to fruition, and there are some others in there that I I can see happening. But anyway, they built this track system up there. If it's attached to the firmament, I'm not sure, but I know it's up there because I've seen photos of it. And they have these space. The reason they got rid of the uh, shuttle program and the heavy lift rocket shit and all that with Elon and all those other rockets, that's all garbage. You don't even need that shit. They got these elevators. There's one in Africa. There's one in Texas. There's one out in the Pacific Island. One of them islands out in the Pacific. I know there's 3 for sure because the Google images distorts around it. Yeah, like they hide the North Pole with the fake snow or whatever, the fake water, and you can see that little line that goes through there. It's like underneath there's land, but all around it's snow, but there's a little 16th of an inch strip of land under that Photoshop shit, whatever you want to call it, CGI. So they can travel up and down on these space elevators. So the simulator, the sun went out of the elliptical because every prophecy in that book for this time right here, excuse me, guys, is in every civilization, and they all say the same thing. The sun is darkened, the moon is blood, and something else. I'm not even going to open that Bible. I'll paraphrase for it, but they all say it from Sumerian, the first civilization, all the Indian civilizations. I went through all of them, and they all have the same prophecy in it. Do you know about the prophecy I was talking to Chuck about, the Joel 225 in the groove? It's got the 3 worms in it. Smiling sun like a cartoon. Okay, I got you. I see. I did it. Yeah, the happy face. I got you. I didn't know your cataracts were like that. That sucks. That has to make it hard. My eyes have been getting bad. I can imagine having cataracts like that. So with the sun out of the elliptical, now the sun does appear. It appears in the mornings, in the evenings. You ever see this real orange sun? Like real bright orange. It's got a pink sun with an orange circle around it. That's legit real sun. That's the legit one. Somehow it rises and is gone by 9, 10 o'clock, comes back out 5, 6 o'clock, and then sets 8, 9 o'clock. That's why a lot of people think it's bullshit, because they're not taking the photos at the right time. You got to take it from 10 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. I'd say between noon and 3 is the best time to get it. And I've got there was a bunch of us. There was a lady I think she was in Georgia. What I'll do is all this stuff, I'll post it in YouTube in the community. But she got through the spirit to take this, those magnifying glasses that were like 3 or 4 inches round, and they're a dome. Well, they're paperweights and a magnifying glass. She got the brilliant idea through spirit to take that and set it on a 5-power mirror, makeup mirror, one of them round ones or a square one, but on the 5-power, the magnified side, and set it down on top of it. And then she set hers in a box and made this big old contraption. I got photos of mine, and I'll share them. You don't have to do all that. All you got to do is put it down in a bowl, and then make sure. I found this to work the best. I took some of that polystyrene, like they do, like under carpets in oh shit, commercial buildings. It's not like padding for a house. Well, this guy that I knew in Tell City, Indiana, they make these targets that you can shoot at. Well, they take that shit and heat it and press it. I got some of that. I got about a foot tall piece, about 3 foot around, 2 foot around, and I circled it in this Tupperware, square Tupperware, and set all that stuff down in it. And what you do is you take a picture with your camera or your phone into the magnifying glass. Then it obfuscates the obfuscator. It will show you what's above you that you can't see with the eye. It will somehow, it was amazing. But I wasn't very good at it. All I captured was a lot of fucking entities standing over my back, looking at me, watching me do shit. So I was like, well, it was fun. It was nice to see other people's stuff. But there was like 100 of us doing it back in 2018 or 19. And I'll sit the one that has all the good photos that accumulated all of them. His name's Demon Hunter. They basically ran him off of YouTube back when they started taking all the good channels on. But he's on BitChute, and I'll put that link in my community post. And I'll give you the link to the video. But if you ever go to BitChute and you find him, it's the very first video he posted in that channel when he went there. It was the very first one, so it's easy to remember. But it'll show it all. It shows the structure. It shows little entities up there working on it. Okay, In the Groove. Go to his very first video he posted ever on that channel, and it's that video. It's amazing, man. But the people that we were taking pictures of, they shared it to everybody. Of course, you got fucking dickheads. And there was a guy, I forget his name, but he calls it, Demon Hunter calls it Skydome Atlantis. Well, one of these guys, fucking stupid shit ever, man. He ruined it. He basically caused division and ruined it for everybody. He started making T-shirts and putting Skydome Atlantis on it and making a fucking marketing the shit. And Demon Hunter's the one that come up with it. It caused a bunch of division, and it was garbage, man. Shit we ain't supposed to be doing. The guy ended up, he was getting really great pictures too. I hated that he did that, but I can't remember his name. But he ended up getting his. Cops beat the fuck out of him one night. He was in Florida. He had a business. He sold it. Him and his Asian wife were living off the money, and they got hard up. Shit started messing with him. He became a targeted individual. Yeah, he didn't know how to take that. That fucked with him hard. He moved out to California, where he's originally from. Jared, you can tell me if I'm right. The backyards there, he had a block wall already. He didn't have a fence. He had a block wall. It looked like a lot of the places there had block walls and sliding chain link fences. Well, some Mexican guy ran into his and he pulled a gun on him, and I can't remember if he shot him or didn't shoot him. And it cost him a bunch of fucking money and attorney fees. And I think he got out of it. He might have got a lesser charge and some probation and shit. Anyway, it don't matter. But he ended up getting his from doing all that shit, because it's not cool. He was selling it with the all-seeing eye and basically mixing their shit with this truth of Skydome Atlantis, and it just fucking ruined it. Yeah, fucking ruined it majorly. Yeah, I was doing that with them, and like I said, I sucked at it, but I got some. I always got a bunch of. I always get the entities. I can't get the Skydome Atlantis. I always get some creepy looking thing looking over my shoulder. Let me know they're there. Motherfuckers. Always fucking with me, but they don't know more. That's another. Oh, that's something I wanted to talk about too. Do any of you guys see entities or see them on your cameras, your security cameras? I did tonight. I'm just winging it, just like I did back in the old days. I'm gonna be jumping all over the place. What I want to get at is, here's my point. I used to get all these. I got some. If you go to my channel in the group, you can go look at my stuff. Same as Skydome Atlantis, Demon Hunter. All my good videos, I put them at the front in the beginning. But I got some shit. I got a little fairy, elemental fairy. She followed. She been in 5 states with me. I've captured her on film in each 5 states. But the one in Florida, in Chattahoochee, that is the best one. But she's over my truck hovering. Here, I'll drop the link in there. You can look at it instead of talk about it. I'll just be about it. Because in the video, I set my phone up on a ladder, looking at the camera, and I walk out there and go around my truck and with a flashlight and just pissing around, basically. Look, I'm sneaking up. I'm being sneaky, I think, but. She sits there and hovers all around, and you see two others. Okay, when I would think about her, when I would think of her, she would show up, but she would always come with. There would always be two other ones with her, but I wouldn't see them. But in this video, because I'm gonna point them out to you, I thought of her that night because I was talking to my buddy Kyle about her, and she showed up. Like 15 minutes later, she's on the camera. I'm like, oh, there she is. You'll see it. Then you'll see these two when I start to walk outside the light. Then you'll see these two things take off, boom, boom. But she stays above the truck. I just wanted to let you know what those two things were. They are just like her, but they're there because I thought of her. It's almost like I thought of her. She came, she brought some backup. That's kind of the way it felt. But when she just show up on her own, she never had them with her. Yeah, I got it. My first video of her in February 8th of 2018. My cousin's birthday, born day, actually. But I'm going to start releasing a bunch of stuff that I've been holding. It's time to let it go, let it out. I'm going to start talking about some stuff that, as I said earlier, people are either going to think I'm lost in my ever-loving mind, or they're going to be like, that resonates with me, Mr. Creed. February 8th is your born day? No shit. There you go. Synchronicity, man. I love it. I get it mad synchronicity. Yeah, I get mad synchronicity, man. I think maybe Jared's seen some shit happen, or I'll send him something and be like, this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and here it all is together. And yeah, it's overwhelming sometimes. It's all accidentally on purpose. My accident and the spirit's purpose. I would hit my fucking head on it because I ain't looking for it until it is right in my face. But that's the best way, organic. Organic is the way. And if I'm doing something that, like, I'll use my quiet title. The reason I went to prison, I filed these papers, and it was supposed to stop everything going on. My brothers and sisters from. What happened was my dad took a quit claim deed that I had already signed from Madison County, which is 4 hours north of the county my home was in. And he changed the description, basically fudged it all up and changed it all, the information on it. But it still had the same notary and it had the same county that he changed it from. That you're not supposed to do that. So I filed this quiet title to stop everything until I can prove that that's a fake, which I can. But the law it's not a law, pardon me, it's a statute. It's Indiana 32-30-3-1, and it states at the time, because they give me an eviction notice, it states at the time of filing with the county clerk and before judgment, this stops all actions and ejectments. So everything, if they were selling the house or if I was selling it, my brother and sisters would have filed that and stopped me selling the house until we straightened out. They filed eviction on me. I filed it. The complaint to quiet title. That should have stopped everything. Well, that's not what happened. My sister's state police. You can guess how the rest of it goes here. And I've told this story before, but they took me to jail. I was in there like 3 weeks, and then my friend got me out. But 9 months later, I'm going to court on this trespassing that they got me for on my own fucking property. Um, they end up dropping it. So I'm like, okay, I filed. I don't need a judge. I don't need a judge's signature. I don't need the fucking judge at all. You have to be on the original title to even file this. So I have claim to do what I'm doing. Just because a state cop says, oh, he's this, he's that, and he da, like they do, the judge just basically kidnapped me, come to the house with fucking 10 deputies and took me. So I go back. I told the judge, even the magistrate, I said that she dropped the charges. I held up my paperwork. I said that my quiet title still stands. I'm going home. I'm going to my house. I'm going to Deer Creek Road, 12605 Deer Creek Road. I'm going. She's like, charges are dropped, Mr. Krieg. Do what you do. She didn't say that, but charges are dropped. I'm under the assumption that, yeah, I can go home. That was Friday. I'm there Friday evening, Saturday all day, Sunday morning at 10 a.m. The sheriff show back up. Take me to jail again. This time for breaking and entering, criminal trespass. There was 3 level 6s. My buddy Bill, complete fucking idiot, had a meth pipe in his truck. Now he would have he went with me. What's funny was he's the only one that went with me the first time too. And I called him up. I said, hey, a lot of your shit's gone. They burnt our trailers. My family burnt our fucking campers or my trailer, burnt it, just got rid of a bunch of shit. All my clothes, everything gone. Changed the furniture, put new beds, all that. I mean, basically, well, it's been 9 months since I've been there. They just went in. They never been to this house. My sister Stacy and Melissa, I own this. My dad and I were partners in a concrete business. We owned this in '94. We built a home there, which was supposed to be just a hunt cabin in 2000. Because we lived 4 hours north up by Indy. Well, while Dad went down there and worked and took a couple guys with him, I ran our concrete business of 11 people and doing a lot of concrete, getting it, stamp work. So that was the deal Dad and I made. Yeah, you go down there, but and we had different places set up. I let him build in my spot because he built first. I'm like, I might never build, Dad. It was just a hunting spot. You build because I originally bought the property and asked to put his name on it. I said, hey, our names are together on everything else. Get on this property with me because I was worried about divorce and all that shit. Stupid, but that's what I did. And that's what happened. So they arrested me again. This time they give me a $6,000. My first time my bail was $500. This time they give me a $6,500 one. And they were going to give Bill 8.5 years for a meth pipe and the scrapings inside of less than 5 grams, which is a level 6, would have been a level 6 for me, which I had 3 of them already. And 8.5 years for Bill. I was like, oh man, Bill, he was freaking the fuck out. I'm like, Bill, dude, you don't have to, you're not going to do, I'm not going to let you do 8.5 years. I'll take the charge before I let that happen. You're not going to, I called him there. It's kind of my fault that he got picked up the second time. So I ended up taking the charge for him, and they ran all my 4 level 6s. They all ran together anyway, so it didn't matter. It didn't change my time. But now I got a fucking drug charge. I never had a drug charge in my life. Now I got a meth pipe and meth on my fucking record. Which, fuck it, I don't care. It's a B system. Fuck the B system anyway. It's gonna be gone here soon anyway. There will be no records. Yeah, so That was 923. And I would always see 333 and 23, 32, 216, 2424, 1111, just a bunch of numbers. But normally, and usually, it was 333 or 23 or 32, the inversion of it, and 88, because my birthday is 88. So I go there, I get arrested on 923 of 23. So that's 9, that's 333, 23. Spirit came to me on 5/18, 2016. Well, that would be 333, 23, and then reverse the 3 and the 2 on the year. That'd be 32. So that's all those numbers. That was the day I went to prison or jail, not to prison yet. When the spirit came to me, it was 5/18 of 2016. 5 plus 18 is 23. 2 plus 1 plus 6 is 9. 9 plus 23 is 32. You guys see I see these all the time. This is basically, it's been my, what do they call it? Binary code. It's my binary code. We all have it. I want to talk about this because their shit and spells and all their shit don't matter. I'm just wanting to share what I've been going through, because maybe you guys are going through the same. You just haven't had anybody to talk to about it. But this is what I've been going through. And I try to mention as much as I can, because I don't give a fuck who knows it or what, or who thinks I'm nuts. It is what it is. Then my outdate, I go, and this is 2 different cases. I only do a year, so I've already done 10 months in jail. I've only got like 2.5 months of prison to do on that case. But this is weird too. When me and my dad got in a fight when I left, it wasn't a fight. His dad attacked me. I defended myself, pushed him, and he cracked his head open. And instead of going to court, I took off to Alabama. That was that 4 years I was going. In the meantime, they took my name off the property. But enough said about that. So I'd been to jail twice. The day that we got in the fight, and the day that I went to jail the first time for this case. The no trespassing. And the county let me out each time. So while I'm in on that, at the RDC, it's called basically where they evaluate you and classify you and then decide what prison to put you in. They call it RDC. I was there, and the lady that's going to tell me where I'm going and classify me, she's like, "Oh, you got a warrant out of Madison County." I'm like, "Oh, thanks, Andrew. I have a warrant out of Madison County." "No, I don't." I didn't think I did, because I was friends with this judge named Judge Newman. And we would be, when I had my business, I go to these auctions, and he would buy antique furniture. Him and I became friends. And I'd help him bid on stuff, or I'd watch something. If I'm in the area and he's going to go look over something over here at a estate sale, I would call him up and let him know, "Hey, they're like 3 people away from that item." So we had a good rapport. He trusted me. He knew me. I was a good dude. Well, when I was in Alabama, when I first left, he started following me on Facebook. He didn't friend request me, but he started following me. I could see where he was on my shit. And I messaged him even. I was like, "What's up, Mr. Newman? What's going on, Judge?" or whatever I called him at the time. He never replied back. I thought, well, come to find out, he didn't have a messenger, but he just got on Facebook to follow up on people. I thought he retired, so when a judge retires, he can pardon stuff, just like when the president leaves. I thought he pardoned my my child support, because I had that wreck, and I tried to get disability for 7 years, and I didn't get it. So they took all that time accumulated, and then when I got a job, they shocked me with it. All of a sudden, I was paying $145 a week on child support. After I didn't, I'm like, fuck it, I'll just go back to work. I did my own thing, or at that time I was going to work for a union company, an asphalt company, but I was doing concrete for them, and I was they call it a dual, what do they call it? See, I was a teamster and a laborer because I was pouring concrete and I was driving the truck. Make like $28 an hour starting out. Sweet job. Uh, but I ended up quitting later. But anyway, back to the story. They hit me with the child support. I didn't have enough time in working to draw unemployment through the winter. I didn't start till July, and they let me off in November, into November. So I didn't work. You have to work 6 months to have unemployment for the winter. So all of a sudden, they hit me with all the money owed, which is only $14,000 because I should have owed. It was 125, 6,000 a year, 7 years. That's 42 grand. It was like 46, 48 grand. So during the time I wasn't even supposed to be paying because I was freezing it on disability, I was paying it and had it down to, it was like 14,000. It wasn't 15. It was like 14,350 something. Over 10,000 is a C felony. They all of a sudden they hit me with a felony. I had 7 years to pay that because the time that you take to accrue that, if you don't get a disability, you had the same time to pay that. They didn't, laws and statutes and all their shit don't relate to us. We're going to prison. I went to prison. What I did was I signed a plea agreement because after the wreck, my wife died in the wreck. Henry County said that I was on drugs, which I ended up proving all that. I had a B felony, a C felony, and a D felony. I beat that. It took me 2.5 years with a public pretender. I did all the fucking paperwork. He just filed everything. I beat that. And I went to my mother-in-law tried to take my daughter. So I went to a year for court for that. I had to borrow 14 grand off my dad to pay that lawyer. I was just done with fucking lawyers and courts and shit. And I'm like, fuck it. I'll sign 3 years of probation. I don't give a fuck. Because I was just going to pay it. And my friend was a probation officer, Leslie Best. So I was just going to pay it and not fucking worry about it. But then all this shit with dad happens. I ended up leaving, taking off. So when I come back, I thought he got rid of it. Went to jail twice. It didn't pop up. So I'm like, how do I have it now? And I went to jail twice and I didn't have it. That something spiritually happened. That's all I'm going to say that was. And they ended up getting, it was from 2014, the case was, to 2016. April 2016. So I had 30 months to do because I'd done some of it. I did 6 months and they put me in prison for 3 months, 6 do 3 in this little private prison. Basically to give me a DOC number so I can't fucking buy guns is what the way I felt it was. Like they're trying to take my ability to do things. Once you get a DOC number, you're fucked in some aspects by their laws. I never fucked myself. I always did what the fuck I wanted to do. Fuck them. So I knew when I got out from the first case, I was going to have to go to Madison County, go to court, and then they were, at that time, they were cutting it down in thirds. So my probation, if you had 30 months of probation, I did 10 months in prison. They done took everything fucking from me. I wasn't going to go out and have 20 more months. If I was there 10 and got out, I'd had 20 fucking months of probation. I wasn't doing it. Screw them. They know. What's up, buddy? It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. I know it's early there. Next week, noon or 1 my time, be 7 or 8 o'clock next week, your time. So that's what I'm going to do. Back to the story. So I had that time. So I couldn't have calculated the time. I got arrested, 9/23. I do all that, takes part, and I get out on my release date is 8/8, my birthday, and the date I see everywhere, the 2 numbers I see everywhere. And it relates to shit with Trump and the Hawaii fire. basically our lives are counter spells to their shit. Is what I'm saying. Maybe not everybody's. I don't know, but I know my birthday's 8/8, and they have 8/8 happenings. And 9/23 is the Osiris. No, help me out here. Not no, the Osiris. What do they call it? Anyway, it relates to Osiris. 9/23 does. So yeah, there's that. All that good shit. So I'm seeing relation to my numbers and their numbers, and a lot of the numbers. When I got out, I was all about Jesus and all that garbage, and Jesus was the way. Cause Spirit came to me and showed me shit in the Bible, so I thought that was the way. It didn't show it to me to be in it. It showed it to me to get the fuck out of it and to show the truth. Wow, that's cool, Andrew. That's what's up. Yeah, 9/23. I went in on your born day. That's right. And I got out on 8/8. Your mom, oh, she's a Leo too. Okay, cool. 8/16. My mom's 8/18. Oh shit. I missed my aunt's birthday. I didn't miss her happy birthday. God dang it. Hers was the 11th. Man, I'm a piece of crap. Anyway, it doesn't matter. She get over it. She's got dementia anyway. I'll just tell her I did. Okay. Well, yeah, there we go. So our numbers correlate. Now you guys get it. You get what I'm saying. Nice. That's what's up. That's what's up. Hell yeah. Well, when I met No, I just when I first came on YouTube, I just start talking. I just start talking about shit. And it always ended up I related somehow with somebody, and I don't know how to explain it. Uh, it was nice. I liked it. It sure did. Yeah. Let's see what else we got to talk about. So that's what happened with the property. Yeah. So it's all by design. So what I did was, I'll go ahead and tell this part of it. I was gonna wait and show it, but there's only four of us in here. I'll tell it. It's wild. So everybody knows about the trust and the sovereignty and correcting your status and the 1096 or 1099 OIDs and the 1099Cs and the 1099As are basically checks that you could write. They had the watermark, they had the routing number, they were checks, and it took 3 to 5 months to order them. I don't know, buddy. I'm never surrendered. I'd rather die on my feet than live on my fucking knees. You know that. I know that about y'all too. So I ordered these the first time in 21, and I ended up going to jail at my buddy Jason's on the case with my dad, and I could not. The paper got lost. I couldn't find them. Then I ordered them again when Dad and I reconciled and made up, and I've been there. I went there on 10/22/22. I went to my dad's. This is another number thing. I went to my dad's. We made up, but he had talked so much shit and trash about me. He didn't know how to tell my sisters and my brother and our family all the shit he talked about me. This is how far out there he went. I was living in Chattahoochee, Florida. He called my brother, my good friend who worked with me for 14 years, where I went originally in Alabama, Joe. He called him and told him that I drove to Indiana and clipped his brake lines, or I had somebody there clip his brake lines. I don't know anybody that would clip brake lines down there to kill my dad and my fucking daughter. Are you crazy? That's how far out they thought I was. That's the way they were treating me. Like I was that far gone. I was that fucking demented. That trying to get even with. No, man. Yeah, this is why I left, because you don't understand. You guys never won't understand. I couldn't talk to nobody. It was nuts. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. Just to try to explain this shit to them is like talking to this Tupperware bowl right here. It's not going to compute. So after 4 years in the South in Kansas and a year at my buddy, I'm 20 minutes away at my friend Jason's. That's where the spirit came to me originally on that date I told you. I was at his house for a year, 20 minutes from my house, and couldn't go home. Didn't call my dad, did nothing. And finally, a friend of mine, Liz, who's a nurse in Middletown, Indiana, we've known each other. My late teens, she was like 10 or 15 years older. She was married to a dude that used to help me. She called him up, my dad up. She's like, this is bullshit. I was talking to her. She said, this is bullshit. I'm going to call your dad because my dad's always had a thing for her. She's like, I'll use my blase and get a meeting with you guys because this is stupid, Phil. I agree, because I explained to her what's going on, and she'd been following me ever since I left. Like, I would talk to her at least once a month, and she's like, I'd post pictures and videos, and she's like, you're nothing like that. Your dad and your family saying this shit's really happening. I said, no shit, it's really happening. You think I'd just give up fucking everything and take off? Yeah, it's really happening. She's like, I got you. So she talks to my dad. The next morning, he calls me. I didn't recognize the number because he got a new phone. I didn't answer it. Then he texts me, it's your dad. And I pick it up. I call him back. He picks it up. And he starts crying. I said, quit crying. You got to understand, I worked with my dad. I was 17 years old when I graduated high school in 1987. I'd never worked for anybody. I'd only worked for myself. Dad and I were partners since 1987, the summer of 1987, till I had my wreck. Well, him and I were partners until 2003. And then my brother bought his part out. That's a whole nother fucking story there. My wife ended up stealing money from our business. She stole $24,000. And I didn't find out until the guys went, because I would pay the guys where I didn't pay him subcontractor. I paid him legit, so we could all draw unemployment because you'd be on a waiver here in Indiana, it was almost $400 a week for each of us. So I did it on my wife and I was getting $800 a week in unemployment. So like when I lay them off in November, from November to February, into February, beginning of middle March, I was still pouring concrete. So they were getting the unemployment money and I pay them cash. There was times in the winter that they would make more in a week than they made in the middle of summer when they're getting it because of that. And she took a $12,000 check, cashed it, wrote it in the checkbook, wrote the amount of the taxes was like $7,200 in the checkbook, tore the check out, kept the cash, and I don't know what the fuck she did with it. I have no idea. But she ended up, over 8 months, she stole 24 grand. My brother, he wanted me to prosecute her. I've been with her 9 years. If it was your wife, I told him, I said, if this was Michelle, I wouldn't ask you to prosecute her, and I'll pay the money back. He thought I had something to do with it. I'm like, man, I could write myself a fucking check for shit. If I wanted, I'd just go fucking get it. We were making it like that. It was good. It was good. Why would I have to steal money, dumbass? And he was paying my dad for 3 years. The agreement was, because I already owned half. He bought dad's half. So for 3 years, he's paying $1,500 a month to my dad for 3 years to buy his part of the business. Because he took some equipment with him. We had 2 Bobcats. He wanted to take a Bobcat and a dump trailer with him.
So we just deducted that shit from it, and he took it. No big deal. I told my brother, I said, I know how it is when I first started, and he was just got married. He was still going to school at Ball State to have a landscape architect. He was just finishing up, and he just had a baby. I said, I know what it's like to struggle, because I struggled, man. I started out with a 1986 Ford, a 72 International dump truck, and an old 1965 530 CK backhoe in a lowboy trailer. That's what I fucking started in. I had the 79 Thunderbird. I called it the Thunder Truck. I had all my concrete tools in that trunk of that car. There's a burgundy 79 Thunderbird with a sunroof. I think it was pimp as fuck. But that's how I started. By 94, 95, I've got, I I was doing good, man. Because I did decorative concrete. My first decorative job I did was between my junior and senior year of high school. Then the next year I have 2. The next year I have 4. The next year I have 8. And they just kept piling. Next thing you know, I'm doing home shows, fire and patio shows. I'm doing home shows in different counties. It was good. It was real fucking good. So I told my brother, I'll pay a fourth, or I'll pay a third of it. It was $1,500. I said, I'll pay $500 on it. We've been in business for two years, so I'm going to steal money from you as I'm paying part of your buy-in to this business. Make that fucking make sense, Brent. We got in a big argument. He left. Then it was just me in business. And then all that shit I had to wreck in 07, I couldn't pour concrete no more. I was done. It was over. So I poured concrete for 21 years. Hardcore. And everybody felt they fucking deserved, because I wasn't supposed to live, man. The wreck I was in, my wife grabbed the wheel and ran into the pole. They thought I was going to die, so that's why they started selling shit and divvying up shit. They thought Phil was dead. Well, I didn't die. I ended up living. So I think they felt bad for thinking I was going to die and then didn't. I don't know. I can't get in the head of fuckery. I don't know what the deal was. Man, that's what happened to me. It's all, and I wish I knew then what I know now. I'd have kept track of all the numbers then too. All the dates and the amounts, and I would have seen the same numbers as what we were talking about. You guys got any numbers that you see? Maybe something in my shit correlates to them. Obviously, my shit correlates to y'all's. And it just happens to be your born dates. I know our names mean something. Like Philip. Philip is, in Hebrew, is warrior. 97, right on. Philip in Hebrew is warrior. Kent is my middle name. Philip Kent in Old English is the sword's edge. And then my last name is Krieg, which in German means war. So my name literally is Warrior, the Sword's Edge War. What are we here to do? We're here to fucking make war. I don't know about all this peace and love and light and shit. I don't know what's going on there. That's not the fucking memo I got. Now I don't know if it's physical or if we're just it's all gonna be high magic. Because a lot of shit's, here's why I started to, this is why I decided to do what I'm doing. I was thinking about shit. I think about things, and I wish I knew what it was right offhand. I don't. But it was really profound for me. It ended up being destroyed. So I'm wondering if our Kent is a borough next to London also. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, I did know that. I know. So I'm thinking we all believe in magic. We know it's real. And I've tried to do this before. Some of you might remember. You remember when I did that? No, where I was like, made that sigil, and like when I was at my buddy Jason's. Let's see, it was oh, my dad. Hold on, I want to tell that. So I got to my dad's at. Well, that's not the memo. Turn the other cheek.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you pedophiles and baby eaters, turn the other cheek. How do you reform that shit? There's no reform for that. There's no reform for these motherfuckers. They're another breed. They're blue blood. They're not us. It's time to clean house. Anyway, my dad, 10/22 of 2022, I went back to my dad's. He ended up getting, because he didn't take the jab, but he took one of those ethylene oxide nose swabs that had the DARPA gel on the end of it. He'd take one of those, and he didn't know not to do it, and they got him. And it was not a insulin diabetic, but he had to watch what he ate. And his right leg, in his bottom of his foot, he got a hole. The next thing you know, he started getting gangrene in his pinky toe, or his second toe from his pinky toe, or something like that. I was like, oh shit, Dad. Because I was a medic and a fireman for 9 years. I was like, that's not good. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? He thought he stepped on something. He was running the backhoe, digging some septic line, and he couldn't even push down on the pedal. His foot hurt so bad, so he came home. Didn't show it to me for like 2 or 3 weeks. He thought it would just be okay, and he'd get back to work. But what happened was, not only did he do the DARPA gel thing, but he had this. I hate to say it, but I'm going to say it. This trashy ass woman that was like half his age that he slept with. She was nice, but oh my god, she looked like she put her makeup on with pitchfork. Not that it didn't make her nice, but she just trash, man. I hate to say that like that, but she just used my dad, but he used her too. So there's that. But she was in prison for something. Oh, a counterfeit $20 bill that she didn't know was counterfeit. They put her in prison for it. Another bullshit thing. But while she was in prison, they gave her the fucking Moderna shots. They forced her to take them, she said. I'm like, no, they didn't force you to take them. You agreed because they forced your mind of your spirit to take it. You don't have to do shit, but they make you feel like you do. I get it. But no, you fucking caved in. You're a weak ass. He slept with her. I told him, do not sleep with her, Dad. I told him about spike proteins and all that shit. That's it. That's it, Nano. Expel all evil, expose all truths. That's it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. You know, some people said that saying that shit would work. It never worked for me, but Dan and a couple other people, they said when they thought it fucking it happened. So I'll go on. He slept with her with the spike protein. 6 months later, he's dead. He died on 10/22/23. No, what? I went there 10/21, and he died 10/22. That's it. He died 10/22 because I filed the quiet title on 1/6/23. That's it. So I went there 10/22/21, and he died 3 hours from being one full complete year of me being there. If he'd have died 3 hours later, I'd been there exactly 1 year to the minute, to the second. He died, and everything went to hell. And I was talking to him. I'm like, he's like, you got to understand this. That. I was like, Dad, it don't matter. I'm not gonna argue with you about it. It's done and over now. It is what it is. Just make it right, man. Just make it right. I will. I just your sister, your brother. I put their name on it. I got to explain it all. I'm like, I thought we had time. I thought it's all good. We'll get it. I was like, you're not going nowhere. This is what I said to him. I said, so in this year that I'm there, I start hitting him fucking hardcore with the Bible, with everything that you prove to him. This, what you thought happened, do not fucking. This is what happened. Let me explain this to you. So I started saying shit to him and telling him. Before he died, some of you appreciate this. I made Dad a flat earther. I explained all that shit to him, and all of a sudden he's posting on his Facebook, Mars rovers bullshit. Like, calm down, killer. You don't have to go all about it like that.
I laughed. I was like, nah, fuck it. Go ahead. Say what you want. Do what you need to do. I said, but prepare to have all your friends attacking you. And they did. That's why I didn't want to post it. I didn't want to have to come to me and act, well, he said this. And you know how they can be. Hey, Dino. You know how they are sometimes. But yeah, what Dean can tell you, he was on the phone with me a lot of times when I was there. Dad's a funny character, man. He's hilarious. Good man. He doesn't. I think what happened was it was all spiritual. It's like it was almost like they looked like my people, but they were not my fucking people. My brothers and sisters, my mom, my dad, because they did shit that was contradictory to the whole fucking years and years and decades that I lived with them, and they thought different of me. They thought like I was this evil, demonic, fucking crazy motherfucker. Um, yeah. So a year to the day within 3 hours. That was another one that blew me away. Hold on here. She was just been thinking about you and your dad this morning. No shit. Cool. And how he slept with some woman. Yep, that's exactly what happened, Dean. I just said that. Right on. You weren't in here when I said it. Yeah, I was getting him to drink pine needle tea, and he was. But that's crazy. I just told this story tonight. Okay, when I left, Dad had bad knees. He worked at the factory for like 37 years at General Motors, and he poured concrete. My dad was a working fucking maniac, man. He's a hard worker, but he worked hard instead of smart. I upped the game and worked smart, and we started acquiring and accumulating shit. And then he started spending more money. That's what got us in the argument and made him leave. Because I'm not. You're losing concrete and you're spending money. You're costing me fucking money. I ain't gonna have it. A few years later, he quit because he got older. You know how it goes. But yeah, that was a good guy, man. I miss that motherfucker. But listen to this. What he did was he had a heart attack. Here's the thing. I did for him, and he turned around and did it for me at my wreck. But this is how it was. There was no. This is all dad's. That's what my brothers and sisters think. They think nothing's mine and it's all dad's. No, you fucking idiots. You guys weren't around. You were in elementary and shit. Because I'm older than all of them. They didn't know the arrangements and the deals. I don't know what the fuck dad told them, but that's how it ended up being. Like, none of it's mine. It's all my dad's. I didn't acquire nothing. I'm just a piece of shit. Anyway, dad, he has that heart attack. So while he has this heart attack, he's off work for 10 months. I'm paying his house payment, his car payment, his truck payment, his utility bills. I'm paying all of it. He just retired from General Motors, and that was helping him, but he wasn't paying everything. He still had to live. Um, he was paying on the house that he had decided to build, his part, because I didn't want to get a loan for it. I said, no, I'm not doing it. Because we already had the block laid. We already had it under roof. We had the shell. The only thing we didn't, we covered it all in. So when winter came, we could go down there and pour the floor because we poured a slab on a slab and we stamped it to make it look like wood plank. The whole floor of the whole house is 3-bedroom. It's like 2,500 square feet, but it all had concrete in it with the heat in the floor. That you hook it to a wood burner and you put antifreeze in it and it pumps through the floor. Nice heat, cool heat. So that's what I wanted to do. He's like, no, I just retired. I want to get it done so I can enjoy it. I'm like, well, enjoy it then. You're paying for it. I'm not. I got enough. I'm trying to pay for it. Build it. Pay for it. I don't fucking care. So that's what he did. And yeah, shit just went. It's like looking back now, it's all spiritual, man. It's all spiritual. It is what it is, and I'll get it back. So when I filed the complaint to quiet title, I learned through the sovereign shit that purple ink, what the power of purple ink is. And Dean will attest. You showed up right in time, Dean, because all the other shit that I told you heard this, but you can be witness to this. It's like everything I got was divine. I was divinely given it. Because everybody teaches this sovereign shit. I only met one man that I got to know and that showed you the secret to it all. I had the ink, the signature. You got to have the beneficiary signature. If you can sign in fucking any ink color you want, if you don't have the beneficiary signature, it's not legit. It's not going through. It's not. And the things I've done, they're not. Yeah, they put me in prison. Yeah, I filed the correct paperwork, but this is gonna fuck them because the spirit world is what matters. All this is as much spiritual as it is physical, worldly. So them putting me in prison, them not following their own statutes. Twice they picked me up unlawfully. Legal is not lawful. Y'all know that part two, legal bullshit. But that's how they felt they could do it. They railroaded me. And when I went to court on my case, they wouldn't even let me they had no probable cause to be there even from my filing. They would not let me bring up my complaint to quiet title. They wouldn't let me show the paperwork for it and what the law meant. They only allowed me to speak on it. Well, I'd already said I'm not taking an oath. So to these 6 jury members, that makes me look like I'm a lying. Why wouldn't I take an oath? They took an oath. I must be a piece of shit to not take an oath. So I said, Christians don't read the Bible. You guys took an oath on a Bible that says don't fucking take an oath. It's from evil. And that's when my case went, whoop. That's when I lost. That's what my friend Shannon said. She said she could see it in everybody's face because I didn't look at them. But when I wouldn't take an oath and the judges hounded me, will you take will you affirm? I was like, no, that's the same as the oath. It's a covenant, it's the same as the oath. It's all the same. No, my word is my bond. My word is gold. I'm not a liar. I didn't say this, but I'm not a snake, a Nephilim. I don't need told not to sleep with the neighbor's wife. I don't need told to love my parents. I don't need told to not kill. That's for them. None of that shit's ours. You make purple ink from opium pop. Well, they were making it from these shells. These in the Mediterranean, I think it was. These little sea urchins or some shit like that. But yeah, I never heard that about poppy. So the lady, the clerk, she's like, when I was all my shits filled out in purple ink, and I got pictures of all this. She's like, oh, you love purple ink. So these people don't even know what the fuck they're doing, basically. She stamped it. Now, the Vatican's over everything here. They can abolish any law of the corporation. It says it right there in the fucking, in their fake constitution, the one that's the 1871 one. So the Pope can abolish every law. That's why no little kitty diddlers went to prison, because they can abolish every fucking law. So that puts him over the feds. They run the CIA over the feds. So there's no doubt that the Vatican and the Black Pope and the White Pope and all them cocksucking motherfuckers are go federal, state, and county. Federal supersedes all those. That means it's over all those. So the Vatican accepted my purple ink signature, sovereignty, following my own law in their court system. That makes, and I did a complaint to quiet title. And I didn't know this at the time until I was in jail for 6 months, and I'm doing all kinds of research on the kiosk, and I'm looking at shit. I looked up the definition of complaint to quiet title in the Bouvier dictionary, law dictionary, and it says in there, it goes more to the English cause of why they did it. The English come up with this in their maritime law because when they, let's say, went to New Zealand, they would take a spot and then build their little fort in it and do a quiet title on it, and then through their bullshit pushing paper, that was their justification for taking that and paperwork to get rid of it. All bullshit, all pushing paper garbage. I had a debate with someone about 10 Commandments. I told him to come here. I guess he got yeah, right? Yeah, come on over. I'll prove it. I'll prove it. Exactly, no. None of us needed it. It's an insult. To tell me that I need a reminder not to do those things, a fucking insult to me. To all of us. It's ridiculous. That's when I started seeing what the fuck is up with this. Then I seen Moses with horns. And then boom, I started seeing it all, man. And I shared it, Dean and I everything I found, I told the Dean immediately. So he was right there with me that whole fucking journey. Yeah, right. When the church says so. Yeah, the deceivers. Oh, I was gonna make a post in the okay, let's do this. Abaddon. I'll talk about this for a minute. Y'all know who Abaddon is and Apollyon, right? Basically, I wrote this to show people how these church members have the wrong spirit. If they're saying Abaddon is Satan, that's a good tell-all sign how they got the wrong spirit, because in Revelation 20, the Abaddon who has the keys to the bottomless pit binds up Satan for 1,000 years. So how he, who is Satan in Revelation 9:11, who has the keys to the bottomless pit, and having the keys on it, you own the bottomless pit, you own the earth, you're given the keys to the earth, you own the motherfucker. You're not, because I remember it was Satan's, right? Because he had dominion over it until this is all finished. He still does. And it says in the Bible like 8 times, different places. Let's see, 2 Corinthians 4:4, Ephesians 2:2, 1 John 5:19, John 12:31, 14:30, 16:11, and 17:15. All say the God of this world is the devil. So how can the one who has the keys and taking possession be Satan again and kick out Satan? They're morons. And the church pushes it this way. So there's, if I guess I am saying that in the Veil of Moses is 2 really good ways to see if somebody's got a spirit you can even attempt to help. Oh, I thought you were leaving. Okay. You said good to see you, Dino. I thought you were going by. Yes, 9/11. Yep. Okay, hold on a minute. Let's see. I'll read to you what I got, because it's just fucking ridiculous. These people, how they don't see the truth is like, it's fucking mind-boggling, man. It's like beyond comprehension, some of the shit. Dean will tell you, people would argue with me about the 10 Commandments, and I would show them. It says in 2 Corinthians 2, verse 3, that we don't need laws written on tablets of stone, because we are the ones who have our laws written on our heart, on fleshly tablets of the fleshly heart. Verse 7 says that Moses is the covenant of death. Moses is, y'all, the false covenant. He's the one who was given over to worship the host of the high ones, the Most High, the host of heaven. That's those Nephilim. That's who they've been worshiping. And I showed you where it said, don't worship angels. I showed you what it meant to worship angels in the your own. Your fucking own. Oh, hold on, before I go any further. I wanted to read, I forgot to read the definition of belief. Because this blew my mind. I was like, I need to write these down. I need to find out what they say. I was like, holy shit. This ain't even the fucking same, man. Because they call themselves believers. Well, we know what believing is. Believing having faith in something without any physical proof, just by their word. That's believing. Where we know shit. We don't believe, we know. Where are you at? Yeah, when I seen that, when I read that, I was like, whoa, wow, this is nutty. How the fuck can... But they get them with their words, and people, they go right in, they get right into it. They don't even fucking question shit at all. Question nothing. Like I told one today, or yesterday, I said, because he took the jab, and I couldn't communicate with him. I'm like, good thing the government didn't ask you to suck a dick. You'd be a fucking cocksucker right now. You gotta just blindly give up all your rights and blindly just fucking follow along like the government's out. I said, I even broke down the word to government. Government means to control. Mentis means mind. The word government literally means mind control, fucking stupid. Duh. He didn't see that. That's how far these motherfuckers are going. Okay, to believe in the Webster's dictionary, to accept something as true, real, right, to trust, to hold to truth without absolute proof. Now the definition of the church. To believe, the church definition, active trust, total reliance, committing your life and your loyalty to God in Jesus Christ. That's what belief means. The definition of belief is in the church. Suckers. Sucker. Yeah, they're fun. Knowing is fact based on direct sensory perception, intuition, and actual experience. That's what we are. Spaceballs. Yeah. Definitely. Baseballs, spaceballs, footballs, soccer balls, ball. It's all about the ball. They love their balls, don't they? And we know that they're fucking gay. Their Trinity's gay. A man spirit, a man son, and a man father keep it going. No, that's gay as fuck, man. The homo pedo trinity, I call it. Last I checked, I needed a mother and a father to make a child, not a Adam and Steve people. Yeah, nuts, man. And how they can't see it. Once you start seeing it, you can't unsee it. But it's amazing the spells that were on us that we didn't see this shit. That's right, no, exactly. I mean, that's a no-brainer, dude. How'd we get here? Who's our creator? Duh. So, yeah, there's so much shit that I look back today and be like, how the fuck did I not see that? Like, damn it, man. I should have seen that. No, we had spells on us. That's how I know they're real. And talking to these Christians, and like I said earlier, Dean, he can attest to this too. I didn't want to come to YouTube. I told Dean, I said, man, we need to get away from Facebook and go to YouTube. And how many weeks was it, Dean? Like I said, there's been times where Dean and I talked. Dean and I looked at each other one time when I was staying at my buddy Jason's. Like, Dean, are we fucking controlling the world with our speech? Because we would talk about shit, and then it fucking happened. I'm like, Dean, remember we talked about this? Look at this. Or Dean would say, hey, we talked about this. This happened. I'm like, holy shit, man. What's going on? Maybe we need some drugs, some LSD, and just we'll fucking blow the lid off this place, Dean. Let's do it. It never happened, but yeah, it's funny. That happened for a while, like 4 or 5 months, wasn't it, Dean? Yeah, I tried. Where'd you go, Dominic? Anybody want to come up and say hey? I'll drop the link again because yeah, we can talk forever, man. Or I can but I'm jumping. That's my style. I jump all over the place, but always remember and come back around to the shit because I think everything I mentioned that I skipped over. I think I've covered it. Oh, movie night with okay. You snuggled up next to the hole. I got you. I got you. Good for you. Good for you, Dom. I'm glad you got that. I wish. Well, I do and I don't, but you're lucky to have that. She's a very sweet, very nice lady. I don't know why she put up with you, but I'll leave that for another day. Right there, you go. Yeah, we talk for days. That's a fact, man. Bunny, hippity hoppity, man, hippity hoppity. You, Dean, I got a cat. Believe it or not, Mr. Allergic. I hate cats. Yeah, that guy's got a cat now here. And then they drop this link. She's a sweet cat. She opened the screen. I put a screen door on the barn here, and she opened it herself. I was like, well, she's smart enough to open the door. You deserve to come in, cat. Congratulations. And I've got her some food, and I can see we'll be buddying up this winter. I'm gonna teach her. I got a little camping toilet. I'm gonna teach her to poop in the toilet this winter. I'm gonna try anyway. Yeah. Everybody says, "What is it? The cat trains you." Is what Lapis said. Lapis Blue said. You don't train the cat. The cat trains you. I beg to differ, man. I beg to differ. So next week, Dean will be going to make it for noon my time, 12:30, noon to 1 next week. So it'll be 6 or 7 England time. Dom's still on the same. I'm trying to think of everybody's on the time. What I'm going to do is I'm going to alternate the time. I'll do 9 o'clock for British or New Zealand and Australians one week, and then I'm going to make it 1 o'clock in the afternoon here, so all the London people and Europe and Brit people can, because I got to have them in this too. I just can't be at 9 o'clock on all the time. 9 o'clock and if I'm running in line. This cat's smart, man. 1111 there, she keeps wanting to go up by my hip, but I'm allergic. So I'm like, listen, Sally, you can't go up there and sleep. Because I thought she was going to get on my pillows and shit. Today I'm out doing stuff and I come back in and she's laying on the arm of because I got like this big chair. It's like 4 foot by 4 foot chair and a 4 foot by 4 foot ottoman for right now. That's my bed. And she's on the arm of the chair that I don't put my arm and my stuff on. She was on that. I'm like, okay, I can deal with that. But I was teaching her to come down here to the end of the bed. She's listening to me. I'd point down here. And, yeah, cats are smart. They are, most definitely. Animals are smart, but in general, but cats are so fucking stubborn. Plus, being allergic to them, I just wasn't my thing. Wasn't my thing. But she's a sweetheart. She reminds me of our barn cat that we had on horse farm, Boots. She has her kind of her attitude and her demeanor. So yeah, she can stay. She pretty too. She looks just like Lori's cats, brown and black, hairy, long hair, kind of furry. Got that puffy tail. So yeah, now I'm right there with you, Dominic. I'm a fucking cat owner myself. All the times I made fun of you with your cat behind your back, I didn't. I'm just fucking with you. Then I made fun of to your face, but not behind your back. Uh-oh. Hold on. Hmm. Wait, I don't want up there. Which one is it? Oh no. God damn it. Sorry. There we go. What up, Mon? What's up, Mon? Hey, Dean.
G'day, can you hear me, can you?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. A little quiet, but I can mess with your turn your mic up, maybe. Yeah. Okay, give me some talk.
I'm actually bloody hungover today.
Hungover, no shit.
No shit, mate, no shit.
Yeah.
A friend and I got into a bottle of whiskey.
Okay, hey, I'll do that thing, and here's why I'll do that, because that will cut this off, and we can come back, and they won't need to. I don't think we're going to say anything that they need to hear. Or, I don't know.
Yeah.
Why? What's wrong? What's wrong with it, Sing? Is it not? How'd you come up here, Dean? Is there something wrong I'm missing?
You dropped a link for the StreamYard.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, twice.
I thought, oh, bugger it, I can't hear any sound. I might as well grab the link and see if you're still around.
Yeah, here's Sing now. Yeah, I put it in the. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so it is good now. We're good. I'm good. Do I need to do the link again?
No, it's good.
Okay.
Hello.
You're quiet.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
FTW stage. You sound familiar, man. I think I know you from somewhere.
It's Dean.
I know it's Dean, man. How could I forget Dean?
Dean. I know you ain't been around gone that long. What I can do is, if Jared and No and anybody that wants to come up, I can stop the live, but we can still talk if you guys want to talk.
Yeah, that'd be a great idea. I think it'd be lovely.
So this is not live right now?
No, it's live, but I can bring people up and then stop it, and we can still remain here and chat.
Okay, so you want to stop the live or continue the live?
No, we'll continue it till I find out what people want to do. If we're going to talk about stuff that's relevant that people might need to hear, I'll keep it rolling.
So,
go ahead.
Was it there any relevant conversations that spawned? I had to take care of things. I just got in now.
No, you're good. It's all good.
So, wasn't there any relevant subjects that spawned, or you're just all
the topics were
go ahead, Dean. Go ahead. I'm going to eat some salad here.
Phil was reiterating how a lot of things that were going on when him and I first met, how he was uncovering the scriptures,
right,
and how he was finding verses to prove that who the God of this world is, really, basically.
Can you repeat what you said?
And all of his little tricks and traps, not just
tricks and traps, but the God of this world. Yeah. And how we had beliefs in things, but they're not really what we know, right?
Right. So anybody come to any conclusions?
Yeah.
Resolves.
The result is this world's a lie, the church is a lie, the systems are all lies. I got some truth. I need to share it. Here we are.
So what would you say the lie is, Phil? And when I ask a question, I'm firing it to both of you, and please interject and fire.
It's not as much of a lie as it is a deception and trickery. Because what they're saying is true for them, not true for us. This Bible's not ours, number one. Has nothing to do with us at all. Nothing.
It's actually it's a written account for the elites, the ones who are actually.
Yes, and they're in their little dominions or demons.
Yeah,
whatever you want to call them. Yeah, and the reason that they're not gods either. They're men just like us, but they have truth that we don't have. They don't live the lies, the
Well,
spells, the shit that
they know,
we
they know stuff that they haven't disclosed to us. That's why we don't know and they do, right?
You know,
Yep.
some, well, I don't even call them elites. You know, they're empire ranked to everybody. Everybody's empire ranked to anybody. Everybody, nobody ranks anybody just because somebody has more access to wisdom and knowledge. The person that
right.
thinks they've outranked the other person, they will eventually have access to the same wisdom and knowledge, if not more. But eventually, everybody plateaus to the all wisdom and knowledge of Source, where nothing is held back because Source doesn't hold nothing back. So
No.
it's a matter of moments before, you know, beings wake up and accelerate themselves, because nobody's going to wake up. There's no God coming here to do anything. God is already here, and God, perceived Source, expects everybody to do their own work. As mature ages, as one reaches a mature age, they're expected to do their own work, to basically access the wisdom and knowledge of Source. And that requires one to be developed. To access wisdom and knowledge is responsibility, to apply the information correctly, where one isn't doing evil to themselves that spawns to a reflection of influence to evil to others, right? So initially,
Right.
I can't do evil to nobody. I know this. And no matter how much evil I try to do, it's always coming back to myself. Now, as for, you know, the spells that maybe they thought were successful, that's an enticement of a possession, deception. Call them devils, possessions, deceptions, where it's making it seem like the spells are happening, but in actual fact, they aren't getting nothing accomplished. It's coming back all to themselves eventually.
Right. Truth that, but at the time, there's preventing you from seeing what is really there. That's
Well, at
no.
most,
That
Phil, At
Go
most,
ahead.
Phil, you know what I've realized is we prevent ourselves. I like, not we as in a collective. I prevent myself, you prevent yourself, and Dean prevents himself. It's all determined by
Absolutely,
it's
I
all
understand.
determined by how much illumination we attain. Illumination is frequency resonance, is wisdom and knowledge. Applied is increase in density compression fields, that equals frequency resonance, that equals luminosity access to wisdom and knowledge. Applied correctly, one enhances themselves. Not applied correctly, one stagnates themselves and may even slip back to further de-evolved states where there is not as much access to wisdom and knowledge.
Okay.
I give
I
you
get what
100%. I give you 100% on that thing because it is about
right.
us. It is. Yeah.
I get what you're saying, and I agree with that. But what I'm trying to get at is we have been activated, therefore we see it. They're not. They, meaning the ones that aren't of us, still believe
R-
the lie, still see the lie. They're
Right.
not. Yes. So that's what I'm talking about.
Right, and
Yeah.
and I will state this boldly: evil shall stay blind, not have access to the luminary wisdom and
Absolutely.
knowledge of Source. For a better existence reality, for evil, it's not going to happen. Any level of evil, they are blinded by the evil, because evil doesn't have access to illumination. Evil is the lies of the non-accurate information. I call it the Riddler chasing the tail, one looping, thinking they're actually doing evil and gaining knowledge, when in actual fact they're going into deeper pits of disciplining and sentencing in hell.
I'm, I'm about
Enticement,
ready to
total
give an
enticement.
example of it when you're done. Sorry, I thought you
I'm
were saying
done.
we're
I was
done.
just done. You hit it bang on.
I'm gonna back up what you just said. It says let me get my damn old man, gotta wear some glasses, some readers. Shut up, man. You wear readers too. We're all
I
old.
know. Looking for the Bible this morning, I lost them.
Okay, this is 2 Corinthians 3, verse 14. But their minds were blinded, for until this day remaineth the same veil untaken away in the reading of the Old Testament, which veil is done away in Christ, which is your bigger trap, like you were just saying. But even unto this day, when Moses is read, the veil is upon their heart. Boom! There it is. That's the curse.
Right.
That's the curse. But I can go deeper than that on it. And really
Go deep.
funny that Dean's here because I found this. I looked, and it's one weekend. I didn't go to work on Saturday because I was looking for this. I had a tree business. I was down in Florida. and I didn't go to work Saturday because this pissed me off. I couldn't find it. It was the curse on the people, when it happened, where it's spoken of. And I called, Dean calls me, or I call him, and I'm talking to him, and I'm just nonchalant, sitting in my bed looking at the walls and flipping page and talking to Dean. And all of a sudden I look down, and I'll be fucking, damn it, there it is,
There
right
it
there.
is, right in front of his face.
Right there. I thought, damn, I should have called you long ago, Dean. And that's all I had to do. It's funny. I'm like, son of a bitch. There it is.
Right,
Isaiah,
and I like, and
Isaiah
I like,
24. Go ahead, Shane.
and I like what Indigrove or Groove, if I'm pronouncing
Yeah, he's a
that
good
correct,
dude.
where he states, interesting, I lost my friend to a religious cult. Yeah, religions are types of cults. They cause indifference and separations. If you're not like this, you can't be in our clique. If you're like this, you can be in our clique. So they cause separation. All religions, all gurus of different teachings cause, if it's not at a core based teaching where there is no indifference with anybody, then they cause split and division.
Yeah.
Guys, I actually think that some of a lot of these scripts and that they were used as a way for an initiate, right, to be introduced, and
Right.
I think that's basically where they started, and they've just tried to lump them onto everybody as if we're all initiates.
Yeah, because
Well,
they need us to get out. We don't need them. They need us. So they've all convinced all of us that we're part of them.
they don't actually need us. They need to listen to people who have accurate information and apply it for themselves. We're not here to save anybody. I'm not getting anybody out except myself. That's the only person I've gotten stabilized out.
Right. That's not what you're doing. There's another part to it that I haven't spoken to anybody except maybe Dean and a few other people. That's another reason I'm starting these live back on.
Right,
I've got some information. That's
okay,
all.
hang on to that, Phil, that thought, and look at it this way. What does the Bible teach that anybody could apply to better their lives? Okay, besides being a good person, but that just can't cut it. Sometimes it's good to be self-correct with oneself, self-correct with others, respect for oneself, respect for others, and be respectful in speaking too, straightforward, direct, receivable communication, where you don't slander and try to hurt and escape somebody with sarcastic talk, right? It's good to be all that, but what does the Bible teach besides those basics, where it shows behind the veil what's truly happening when somebody engages in what is defined demonic possession, utilization, I define, of bad behavior, deeds,
Right.
actions, right? It's not saying, it doesn't talk about the hell sentencing that actually everybody carries the mark of the beast. Okay, the mark of the beast is one's own security and their own thought core projection. When one goes to hell and creates a hell for the reality, say somebody's having a good day and then somebody pisses them off and they react, well, they shifted their reality into what is defined an opposing field negative reality, where the demons and the possessions, the programming is taking place. It's a program, it's a virus hasn't been inserted. Now they've lost their good feeling. And now they're having a shitty day, and shitty events are going to transpire until one can comprehend they need to shift their thoughts to the opposing field projection, and sustain and maintain their thoughts to what would be defined to sustain their better existence projection, as having joy again, being relaxed, settled down, calm, and not having those racing, possible looping thoughts of, look at what this person did to me, right? It's just, it doesn't teach it doesn't teach how to get out of the possession, which if somebody doesn't know it, it's hard to get out of the system. The manipulative, I call it the opposing field, augmented virtual scripted interpreted reality, that it's another reality, looks the same but doesn't fucking feel the same, nor anything the same happening perceived as good events don't happen anymore. That's the shift. That's the ultimate reality.
Not even this reality is the real reality. But here, let me, for all those that, like myself, when I first met Singh, had trouble. I knew what he was saying, but man, he says a lot to say a little bit. Let me dumb this down for everybody, like for myself.
Yeah.
We have been their judges, whether we knew it and whether they knew it. For instance, I get married. My wife cheats. My wife does this. She does that. Steals money. Boom. She has been judging. I'm judging her, but only through her own actions is she being judged.
Correct.
It's all upon themselves. They're doing it to themselves. We didn't know that. So that's why we were here to be used for that reason. That's exactly why we're being here right now, right today, right tomorrow, till we get out of here. That's why we're here. And when I say saving, or everybody has to save themselves, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
But through us, do they do that? So in essence, we are here saving them, because if we weren't here to be used for good or bad, they would not be saved or would not be able to save themselves.
Exactly.
Exactly.
My interpretation is that for myself.
Right. And you hit it bang on, Phil.
Yeah.
People do to themselves. People get themselves into levels of hell regulation, the opposing field reality, and nobody does it to anybody. Now, say I'm having a good day. I'm stabilized. I know how to sustain my reality. Okay, say I didn't know how to sustain my reality. I'm having a good day, and somebody else comes up to me and starts some type of negativity or just gets under my skin. You see, that person never crossed my sphere. None of his energy ever came to me. Nobody could ever step out of their sphere of existence. What I define their core essence energy being, their soul projection of existence. It's like everybody has their own PlayStation console, thought core, and has a perfect replica copy of the screen so they can participate to a multiplayer existence. Okay. Now, nobody can go into anybody else's video game projection. What happens is somebody gives them a bait, an enticement of negative energy. Then that person's going to receive a programming. I'm going to respond and react like this. If they respond and react to opposing field programming, they have just shifted their reality in their own PlayStation console of existence projection. They've shifted to the alternate opposing field projection. Now they're virus infected. They left their better projection because they took the bait. It's that easy how somebody shifts. If somebody could comprehend that everybody who's evil is in their own sphere going, nah, trying, like 5-year-old children trying to bait people to come to be affected by a virus in their own thought core to participate in that type of multiplayer game. But nobody enters nobody else's sphere, never enters their thought core. I simply break it down to like a PlayStation console with a disc, the all existing programming where one could participate and see the visual sounds, stimuli, etc. So it is basically one developing themselves to comprehend, to not fall for the bait, the enticement, and whatever other tricks are happening. But this is where it gets complicated. The technologies introduced, the cell technologies, are also the part of the air system. Now we're going to go to the Bible, Phil. The commander of the spiritual powers of the air is the signal at the end that would be released to test people for a period of time. Then eventually it ends. Yeah, how does it end? Definitely the devil doesn't go into the abyss of smoke. It ends when one is self-developed and can't be enticed by no frequency signal emissions, carried data programming. So if I can't get worked by a foot soldier, the signal, the devil steps in the anti-possession field and then tries to force induce through tuning fields emissions, also known as signals emitted through signals through the technologies. So this is at the end. Yeah, we are at the end. The devil has been released through the air, the signals, right, to entice people, to deceive them. So if somebody is somewhere on a remote island, they're not safe either. They're still receiving their temptations and their lot process that sources determine that they need to complete for their self-development and self-correction to enter the better existence projection reality. So in a sense, yeah, it has been released, the end sequence, and it's going to continue on until completion.
Right. I was just talking before you got here, maybe a half hour, 45 minutes before you came, about I told you how the stuff in my body has been expelled by frequency.
Yes, but
Yeah.
expand.
Well, I already did. I already talked about it. Just I get them sores, and they just ooze a plasma type material. Dean, did I show you that thing that come out of my eye? You remember that?
Yep, and I've had one on my chest. It's got stuff that comes out. I've had one on my back removed.
Yeah.
And
I get little sores, but they're on the same spot.
really fucking strange, mate. But yesterday, I was actually looking at a guy on the street, and I thought to myself, man, he's got the same shit. He's got the same thing going on, right?
Well, I
And
guess
he,
you know who he is, though.
thinking about it now. It's uncanny, man. It's uncanny.
But I would get these, like how you scratch like a rug burn, and you peel that scab off, and then it would ooze. That's what
Yeah.
it looked like. It looked like a small rug burn. It'd be about the size of a dime to a quarter. And if I had one on my right arm, it'd be exactly the same spot on my left arm. I mean, like exactly. I had one on
Yeah.
my forearm, one above my elbow, and one up on my upper by my shoulder on both
So
arms.
what do you perceive those to be?
Nanotech and heavy metals being taken out of my body through frequency.
Yep.
Right. It's just it's like implants being rejected by the body, or
Yep.
not rejected, being
Parasites, all that shit.
removed.
It's all gone. Yeah, I don't have to. I've never had to worry about any of the frequency. Now, Dean, he's been hit with some frequency.
Yeah.
I've been hit with frequencies nonstop for 13, 14 years to extreme fields. So that's where I define and know that's how the signal is carried. Till this day, I still hear them. People that have tinnitus, it's not tinnitus. I can hear the frequency.
Not tonight.
I can hear the
all.
frequency when I'm stabilized and it can't shift me. I can hear the frequency attempting different frequencies, different emissions, trying to hack my field. I'm aware of that. So, in actual fact, I'm glad that signal, along with everything that happened, it actually spawned because it made me aware of the system. And it also is my self-development. I know if the signal can't move me, the commander of the spiritual powers of the air, the D-Wave quantum computer is basically anchored to the solar and lunar system that we exist in. If the devil can't move me through a signal, nothing shall ever move me. That's to be developed in chaos. The signal, if somebody starts to hear it, they start to have a chaotic reality, and then the signal becomes bothersome, the sound. Then eventually one gets used to the sound when they are developed and stop fighting the sound and accepting the sound. Then that aspect of the sound irritating them becomes neutralized. For many years, I was bothered just by this.
That's what I've been doing. Exactly what I've been doing. I've been neutralizing them so they don't affect me.
Right. Though neutralized to a ground state where, and one is energetically aware that, they are energetically grounded is very important. One's energetic ground is their root base. One falls to the root base tailbone region is their ground. And it's called a tail for a reason, because on reptilian species, the tail hits the ground like an antenna. It's an anti-lightning static rod that dissipates excess energy signals and puts it into the ground to be converted, basically neutralized. So it is quite a process, and beings are wondering about the reptilians. Yeah, I consider myself a reptilian. I have a tail. I'm rooted at my root base. That's what a reptilian is. I'm rooted at my root base tailbone at my tail, and my tail is spiked. I am grounded to the ground. So my CNS energetic system branches out through my legs. That's one's tail spiking through their legs, through their feet, to the ground. That's one being energetically grounded, is their tail spiked. Welcome to the reptilian species. I've never seen a reptilian yet, but this is what it's about. The reptilian species is about being rooted at the root base, also known as sexual energies. And the reptilians are known to harvest sexual energies. I don't harvest sexual energies, but I know our natural energetic field is at the root base. It's a type of sexual energetic field, also known as one when they're having joy. Now, if one pays attention, when they start to have joy and laugh, their energy drops to their deep stomach. It actually goes down to the root base, where actually the energetic field of joy spawns. Now, a climax is extreme amplification of that energetic joy. So here I just broke down the reptilians in a few seconds, under 2 minutes, basically. So
Go ahead. I think
No, that's it. I just wanted to point out
Okay.
I've never seen a reptilian in my
Um,
life, and I've had
I
some
have.
pretty drastic
have.
things happen. Yes, I think you told me about it.
I have, and it was. Guess where I seen her? It was this club down in. There's an area in Indianapolis called Broad Ripple. It's like the streets are just lined with nightclubs and bars and little back alley cut joints. And I'm at this place, and it's called. I'm dancing with her. I'm married. My wife's standing right there beside me, but I like to dance. I was a good dancer. And this lady danced. She was like a professional dancer. She's like a ballerina dancer from the Indianapolis
She's
Ballet.
a professional
But-
reptilian.
Listen.
Okay,
So
I
I'm
want to hear this.
dancing with
You know what, Phil? Hold on
I'm
a second.
dancing with the chick, and she's got this short hair, beautiful. I'm looking at my wife like, look at her, baby, because my wife was like that, and yeah, she would have went home with us. But I'm dancing with her, and I watch her eyes go. Chee-chee. I'm like, oh shit. And it was 2001. It was December of 2001 because I remember 9/11 had happened then, and I just turned around and I said, "We gotta go," to my wife, and she's like, "What happened?" And I said, "What's going on?" And I told her. She thought I was full of shit, of course, but yeah, I seen the eyes go do like the eyelid go sideways. But it's not the
Right.
eyelid, it's the pupil,
it could have-
the pupil area.
So
The reason I know that because I was looking at her and the black lights were behind me, but in her face. So that's how I seen it. Because if we were spun the other way, I would have never seen it probably. But I was
Okay,
looking
but-
right at her. And we were
but
doing this
we-
movie.
Right. So Phil, we need to take into consideration everything we see. We're seeing in our inner mind's eye vision, in our own PlayStation console projection. So what was inserted to you could have been to trip you out, to possibly get you from a good mood to a
I
thinking
made
mood.
I made more acid than fucking 10 hippies, dude. I know it was,
right.
it was real.
Basically, to shift you out of your mood of feeling good, to shift you in the analytical switch flip opposing field, where now you're not feeling anymore. Your
No,
tail
I
has
was about
been
ready to
flipped.
take a woman home with my wife, and that was good. It was that we were all good, and then she ruined it with her eyes.
Right. You've seen it, but the thing is, you've seen it in your own thought core, your digital data decoder translator in your own thought core. It's happening.
Well-
Everything we're seeing from day one when we're born, it's in our minds, our thought core projection that we
Well,
exist in.
that's an angle of it, but I'm thinking my mind was able to see what she did, not that my mind seen what she could do. Or I get what you're saying, though. I get it.
Let me give you an example. Okay, when I was activated, I went to the deep levels of what would be defined the augmented, virtual, scripted, interpreted reality. In a room where it wasn't too bright, my skin looked almost silver and gray. So I started
Yeah, you're
thinking, like,
fucking
what the
reptilian.
fuck? I'm like, what the fuck am I dead? And this illusory part of the augmented reality, the interpretation to my mind, I had tattoos, I have tattoos, but I had tattoos all over my body. And get this, even on my nails, underneath my nails were tattoos, and they were shifting. I knew it was the system. I was being informed about it, but I knew it was real to that stage of the illusion programming that I was seeing in my thought core, where it's being augmented. But I will define this. It was fucking cool, but I wouldn't want to go back there through the trials I went through. It was almost driving me to insanity what was being done to the augmentation, to my projection, the way I was seeing myself and others.
Well, I loved being in that mind of tripping. I love that realm because I see
Yep.
the reality of things and not the covering on it. And dude, I'm 57 years old. I'm just a guess. I've probably eaten a couple thousand hits of LSD in my life. I
Right.
used to eat a lot of LSD, and I never thought I'd say this, but all that LSD finally paid off.
I've experimented
saying?
with maybe 7 doses of LSD, but we did lots of mushrooms in high school. But what I
Right.
agree
See, I
with
didn't
you,
do about shrooms.
that tripping state is the ultimate state. But I've seen some of my friends trip where they're in fear mode. That's a shitty place to be. That's the opposing reality. Okay, sure, tripping out, feeling good and being ecstasy. Yeah, I do agree. I'd want to stay there forever. But being in a fear state where you're being haunted and
Oh
persecuted
no,
and everybody's against you, like gang stalking, what a shitty place to be.
Here, let me take
I,
you to where I was.
I had one of those things. I had one of those guys. I was given a trip, an LSD trip, and guy said, "Oh, look, hey, bro, you can have it for free." I thought I felt like afterwards, I felt like a test case dummy, you know, because it was just I was basically locked up, holding my stomach. It was. I think it was just rat poison,
It had too much
basically.
strychnine in it. Is what it
No,
was.
no, you define holding your stomach. Yeah, part of the shift is
Strychnine.
the
That's strychnine.
part of the shift of the opposing field. The stomach shall be attacked severely. This is why I've labeled the opposing field the stomach possessions console virus scripting, the possessions and the demons, the Hell's Gates reality. So yeah,
Did
your
you-
stomach would get fucked up when you're being manipulated to the
See,
opposing
the
field.
next day, did your back really hurt?
There it is, and the back gets attacked.
Yeah, I mean,
Majorly.
the whole
Okay, that's
thing, I
strychnine.
felt like
That's
I'd been
strychnine.
run
I
over by a bloody a bus, and then the bugger had backed up to see if he got me, you know.
So, so Phil
Okay.
asked you, Dean, did your back feel manipulated where it's sore, really sore? Like maybe
The
it had a
next day,
spike?
did your back hurt? That's strychnine.
Yeah,
I-
yeah,
Do you guys know who Timothy Leary is?
yeah. I know. Yeah, I mean,
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
let me say
right
this.
into it. I was right into it.
Okay. Timothy Leary's nephew lived in Indianapolis. Okay. That's where
Okay.
I would go to get my shit. Check 25, the government shit. That's who. So I know a lot about the stuff. I've never made it. I've held the crystals with gloves on in my hands. I know the guy that would take the paper and have the ritual, the ceremony before every Grateful Dead show. He's my good buddy Pat. He would do a ceremony, and everybody would eat their trip right before the Grateful Dead show. 1986. This is how I was introduced to it.
Yeah.
Mary-
Sure, Phil, you held the crystals. Phil's a LSD Breaking Bad version.
No. The guy.
I'm bugging you.
He said he laughed and he said, "Hey, give that a lick." I was like, "Hell no!" He's like, "Put some gloves on." We went in there and he's like, "Give this a lick." I'm like, "Fuck no, I ain't giving a lick. You're nuts." But no, he's the guy's it's his nephew. They got the same last name. The shit's the same, but Timothy's better because Timothy does his every 7 years. That's the fire shit. But anyway, what I was getting at was the strychnine is what causes that stomach and back hurting. I'm not saying what you're saying isn't true about it being mental and controlling your stomach and back, but the strychnine, they put too much in it and they had to take it down some. The strychnine brings it back down to where it's
So let me ask you a question, Phil. Pure LSD has no buffers like that, right?
no, you couldn't take it. You can't take it.
You can't take it pure like a
No,
microdose.
It's too
No,
powerful.
really.
Yeah,
So they're all buffered.
yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Well,
100%.
that's interesting. That's real interesting there, Phil, because now, years ago, this is probably about, I would say 40 years ago now, I was working on a farm, and all the cows, there was we put them in this one paddock, and I had to go back and check them at lunchtime. It was already too late. They call them staggers. All the cows had staggers. Not all of them. Some of them had it worse. Some of them didn't. But the thing is, it was lysergic acid that came off of the top of paspalin plants.
Yep.
right? And it was in the seed, and it was just a little, obviously a fungus, isn't it? Right?
Yep.
And
You can put German rye bread in the refrigerator and put it in a black plastic bag, and you get the same thing. Just
yeah, so
don't open it.
that's what I'm trying to say is, so it's already in the seed. It must be in the seed, in the germ itself.
Yeah, and it's the fermentation of it. So yes, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I've never done the German rye bread stuff. I never even tried to attempt it because I was always at homes where there were children or
Hold on a
parents.
minute here. Hold on a minute here. So you're saying there's, if I'm correct, there's something in the bread that can be used for a
German
stimulant?
rye bread. Yes.
Yeah.
They make it, or is it a counterpart? Or
No, it's made like
it's actually
German
in
rye
the-
bread. Yeah,
it's
the
in the
mold that
rye
starts growing
itself.
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the mold that starts growing on it. The
The
ingredient.
rye itself. Yeah.
right?
Now I
Yeah,
found out, Bill, that Anthony, that people were given injections for bugger it. What was it? But anyway, Maureen's allergy. She's got an allergy against penicillin, right? But penicillin is a natural mold in most funguses, right?
Right.
It's part of the mold. So like it must be the because I mean I'm listening to this other guy about how he says mold is not bad for us, right? He says mold is not bad for us. It's only injections that cause us to have allergies against things that make us allergic.
Okay.
Right.
Well, cancers are mold though. So yeah, it's the toxins they're giving us already go along with it that's making it.
Well, she had that shot when she was young, and she can't even really remember it.
Okay.
And just, I mean, I myself are realizing that they've been playing around with these vaccines for a lot longer than just the last 20 years, right?
Well, it doesn't take rocket science to make apparently when they're giving somebody an injection, they're giving them the injection of what to make them immune to, supposedly. So 1 + 1 adds up to 2. They're injecting people with a virus to make a counteracting counter-virus, supposedly. But in actual fact, what made sense is what you said, Dean. They're injecting people with the virus, and they're allergic to it because they get infected.
Yes, infected. Yes.
So that I don't take any shots. I don't give blood.
No, I don't either. But I think to myself, like, what do my parents allow, right? Because I mean,
a lot of people
allow lots of stuff into their children, and they don't know even what they're allowing, right?
Exactly.
Mm.
But the
And that's what Phil was talking about earlier, where you're saying that we need to be, and you said it too, we need to be responsible for ourselves. We cannot save anyone else. We can save ourselves. Of course, doctors save lives all the times and things like that, but we're talking about the spirit here, aren't we?
Correct.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Correct.
There's, to give you kind of like a preview of some of the heads up, or however you want me to put it, to let you know what I'm going to be releasing, like the thing with Archaics, Dean, the 2046 stuff. I've written things in my Bible at the time in 2017. I didn't know why I wrote it, and then gradually through time, I've been getting the reason that I wrote it in other people's work, and it matches perfectly with what. Remember the 2424?
I sent that to you, and it was in the Book of Revelations. I wrote 24 down and then 24 across, and didn't know why I wrote it. Then you sent me the thing for our cakes, and he says the 2046 event, and they was talking about a ferry leading the way out of here. He's thinking a ship, because this is when after the Phoenix event, this is basically time to go event. Okay, in 2046. Yeah. It's not a ferry. It's not a ferry to get on. It's a ferry that I'm already in contact with. It's a FERRY to FAE, not a FAIRY. So,
I got you.
Well, I wanted to share that with the guys and let them know what I'd be showing. The kind of shit.
So you were saying just earlier before your whole you got cut off. Something you must have hit the back button or something. But you were saying that you're going to have another live and that you're going to.
Yeah, next week. I'm going to alternate. I'm going to alternate my weeks. My Fridays, I'll do it at noon or 1 my time, which would be in Britain. It'd be 6 or 7 o'clock.
Well, what's it now? Your time?
I'm midnight.
Oh shit. Okay.
So I did this time for. Do what, Dean?
I thought you must have been late because it's bloody 4 o'clock here in the afternoon.
No, I did it 9 o'clock here is when I started them for you guys over there in New Zealand and Australia. That's why the whole reason I made it this time. But I need to make next week's 1 o'clock or noon for European and our English people across the pond.
Well, everybody gets yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Frame.
That's why, because a lot of people were coming to me and saying, "Hey, I can't do. It's 3 a.m. here, Phil." Like, I understand.
Is Dominic still in the comments, or did he bolt?
He probably left because he gets up early. He'll be up early tomorrow. He does a thing on spirituality at 10 o'clock on his channel.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's 6 people here, so he could be lurking.
He should come up. He should come up if he's on still. He's always got something interesting to contribute.
Yeah, he will if he's there.
If he wants to, right? Nobody can.
Sure, of course. Yeah, we ain't gonna twist nobody's arm. But yeah, you probably so somebody that says they're reptilian, you're probably one of the last ones that can say that here.
Yeah, I consider myself from the Draco Core, Draco Prime.
Cool. So I have a question for you. How does it go for people when they break their tailbone or they have problems with their tailbone? Are they able to ground properly?
If they have problems, would you say with their tailbone?
Yeah, well, I'll put it like that. I'll put it straight up. Maureen, in January the 23rd this year, Maureen had a fall and she smashed her the little bone off the top of her leg, the little bit that goes into your hip.
Right.
So she smashed that off. But not only that, the impact re-broke a break she had on her tailbone when she was young. Her father kicked her up the ass with a bloody pair of boots on and it snapped her tailbone.
What a dick move.
I'll clarify for you. It doesn't matter the break, okay? People need to be informed where they comprehend it's an energetic region that cannot be destroyed. It's always there. But be assured, when one starts becoming aware of fusing themselves to the root-based tailbone tail core, then manipulation factors start to kick in where they call it the system starts to shift them from the tailbone. shifts their energy from their tailbone. I call it getting their root-based tailbone tail core clipped, where they're just at the head and their dragon tail, root-based tailbone tail core is being clipped. Okay, the Ouroboros is speaking loud to everybody. Eat your fucking tail and stay fused to it, because it closes your CNS energetic system circuit. So it's very hard to manipulate you when the dragon is eating the tail. In a lot of diagrams of the Ouroboros, all of a sudden the person is inside the dragon eating its tail, and guess what? They usually have a lot of treasure. A better existence reality starts. Okay, so most people, or a lot of people, are walking around with their tails clipped. Okay, they're not rooted at their root base, tailbone, tail core that I call it, because they're not informed about it. When one is feeling good, they are at their tailbone, tail core. When one is having a hard time stabilizing, I'm feeling negative, I'm tired all the time, I'm not enjoying anything, their tail is clipped, they're not rooted at their tail. One's joy with everything they experience spawns from their energetic system being fused at their tail, their energetic system circuit being closed, properly calibrated. Then when one is eating their tail with the head, nobody leaves from their head. Okay, when one is eating their tail, then they are energetically feeling joyful because they're plugged into their energetic system. It's like they're plugged into their proper energy system being powered correctly, right? If one is unplugged from that, and then acceleration of age starts too, because they're not powered correctly. It's like a flower. Okay, one's head. Okay, I'm going to give you the flower analogy. One's head represents the flower of a flower that gets the nourishment from the sun. Now, one's head is the flower and the energetic solar link to the solar energies, the primary energy, not the food, the secondary. Now, when one is connected to their tail, aware, fused, it's like the flower getting the nourishment drawn from the solar energies. Now, one's tail is like the stem of the flower, and the root-based tailbone tail core. Now the flower has an energetic conduction system and it can thrive. Now what happens if I deroot a flower and leave it in the sun? The sun was nourishing it, but now it doesn't have no roots. The sun becomes the destroyer to one when they're not rooted. Okay, one's solar link is their proper energetic sustenance system.
I gotcha. Very good.
It's very simple. The flower analogy is as good as it gets. If you take the flower out of the roots on a midsummer day and put it on the cement, the flower is going to wither. It's going to be destroyed. The sun, when it was rooted, was giving it nourishing energy. Same with the human energetic cycling system. If one is not rooted, they shall be accelerated to what is defined the breaking of the vessel, age and decay, and not getting proper primary solar and lunar unified energetic fields, cycling it into their proper energetic system to their vessel.
That's awesome, right? Yeah.
So that probably clarifies it. And it doesn't matter if her tailbone got smashed, it's going to heal, or bones around there. It's the energetic region that's important, that can't be moved, but one needs to not be deceived and comprehend it's always there, how to connect to it. One connects to it with thought of intent. I'm always slightly torquing that region. The root-based tailbone tail core sort of goes through the reproductive organs in the lower region.
Yeah, it's part of your pelvic floor, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say some stuff that's going to be controversial to a lot of people. And next week I'm going to have Alma. Alma and I are going to do a live together next week on Friday. So
she's a good reader.
No, it's basically I went to her channel and she was doing tarot cards, and she's all doom and gloom, and like the people that see the earth, she's seen it the way it's going to be for them, not us. And she doesn't know that we're even here. She has no clue. So I told her today what was going on. And I told her how when you and I came to YouTube that I didn't want to be around church people. I didn't want to put myself in a box.
I know.
Right. But I explained all this to her, and she got it. And I started talking to her about stuff, and I told her that I'm not like you guys, but Yeah, Source made all of us, but Source didn't make all of our spirits, but the spirit and the spark was put in by Source. So technically, if the Source makes, let's say, I'm just going to use their terms, the Divine Mother Source creates the demiurge creates the Aboriginals. So in essence, the Aboriginals are Divine Source Mothers also. And she went ape shit on me for a minute until I explained myself. Because I said your people and my people, and like I didn't mean white and black. I meant my
Yeah.
spirit and your spirit. And I said, I said, I don't always say what I am thinking. Like I'm trying to put it out to where you cannot understand it. So sometimes I don't start off the exact proper way, maybe. So take that into consideration. Give me a little wiggle
You've
room.
always been like that, Phil. You've always been like that. Sometimes you to other people they think you're being
Facetious. A dick.
facetious.
Dickhead.
But they don't understand you. And I know sometimes you find it hard to put it into words.
I get it. I get it.
But
And it's not, you know me.
it's
though.
it's not anyone's fault, though. It's not anyone's fault.
No, I know
Right.
that. If it is, fuck you. No, I know what you're saying. It's just sometimes it's hard to. It's like I get a frustration moment where I have to try to explain something that's never been explained to anybody. It's like, how do I do this? It's more on myself than it is towards the individual I'm talking to. It's like, God damn, how do I do this? This is gonna be tough.
I think sometimes you should write it down because I think really writing it out in front of you.
Right, but that's you. Most of the time I don't have pencil and paper with me. It's like, it's times
Yeah.
where. So I got to be able to do it no matter how I do it. I got to be able to do it either way on the fly. It doesn't matter. I understand what you're saying about pencil and paper, but this is me and this is how I roll and this is the way I was made and I'm perfect
Yep.
for
Yep.
what my mission is. So
I know that.
It took me years to get this toothless fucking Hoosier Billy look. Perfect, So it's worked so far. I'm not going to go against what was made for me. So there's that too. So yeah, we've had a lot of good times. And to be honest,
But I
man,
mean, you, for a long time in your life, like you say before, when you were doing concrete and things like that, people didn't really understand you, but you actually were numerically connected then, right?
yes. So my language was in front of their face in divine happenings, and they just could not see it. If that's what you're talking about, is that what you're talking about?
That's why it's
like 23.
because many times you I mean, I got confused at the time because I didn't see it the same way, like
Yeah, it's hard to explain. It's nothing we've ever explained to anybody before. It's hard to put it to words or put it to a reasonable, rational mind to somebody you respect across from you. Like, I don't want to insult you and say it's this and you got to deal with it. No, that's not how I'm going to do that. But I'm going to say this is that until you keep seeing it in the pattern. You're going to think I'm crazy. And that's pretty much how it went with us. You started seeing the pattern I was seeing. And yeah. It's all right there. I didn't ask for this. I didn't write the Bible. I didn't ask for this. Apparently I did. I just don't remember doing it.
You must have asked for it, otherwise you wouldn't have got all the answers.
Right, but here we are. So, yeah, here we are, and that's what's happening. And I'm open to anybody. I'm not stuck to one thing at all. Anything that I believe to be the truth, or I know the truth,
believed to be the truth can be swayed, because I know it's a belief is not from source, mother, but I have things that I stand on, that I will stand on no matter what, because I know how she operates and what she's about and what she's shown me and what I haven't been shown. I don't get everything when I need it or when I want it. I get it when I need it. And to be honest, anybody that is in connection also, they will understand what I'm getting ready to say next. Master tactician, procrastinator to the ultimate extreme, but not a procrastinator in her time, but in earthly time, it's procrastination. Like you think it's not gonna, like the quiet title thing. I had till 4:30 to file it, but I ended up filing. This was wrong. This is wrong. The lady that did she did the notarizing for it. She did titles, so she wanted everything to be perfect. And when I copied it, I had 2 lines go together, and it wasn't perfect, which threw me behind. Which ended up working out because I got the thing filed at 3:45, and then I didn't know it at the time. 3:45 is Pythagorean theorem. 345 checker square, which means in all spells, if you can put 345 in the spell, it doubles the strength of the spell. Like the Solomon building at 9/11, Solomon is the Freemason Solomon building. It has 47 floors. The 47th Euclid in Freemasonry is Pythagorean theorem checker square. They put the Pythagorean theorem 345 in their spell.
Right.
Which I knew that before, but I didn't realize it was in mine until after I did it and the lady stamped it. And I'm like, oh fuck, look at this, 345. And in the same paper, that same filing, London sent me this church that was Kanye West. It had a church and it said 22222, 22222. But it had 4 windows on it, and 3 of the windows had flames coming out of it. So that made that 12. That window that didn't have the flames makes this 22222, 122222. Guess which day I filed this? 12/22/22. And he sent me that weeks, maybe a month before I didn't even know I was going to file a quiet title when London sent it to me. It was when we were doing live streams together, like the first 5, 6, 7 shows of his that we were doing together. Like when I met No, I didn't know I was doing it. So why would I have it? And why would it be that date?
Yeah.
I'll show all this stuff. Dean, you've seen it. You know what I'm talking about. It's just too much. If you're saying people say it's coincidence, no, it goes beyond. It goes way, 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 way beyond coincidence. Like stupidly matching numbers. And get this, Dean. 9/23 is not No's birthday, and 2/8 is Into Grooves. His born date is 2/8/88.
Whoa.
You know, yeah. And then the day I went to jail is No's birthday, and the day I got out is the year of Into Grooves. So both people, I was telling this story and trying to explain the dates to them, and why I see 23, 32, and all the numbers I see ends up being their birthdays. I was like, there you go. There's the confirmation. You guys understand now. I can shut up. And that's the way this whole thing's going to go. It's always went this way. It's how it's going to continue to go, and there's no stopping it. We own it now. We own the train. We own the Merry Pranksters LSD bus.
Yeah, well,
I was going to ask you about something you mentioned earlier.
What's
When
that?
you mentioned about the ferry. Would you want to expand on that? If you want.
No, yeah, absolutely I can. She's gonna, because our memories are gone or wiped or whatever. She's protecting. She's with me around all the time. You weren't in here yet, but when I would think of her, she would show up, or I'd talk about her, she'd show up, but she'd always have 2 other fairies with her. Now, if I didn't think about her and she was there, she was always by herself. And I really never put that together until, well, actually, when I was in prison, I thought of it, but I just remembered it, thought about it here a few weeks ago. And because I was showing somebody the video, and those 2 come out from the right, they come out. Here, I'll put the video in the chat. So I was going to do that earlier, but these other 2 came out from the right and went behind her and took off to the left, and she stayed right there. You've seen the video thing, ain't you? You've seen it.
Yeah, you showed me it.
Yeah, you've seen it.
When you're saying fairy, okay, refresh me myself with the video.
Elemental fae is what they are.
Was it the lights? The lights you showed me? Was it the lights like spears?
No. Those are spirit orbs.
Oh, you did show me it. I remember.
She was above my truck and she started fluttering when I come out. She got all excited and shit. And all I'm doing is walking around. She's at my truck, right above the roof of my truck. And I go out and to try to get her to see, she come down, touch me, whatever. Whatever I could catch on camera. I didn't give a shit. I was on the phone with my buddy Kyle, and he's watching it real time. And because I was on, what was I on? I was on Facebook. Messenger.
And
FaceTime.
you showed me the video, and I got Maureen to watch it with me.
Yeah, though, that was right. I showed it to you that next morning or that night or something. Yeah, I showed it to you immediately. Because it was the best photos. I'd had her up against the camera where her feet are hitting the camera, or I had her go by real fast or things like that. But I never got her full body, her whole form until I moved to Florida.
Yeah.
So do you converse subliminally, like, telepathically with her, or do you get information when she's around?
No, it's not information. Well, it could be. I do get. I call it the knowledge of knowing. Things just come into my head.
Yeah, well, you're obviously getting digital information transfers.
Yeah, transfers. That's what I do.
Something. I don't. Here's what I'm about. When I started this journey, I had people saying, I need to do this, I need to do that. My mother-in-law got touched by the Holy Ghost, because I was around a bunch of Christians. I said, hold the fuck up. Just chill out. I'm going to do this.
Have you had anything to do with Toltec shamanism?
No, nothing. I've had no touch with anything except the one who gives it to me. That's it. Anything here is corrupt. Everything here is corrupt. I didn't want any corruption in my connection. So
right. Maybe
if I'm getting it, I've already getting it. I don't need to go seek elsewhere to get better or get more. I'm already getting it. So what do I need to fix?
No, but I just wondered if any time in the past you actually had anything to do with that. Right?
No, well, it might be like from my past lives, maybe something like that. But
the only reason I brought it up is that I've heard people talking about how they practice some sort of is it shamanic techniques?
Here, I'll say this, Dean. All the things that they're doing, all their astral traveling, and I'm not saying that it's not legit, it's not real. I'm saying it's not legit for Phil, and it's not really for Phil.
No, yeah, okay. I'm just trying to separate a few things, because I've heard people talk about how they have bear spirits or wolf spirit or a protective animal, right?
Okay, elementals. I've shown you
I was
Whether
only
you
saying
remember-
that. I was only saying that because in the instance of the fairy with you, some people have connections to bears. Some people have connections to owls, right?
Okay, well let me say this.
Okay, I'll just leave.
It's not a physical form fairy fae. I have video of those also. They're mischievous. They're little tricksters. You ever somebody lose their keys?
Yes, now this is
That's that fae, huh?
that's what I wanted to get to because as a child, I would dream this constant dream. It was always there, and it was always this big animal trying to rake me out of the back of a cave.
Okay.
And I haven't had that in a long time, but I did have it once when I was talking to you. I think I even told you about it.
Okay. My fairy, the elemental fairy,
since then I haven't had one.
huh?
It's like, and since that last time, I haven't had a single dream about it. It's like it's gone.
Well,
It's like it's left me.
okay. My fairy chases that physical form fairy away from me. She doesn't
Okay.
allow it to be around because it's not elemental. It's not of us. It's obviously
No.
not. This way it's supposed to be around me. And so I've seen her chase. Now on the camera, it looks like a dark shadow and a light going across the camera. But I've got video of it at Jason's where she's chasing this entity around the backyard, back by the concrete deck, and all that, chasing in their yard, just chasing it like right 4, 5, 6 feet behind it the whole time, and eventually it leaves. I've had the most I've had the fairies at the house at Jason's is probably the most I ever had, and there's 5 or 6 of them in the yard. Just they're making maneuvers like they're attacking something, but I can't see what they're going after. It's not picking up on the camera, but I know that the way they're moving, that's what they're doing. Because they'll fly in towards the house and then do a big swooping up to the. Let's see, that'd be like your 1 o'clock, and then boom, down real fast, like they're jumping on something. You know, like a falcon would do, or an eagle would do. But they're making maneuvers, so moving around so much and so fast and so tight. It's like, damn, what's out there? What's going on? But yeah, I don't worry about that shit. I'm trying to describe it to you. But yeah, there's things here that aren't us, like the apparitions. The apparitions that are here, this will tie in. I need to remember this with Alma. The people that aren't sources, you see spirit orbs, but Sink thought I was talking about. I've had, my Lord, 10,000 spirit orbs in the view of the camera. And I can talk to them. Dean's seen it. I can talk to them, communicate with them, and they'll move. I can say up, down, left, right, go around, and they're hearing me, and they're doing it. I think those are our people, our kind, and the apparitions that aren't in an orb, in an electrical spirit orb, are what is from this world, because they only manifest into what they know that they were, which is the body, full apparition body of
I
them.
see it as like we are many variations of source. Therefore, there are many variations of Lucifer, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is these people have passed on, but they're still in a spirit form. We know ourselves as energy. So
Yes.
we would go into a spirit orb of energy. They only know themselves as the body that they were when they were alive.
Yeah, they got the old memory and they haven't lost. They
So
haven't
they,
left.
right.
Haven't
So
left
they
anything.
manifest is that apparition of that body that they knew they were. That's the difference between the spirits.
That's what I call ghosts. You know,
Right.
that's
Ability,
the closest I can do it. Yeah.
that's the best. That's what I worked out. I did it for like 4 years, hardcore. I don't even see him anymore. I used to see him all the time. I used to see shit all. I don't see stuff anymore because it doesn't. It has no effect on me. It doesn't. It,
It's a bit like that movie. I see dead people, right?
right. But if those people didn't affect him and he needed to avoid them and move around them in this realm, he wouldn't see him. I don't see him anymore. I just move. I don't have to move around them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They don't have any effect on me. I used to get a buzzing in my right ear when the spirit would be around, and I'd start taking pictures, and I'd catch it. I'd catch what it was. I don't even have to do that anymore. I've had stars come out of the sky, and then right over my buddy Jason's house. We're standing in the backyard, and I got pictures of literal stars that come out from up there and come to treetop level. I got it. Everything. I got 23,000 pictures and videos. Everything I say, I either got it witnessed in video, film, or personal witness. So I got the receipts. It's just gonna be hard to hear some of the shit I'm gonna show and say. And the spirit will give synchronicity to everybody. Everybody who's with me, just act tonight. Go home when you lay down. Be like, "Is Phil real? Is he really Phil McReal? Is he telling the fucking truth?" You'll get the answer.
I'm still with you. Just give me a second here. I'm just doing something.
No, you're good. You're good. That's
You
what I
know,
tell people. Just
I actually felt like you came through to me when I woke up. You know, because I've been a bit bloody hungover earlier today. But I decided I'll go online because I had this. It just came in. I remember when Phil's father had that bloody bad foot, and he was having relations with a woman who'd had the jab, and he died. And you know that came into my head this morning, and then I decided, I wasn't going to turn the bloody internet on, but I did, and I didn't acknowledge anything in there. I just opened straight up YouTube, and there you were live.
there you go. So I've had like 4 synchronicities with everybody in the audience. Even though there's like 3 or 4 people here, I had a synchronicity with almost every one of them. Jared, did we have one together? What was our interview and not know? Jared's already, he sees it. He already knows what's up.
Did you ask something towards me just now?
Did I what?
Did you say something about synchronicities towards myself? Like if we had them?
Yeah, well, you and I get them too. I mean, I'll say something, and we get our little synchronicities. Or
Yeah, when
also,
we're
like
having
that video I sent you. You might have needed that or something. I don't know. I just like. Do you know this? Anybody like this? I was being sarcastic because I know somebody like that.
No, nobody's maintained communications like we have periodic communications, and we have had it for many years, right? Most people that I've met drop off and take their own paths. They're not on the path I'm on or the path you're on for similarity compatibility, right? So that's expected anyways. Somebody's going to take their path sooner or later, whether they're going to stay in a close circle type of communicative relationship and maybe in the future participate in different metaverses, our own, of course, is another story, right?
Yeah, I
Some
said
people.
this. I said there's going to be those who we thought were that will not be, and there's those that we think will never be. They will. They are. They will be with us. So it's going to happen.
Right.
And it's not for everybody. You're gonna be like, Phil, you're fucking stupid. Bye.
No, you're bang on.
Like, yeah, that makes a lot of fucking sense. Plus, this number, that thing you said, happens all the time. So yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Might have a really good my don't give a fuck what people think and feel is really like strong.
Right. And what I've realized is this perceived Earth experience is just one matrix of existence, right?
That's
So in
really
the dream state, when I go to sleep, rest, I call overnight rest. I don't call sleep sleep. I had a travel into another matrix, and I appeared somewhere and looked like a trailer or something. But as soon as I arrived there, I knew this person, and he's like, "Glad you're back." See, we have close circle friends in other coordinates channel matrices, even our own that synchronizes to that. So that was one travel I had. I had another travel. We had some friends who were just looking for. We were going somewhere. It was a nice hot sunny day, and those are close circle friends too. Okay, so we have other close circles, brothers and sisters in other matrices that do know us, and they're waiting for us to return to participate once we start getting access in future progressions. I call them marks, regions where we can access other matrices.
Here's the thing I know about you. You're good, we're good, but you're not gonna get the same thing that not knowing Jared and Dean and I get with each other because we're not reptilian. We're just not. And you are. So you're gonna have different little we're gonna say and do some things that don't jive with you, but it's the end result that matters and
Right, right. But at the end, everybody realizes, and this is the end because I've
Right.
seen into the future. Source's core is also known as the dragon core. It's also known in Greek the Draco core. Okay, and Greek money in the past was called drachmes. Draco was integrated that. So ancient Greek, my background is Greek, Central Greece, was also known as ancient Phoenician. The Egyptians weren't Egyptian, they were actually ancient Greeks, and ancient Greeks had a lot to do with the architecture of the structure of a lot of Egypt and Acropolis too on the mountain. So eventually everybody realizes they are draconian based because Source's core is also known as the dragon core of all existence. So either way, we're all brothers and sisters. It's all good.
right. See now spirit give it to me, everything in hillbilly language. So I'm just saying if you can speak
Right,
hillbilly, you're good.
And what you said, Phil, is correct. We're not all going to take the same paths, even though we're all created from one primary creator, designer, maker, our souls and surgeons, they're our vessels. We're still going to take our own paths, and our preference of who we're going to hang around with and make, and eventually have close circle friends is going to vary from others' interests. Okay, just because we're all made from the same creator doesn't define we're all going to be hanging around and being tight circles. No, close circles are determined from compatibility and development and choices to continue on participation, right, with each other. So what you're saying is bang on, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it'd be boring if we were all the same. We'd be like
Yeah,
bored.
you got that right. It'd be boring. Yeah, but to be compatible, to have compatibility to a unique development is the uniqueness to the closed circle I'm defining. So in actual fact, it's good to be compatible, but like you defined, everybody's different the way they develop themselves, character, personality, etc.
Right. And some of the things that, like I said earlier, there's people have information that goes along with what I'm looking for, and I don't really. People don't need to say nothing to them. We got it already. We don't need nothing else from them. Everything is by design. He don't even need. He's giving it, but he thinks it's something, and I know what it is for me, and we both could be right. But he's that Norse spirit. He's like a Viking in his mind type shit. I'm not nothing here. Nothing here is mine. It's of the world. I'm beyond this place, and yeah, it makes it tough sometimes.
So it is like this. It's like this, Phil. It is yours, but it's not yours, but it is yours.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You're right. Yeah.
It's exactly how it is, Phil. It's exactly how it is.
Jared wants to know, can you define the Draco Prime. Like you're from the Draco Prime. What do you?
Draco Prime is the core that we are currently in, the core of existence we could never leave. In the core of existence, everybody has their sectors established, their own thought core projection that I call their own sector copy projection. Thought core, when I say a copy, it's a perfect replica copy. It's as good as it gets. It's Source's creation, what we are. Because Source holds our origins of our design in Source's core where nobody accesses. So we're in Source's core, but not Source's core. Source's house and Source's house, but the Draco Prime core that everything exists in is where we exist in the dragon. The Draco, that's Greek. Draco, D-R-A-H-O. So some people call it whatever they call it. I just call it for what it is, the dragon. So what is the dragon? It's the chaos of light and darkness, the chaos of energy that keeps existence moving and turning and functional. So yeah, we're in the core. So if somebody calls the core the luminary core, same thing as the Draco core. Somebody calls it I'm in the paradise, wherever they want to be, or in hell. It's all happening in the core, Source's core, where we are experiencing this simulation process for self-correction, self-development. And when one realizes we're home, there's nowhere to go. We just continue on navigating into the future, and we arrive exactly here where we are in completion to the simulation process. How do I know it's a simulation? I had an astral travel. I finished it. Okay, my pod came down. It was on Mars. I was made aware it's on Mars, but that's not where I'm exiting my simulation now. See, being aware of how it ended, I get to change the variables now that I'm aware to where I want to end, basically exit the projection. I'm exiting it in my own sector projection metaverse. That's where I decided first. Then I'm going to navigate, look up old friends, of course, telepathically, connect with them, visit their sectors, they'll visit mine, then we'll go visit other ones. So we are here, we are home, we are in the core. So when my simulation ended, the pod came down through this pole. It was like I would say about a 10-foot pod by 3.5 to 4 feet wide. As it was coming close to the ground, it wound down like a Christmas tree, spiraling from a tight spiral atop and going down, almost like a ride at an amusement park. When it came down to about maybe I'd say 3 meters from the ground, I started to get total memory recall, and I could see through the pod. I could see all the structures. Where this was, it was like sort of on a plateau, ravine, sort of a mountainous terrain, but dry, no green. So once the pod landed, it opened up, and this well-dressed person, humanoid, human-looking person, a good-looking guy, not dressed in a suit like Men in Black. He was just dressed well. He greeted myself, and he basically stated, "Congratulations, you just finished a 6-year simulation, and you scored the highest." So part of myself, knowing the information I know, I performed really well in the simulation matrix. I put my efforts into doing my work and learning what this matrix is and integrating whatever was given to myself as what needs to be done. So at the end, basically, one just saves themselves and gets themselves completed in their simulation, and then they carry on in their core and go to other matrices. So this is like a simulation experience, but with that simulation, it's a type of simulation that where we didn't need self-developing, but part of the simulation is we went into it to rediscover ourselves once again. It's like something maybe we did. It's like maybe something we did because we already knew everything. It would be cool just to forget everything and come back to where we are. But the thing is, maybe it was a manipulation too, that we're suckered into this matrix. But I know this for sure. I will never participate in any kind of matrix like this again, to be reset and have to find your way through this all again. Who would want to do it again? And before we go to other matrices, metaverses, we get all the details, and we shall never, when we complete this simulation process to our lot, we will get all the information before entering other metaverses sectors. And by all means, I'm never entering one that has anything to do with what is defined I shall be manipulated. That doesn't define I won't enter other matrices where there is manipulations, because I've developed myself here where I know all the manipulations of what would be defined the core devil anti-version of source manipulation. So now I can safely navigate in other matrices where other people would get lost, virus infected, and what is defined get doubled to their double anti-copy, and really have a fuckery of a process experience to events. So I hope that clarifies what was asked on the comments, or more or less should clarify it.
And I hope you don't need an interpretation from Phil for that, but I'll give it if I have to.
It's all good.
I'm
Right, it's all good. So the core is, call it whatever you want, but it is known by many as Draco Prime, Source's core, the core existence where all existence exists. So names aren't important. It's just comprehending the system process that we are in and where we are from and where our home is. We're in our core right now experiencing this. We are home.
There you go. You got it. What he said.
Let me see.
That part, Jared. That part.
So yeah, I want to bring this back, Phil. When you said stars came down, yeah, I vouch for that 100%. I had a star encounter too when I went near off grid here to the cranberry irrigation farms where I live close to, and yeah, I can vouch for that. They're not stars. They're types of entities. They're not stars. They're
Right. So how do you? I mean, this is where I like when we first met. These would be the things that I'd be like, well, how the fuck did he go to Mars if Mars is an entity?
exactly. Another sector matrix is somebody else's projection thought core. Yes, entities. Every sector is an entity. Every metaverse is a design construct from somebody. Every matrix that I call sectors, quadrants that we're going to be going to in the future, definitely. Even my own, they are entities because when somebody arrives, they arrive to my design thought core projection. They don't enter it though. They come with their own PlayStation console thought core, plug in and participate. Get it? It's quite simple.
Yeah, I get it. That's how I'm just telling you what I used to how I used to think. You know, like
Right.
This is why. Yeah. I started catching on to you at there. We Are Awake. You know,
You caught on from the beginning. You just had your lingo angle of analogy. You were always bang on, and this is why me and you didn't butt heads while everybody else was banging their heads and catching to anti-fire on the panels.
Right. And I'd even said that you and I'd be talking later, and the world be going in chaos, and you and I'd just still be talking.
Yeah, and you say that means Sing will be chilling while you're all doing whatever. I remember that you stating that, and I still remember to this day. For sure, we're going to be experiencing each other's company in some metaverse matrix, or even this one in the future, right? Because, like I defined,
about shit.
Most likely we do not just know each other from here, Phil and Dean, because to be in this situation here, conversing after many years, there's a reason why we keep getting together periodically or less periodically. We keep getting together.
Well, I got a story about that happened yesterday. If you want to hear it.
Sure, that's what I'm here for, man.
All right. So I was over at Salama's. I'll go over there. She does tarot card readings. You know who Salama is? Denise Jordan. Singh, do you know who I'm talking about?
Sounds familiar. I probably do.
Everybody else knows her. So she does tarot card readings. Well, I'll go over there. She calls me and I call her. We're internet husband and wife. Okay. And I'll tease her, like, she'll show up to a place I'm at already. I'll be like, why are you fucking stalking me for? I left the house, leave me alone. Just shit like that, joking around, a little fun, things like that. So I'm there yesterday, and this lady, all the ladies know me now. I'll go over there, and they'll be like, I feel, because it's been like a few months since she's been doing this. So they all know who I am. Well, this lady she goes by Vibing Life or Vanilla. She has 2 channels. So she's Vibing Life, and she's talking about her man that she asked Alma a question about. And for some reason, Alma goes way deep with her, and she's got her mom, she's got the man's mother in the astral world has sent somebody, or she's there herself, defending her actions and telling everybody basically to stay the fuck out of their business. It's not their business. Well, this man is. I got all this time. I don't do this shit. I just don't. And if I do, I don't say nothing. I got from this lady, or from talking to this lady, all of a sudden I get he's gonna tell his mom, like I was in touch with him. He's telling his mom this time, stay out of it. I love this woman. Don't ruin this one for me like you had the rest. Because his mom goes in Cox block because she wants his energy. She wants his attention. That's how they've been for years. Well, now he's liking this lady that we were communicating with. So I'm in my mind, my energy is tied with Alma's, and we're both not battling, but like giving this lady a spiritual walk for her. Like, this is the way it's going to be. He's going to tell you this. Fucking deal with it in roundabout terms. That's what happened. Okay, so I'm talking with Lapis Blue like 4 or 5 hours later, and I get these tarot readers that just pop up on my feed that I'm not subscribed to them. I have nothing to do with them, but they pop up, and something tells me to click it. And I'll just say it right now. Yes, they are all my types. I'm attracted to them. They're like, I'm clicking for a reason. Like, what's this lady got to say in my mind? But really, I'm doing it for a deeper purpose. I just, at the time, don't realize it. This lady started telling me, I had the first 3 things she said, boom, 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 were the first 2 things I did when I woke up that morning and thought, and the next one was the first thing I did with Soama. So I have me coming up in the day and interacting with Soama and her people, synchronicities. But I'm talking to Lori via Facebook Messenger. So it goes on, and I'm like, oh shit, holy shit. So I'd take the little 30-second clip, and I would record it, and I'd send it to Lori. And she laughed, like, you and your tarot girls, like, laughing, like, she didn't say that, but I know the vibe. That was the vibe. Like, and then I did it 3 or 4 more times, and I sent her one, and she messaged back, doesn't Alma call you her internet husband? And I said, yeah, why? Like, what's, and then it hit me. She told me why. She's like, well, I think you guys have a past life. You guys have known each other in past lives, like you were together in past lives.
Right, other matrix factions, yeah.
Right. But here's the thing with her and I, this is what I got. Her and I, like last time we were together, I was black and she was white. Now I'm white and she's black. Like every time we were together, there was something that was preventing us from being together. Now I even asked my pendulum. We'd been romantic and intimate with each other, but we never come together and built anything. And yeah, this lady was spot on. Like 20, 30 minutes of this shit. Tell me exactly, because I wasn't even thinking about Soama. I mean, I just wasn't. And then Lori's like, this, oh yeah, damn, they hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, holy shit. Wow, that's nuts. Okay. So I'm not going to tell Soama on her live. Today, I go over to her live, and this lady says, the one that we helped, and the dude ended up doing everything that I said, and everything that Soama told her was going to happen for her. And she's like, I want to thank you guys. Da-da-da-da. And I'm like, that's cool. I'm glad. That's not my thing. I'm not like that. I say that for us. That shit is not for anybody else. It's for us. If I do use it. But I'm not trying to intentionally use it. I can't always use it. It's not a command thing. It's a thing that happens when it needs to happen. So I go over there today and she's telling us the story, and then I'm like, well, since you said this, it didn't stop there. Look what happened after I left. And I told her about it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's very, I'll just put it this way. It's been a fucking heller spiritual day for old Phil, and I'm tired. So, there it is. That's the story. Pretty nutty shit, huh?
Interesting.
Very interesting. So it's like, that's why you want me so long, because you had me before.
There you go.
I said, I don't blame you. I can't be mad at you. I am irresistible. She's like, Phil, you have to talk, Dean. But,
Yeah.
yeah. That's hilarious. But Lapis, her and I have synchronicity all the fucking time. I've messaged her about something like being a smart ass. What are you doing? Get out of bed, or just using that as an example. And she's like, or no, don't do that. I'll say, don't do that, or don't turn that way. Just fucking around with her. She's like, I was about to turn that way, or it's that kind of shit. But it's just me fucking around, But apparently it's not. Like you said earlier, it is, but it ain't.
That's very interesting.
It's cool once you know that it's there and that's the way things really truly operate. It's very cool. It's just a lot of people aren't aware, and even some of our own people. I know that I've done things or sent things or said things to people that are our people, and they've just not said it because it's not, it's coincidental. It just happened. Nothing's coincidental. Nothing just happened. Everything by design, even our mistakes. Period. Nobody can tell me any different.
What you're saying by design is bang on. Okay.
Yeah, even our fuck up.
So what we're represented with is thought variables that's already given by source. And when we engage in a thought variable, it attracts the experience of events. It gives invites out to similar compatible people. So in actual fact, nothing is by mistake. What we are focusing on with our thoughts, we are actually sending out invites to other participants of existence in this matrix and other matrices in the future. And I'm very aware of this because eventually one has to develop where the only people that are compatible people invites are given to. Somebody needs to be developed.
I had trouble. I had trouble earlier. I was fucking up left and right, doing silly, dumb shit, kicking myself off. The phones together were doing shit. Yeah, that's by design to kick the people out of here that get frustrated real easy with that because they're not our people. Get the fuck out. That's how I see everything. Everything is by design. Yeah.
It is 100% by design.
And none of our shit people worry about, I don't see this or don't do that, or I put fake tape over my camera, which I've done too. Don't get me, but it's not necessary. We're unfucking touchable here.
Yeah, we are untouchable.
Yeah, nobody can do shit to us. Nothing affects us. All the shit that they say, like that, what's that heavy set woman? She talks about the nanotechnology and what they're doing, and she's not wrong, but what she's saying doesn't affect me because I'm beyond the fucking. And she's even said that, like, there are people out there that this does not affect because their minds are so strong and their body and their will doesn't allow it to. But she's not. A lot of things she's not putting in proper context, but she's got the right idea of what's going on.
Right. And what people call nanotechnology is a molecule construct that one already has. You see, my whole vessel, I know, is constructed of nanotechnology that I perceive it as simply my molecules that are like builders, programmers, reprogrammers, and extension of my thought core where I can program my molecules using nanotechnology to construct whatever is possible eventually. So what you're
Yes.
saying, yeah, it's just we're not affected by it because I know I can't be affected by my own projection molecule construct. I control it exactly to my thought of intent, how I'm modulating it and adjusting it.
Yeah, mine's made of shit. I'm full of shit. So I'm a floater. I don't dissolve. I float, and that's just what I'm like. Mr. Hankey's one of us. You don't know
So
who
what,
Mr. Hankey is, do you,
right?
Nick?
So what I wanted to add to the previous conversation with Brian, it's all by design. It is. And when we
Yeah.
arrive to a certain developed stage, the only people that can approach us are people who are developed enough to approach ourselves where they welcome and invite themselves. Where if somebody's not developed the compatibility, then they won't be able to approach. But then once again, just because you hit it off with somebody, it doesn't mean they're gonna not flip, leave eventually, take a different path. That's a potential too. Okay, so compatibility development, beings approach ourselves where I'm developed now. No evil person is going to walk up to myself and start shit. They just can't. And plus, with that, there is a security when one is developed, comprehending how the mark of the beast works as a policing system. The evil eye is open the beast. The European eye that wards off evil. It's not a necklace around neck and Steve. Like, no, the evil eye that is the mark of the beast. When they become developed, it's Hell's Gates, the demons that are policing, keeping in, not allowing evil to approach you because you're beyond that stage of being bothered by simple baby possessions of, enticement, etc., where their own mark of the beast quarantines them and does not allow them to approach you because the mark of the beast communicates with everybody's mark of the beast policing system, where they can't approach you because the mark of the beast is also displaying your development and your invite qualifications, where somebody doesn't need to be welcomed by you, they invite and welcome themselves. Have you ever wondered why some people just never hang around? There was one person just like they're bitter and have something against you. It's like they can't approach you because they're holding evil. They're not allowed. The beast is not allowed their own process rejection to approach you because of incompatibility. So everybody continues to be born with the mark of the beast of their luminary projection faction to their existence projections. So when one is developed, they comprehend the demons, the mark of the beast is one's regulatory system, where not to themselves, when I'm developed, my own health system doesn't discipline and sentence myself. But if somebody is having an evil thought towards me, it will never spawn an action because they're being policed in their own thoughts, or quarantined, put in a containment field where they can't approach you. They're simply put, they're not allowed to approach you because you're not on their level no more. You're basically developed, and you have one has a complete comprehension of how the system functions. It's totally secure. When one's developed, no incompatible person shall approach. Sure, I can approach somebody if I have interest, but the thing is, I'll have my review in a few minutes of speaking with somebody. Eye movement, gestures, energetic readings, and then I just know, compatibility with somebody, there is compatible information to discuss. Now, when I meet somebody, it goes pretty good, and then I go blank. That source telling myself, hey, it's time to leave. There's no more compatible platform for you to communicate. And source is like telling myself, no, I'm not giving you any more information to speak with this person because that's why your mind's blank. Leave. It's time to separate, take your path, let them take their own paths. So in the past, when I met somebody, I'd have pretty good conversation at the beginning. Then I'd go totally blank and I'd feel like I'm getting memory recall interference. I'm like, I thought in the past, what the fuck is wrong with me? Why can't I talk to certain people? Nothing arrives. And certain people, I can talk for hours. Well, that's compatibility notification from source. When one goes blank, it's time to leave.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes it, at first, it's very difficult, very hard to wrap your mind around. Yep, it sure is. Hey, like that woman where you work out, did you guys ever talk again? Or is that another lost cause type thing? Speaking of.
Remember
you
the
repeat
woman
that?
you were talking to at the workout place at your gym? Did she end up? You guys end up?
Oh,
Like,
she ended up, yeah, turning on me. Yeah, oh no, I don't talk to her
yeah.
no more. And
Okay. Well,
she doesn't approach me. I've already decided it's the development levels have been set. Now, if she's developed and she comes correct and straight, she's going to come to myself. I left the ball in her court. So I didn't brush her off and get a resentment. It's like I left the ball in her court because she flipped on myself. She flipped on myself and tried to get just do things
yeah.
against myself where it wasn't true. So I left it completely like that. I see her, we cross paths, and she wants me to talk to her. But the thing is, when she's developed, if she ever gets developed and she qualifies herself to welcome and invite herself to come up to myself and say hi, I'm more than willing to pick off where we left off, like nothing ever happened. But you see, I'm not going to go there and patch what needs to be patched. They need to get developed and come correct, or they don't come at all anymore. Okay, that's the way it works.
Good on you for
Right.
Sam. Good on you. Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty much. Sums it up. I was just curious because at the time it was still in the air. You know what would happen. That's why I asked. So yeah, pretty much what we were talking about.
It's all cool.
People
I
don't
have
get
no
it.
resentment. I just know they need to
Yeah, yeah,
go through
yeah. I know.
their develop. They need to go through their development stages, and if they come developed, they qualify, and then we pick up where we left off from, like nothing ever happened. Okay, but the thing
Yeah.
is,
Yeah.
in the past, when things would end up like this, and we wouldn't talk with either male friends or female friends, I'd be the one sort of wanting to patch it up, but I didn't comprehend. It's not for me to patch it up because even if I tried, it does not define that they're developed that anything will work out. So I learned to kick back now from things that were pretty cool to participate on, but I still have some pretty cool things to participate in with friends. So I learned to kick back and let people go and develop themselves. And if they want to develop and participate in my reality to experience of events with each other's reality, then they need to be developed and come correct and qualified. Then they can approach myself. Let me restate that again. Then they are allowed to approach myself because their security, what is defined their disciplining and sentencing from Hell's Gates, isn't in effect. So if somebody's has made bad blood, they're not going to want to approach myself because they're going to have that development stage of that possession where they're feeling kind of guilty of what they did. They don't feel right in my presence. And be assured, people's body language is a telltale sign. When I ended this communicative relationship with her, she looked guilty as fuck sometimes. And I didn't go to myself, oh yeah, look at her. She's in guilt now. I was like, well, that's her own development. She's got to get through it and develop herself and get over that and comprehend what she did by doing genuine work and coming correct. When she's correct with herself, has respect for herself, she can come correct to myself and have respect for myself. Then we continue on like nothing ever happened because that event that transpired, I comprehend, was her self-development. So I'm letting her develop. Whether she comes back again to participate or not, it's cool either way.
Right.
She may get developed and take a different route path where she's like, it was cool. We chat, we were cool, we shot the shit, but now I'm on my own path, and doesn't mean she can't come to me. She's not coming to me no more because she's not developed. She may be developed and decided to take a different route and path and say, I'm moving on. That was cool, but I don't want participation of experience events, even though I feel good about the situation, what happened now. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. I didn't mean to get all that, but I was just. Dean, did you see the cat?
No, I didn't see the picture.
Oh, here she is.
Yeah.
You got a cat, Phil?
Yeah, yeah. No, the cat got me.
The cat is cursed.
Yeah.
It looks like a lion, man.
Yeah, it does.
Let's see the cat again, Phil. What kind of cat is that, man? I didn't see it clearly. Hold on here. I'm going to look at it from my tablet now. If it can go on. All right.
Got a nice color about it.
Sally. She must be looking at something underneath the chair.
Okay, now I see her. Okay, I was seeing only her midsection. I'm like, that's a weird looking head. It looks really hairy.
Right? Yeah, I got a lion, tiger.
That's
Yeah.
hilarious. On that
Yeah.
pattern, on that pattern near her belly where it stated I was looking, it almost looks like some kind of demon alien head. It looks like Christopher from District 9.
Yeah, she's a really, like I said, the only reason she's mine now is, or I'm hers, because she can open the screen door by herself.
There you go. So, what, you adopted this cat?
Well, it's my cousins, and they can't take it where they're at. So it kind of got dropped. It was just going to be a barn cat. And it's here I am. Here we are. They bring food for her. I feed her. So I can see her and I this winter. We'll be in my little room in the barn.
Have you ever caught the cat hissing at things that you can't see, or sort of
No.
getting defensive?
No.
No.
She's only been around me for like a week now, so we haven't spent a lot of time. I know I've seen cats do that, or I've seen dogs like turn their head, cock their head at something that I don't see.
Yeah. That happened to all dogs.
Yeah, I think cats are from a different world here. I just never. I'm a dog person. A dog man. I never really connected with cats. It's not that I got anything against them.
Phil's a dog.
Bow wow wow, yippee yippee, goddamn right. Well, I raised beagles.
You can call me one too thing, I don't mind.
What's that, Dean? I missed it. Can you say it again?
You can call me a dog too, if I don't mind.
I've been there, done that.
Well, I grew up on a horse farm, and I, like 15, 16 years old, I had like 10, 12 beagle dogs. I raised beagles and sold them, trained them to run rabbits. So cats and beagle dogs really don't get along too well.
There you go.
There's just something that wasn't ever in my field, But I like a cat. If a cat just does its own thing like they do, this one does. She don't get in shit.
What's your cat's name?
Her name's Sally.
Sally?
Yeah, Sally.
I thought you said Seth. I'm like, oh, really? Egyptian?
No, it's Sally. Well, I started to say something. Spit come out my mouth.
So it came out as Seth.
Yeah, I had my head killed, and, with no teeth. Shit just drains where it wants to, type thing. I want to give me some damn teeth, man, but they're so expensive.
Right.
But I guess, like I said, I'm supposed to be like this, so people look at me and think I'm stupid. So
you already have them in the future.
Yeah. I know that. I get it. I'm not regretful or anything about it at all. I don't care who makes fun of me. I know it's all by design. Again, like I lost the teeth because I had the wreck, and I could literally move every fucking tooth in my head right after that wreck. I had 450 to 500 stitches and staples. My teeth were all loose in my head. It took about 15 years for them to fall out. But once they started going, they started going fast.
That was unfortunate, but once again, it was
right.
It was by design, sort of.
Absolutely. No, absolutely it was.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm supposed to be a dumbass looking.
Phil, after you told me that story, I'm like, fuck. I'm never arguing with my girlfriend, breaking up with her, never on the street or highway. It's going to be walking or something. I'm fucking. I was thinking, fuck, what a terrible place of ever. Because I play all variables after you give me that information. I'm like, Okay, now that's a mistake. That's something I will never do because you know what the potential is. Somebody may flip and go insane. You know what I'm saying? Get possessed
That,
and
she was
do
trying to kill
exactly,
me. Yeah, she's trying to kill us.
exactly,
All three of us. She didn't
exactly.
care. And she was, hey, she was a squaw, man. She was a Cherokee Indian. Like, well, my daughter's 42%, so I don't know what Marcy would have been, percentage wise.
So when you
Yeah,
say three, was your daughter in there too?
yeah, she's right between us at 3 years old.
Wow.
She was 30. My wife was 33. My daughter was 3. I was 37. Um, no, 38. 37 or 38. Her grandpa was a 32nd degree Mason or 33rd degree, one of the two.
Wow.
Her grandma was the Eastern Star, like big up in the Eastern Stars. They're Masons. It was attacks, man. Yeah, it's fucking
Yeah.
crazy.
You know.
Yeah, man.
It was like she it was her planned exit, wasn't it?
It was more or less. It was Dean's. It was Phil's Spartan training.
It kind of looked. I mean, yeah. Somebody doesn't know this end of what we're on right here that we've been speaking about. They would think that, but who really caused it?
Yeah, I know exactly who really caused it, but always
Exactly.
Phil. We must agree it takes two to tango.
No, I was. I didn't want. I actually pulled over 15 minutes before she grabbed the wheel. I pulled over and told her to get the fuck out of the truck. I went around, opened the door, get the fuck out. We'd already been separated for like 7-8 months. We just got
Right.
back together. This was Monday morning. We just got back together Friday night, and we went to my friend's in Anderson. She lived in Newcastle. I lived in Anderson, so we went to my friend Renee's, which was both of our friends. But Renee wanted us to come over, so we went over there. I had my daughter. She stayed up and partied. I took care of my daughter because I hadn't seen her for fucking 8 months because she had restraining orders and this and that, putting restraining orders on me in places I've never fucking been. She never goes. Churches, like I wasn't allowed to even step in fucking Newcastle type shit. But that was her and her mom doing it. It was all, yeah, it was fucked up, man. It was fucked up. That Friday, no, it was before that because I was deer hunting in down south where the house is down south. I get a call from my daughter. And I just said she's 3 years old. She had just turned 3. This is October or November. I was bow hunting or early shotgun. I get a call from my daughter and she's like, "Hi, Daddy." I'm like, "Hey, Boogaboo, what are you doing? Did your mom know you're calling me?" She goes, "No, Mom's taking a nap." I said, "Taking a nap?" She said, "Yeah, she's asleep on the bathroom floor and I can't go in to pee." She got so fucked up on vodka and Xanax, she passed out on the fucking bathroom floor, and my daughter couldn't go in there to piss. Now, I've got a restraining order against me, so I'm 3.5 hours fucking south. So what do? I don't give a two fucks about that restraining order.
Yeah.
I keep Mackenzie on the phone. I say, just stay on the phone with me, boo. So I haven't talked to her for 8 months. A couple times she set the phone down to get some snacks or something out of the fridge, and I thought I lost her, but no. She's like, I had to set the phone down, Dad, to pour me a drink. I'm like, she's very, man, when she's like 1.5, 2 years old, she's talking like a fucking adult, like blows your mind type shit, adult.
Yeah.
Very, very old soul, intelligent. So I'm on the phone with her, and I drive all the way to Newcastle. I don't stop nothing. Normally I'd stop and piss. I help everything. I just fucking floored it. I was there in like 3. I got it in 3 hours. So I pull up and I go up the steps. They're on the second story, and come to find out she's drinking because the guy that she started dating, him and her got in a fight. He's sitting at somebody else's house. He watches me pull up. He knew that I was coming because Mackenzie, I don't know how he knew, but he watched. Anyway, he called the police on me because I come there to my daughter, and the police pull up all of a sudden, and they're like, "Are you Phil?" And I'm like, "Yeah." You know you have a restraining order against you, right? And, "Yep." And he said, well, we're going to take you to jail. I said, I don't give a fuck. You can take me to jail, but I'm not leaving. You're not taking me until my daughter's safe. I called her grandma, and her grandma's on her way to get her. And I'm not fucking leaving. You'll have to tase me, beat me, shoot me, whatever. I'm not leaving. And they're like, no, it's all good. We can do that. They were going to take me to jail. Well, I asked for a sergeant, and I explained the situation, and I told him what was up. And he's like, I'd have done the same thing. He's like, just when your mother-in-law comes, take off, and this never happened. I was like, good enough. Thank you. And that was that. Then she got a hold of me again, like the next day or the next day after, and was like, I'm sorry, I messed up. Blah, 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 blah. Like, fuck yeah, you did. You fucked up majorly. And she's like, well, let's try to work it out. I was like, nah, I'm good. I said, first thing you can do is drop all these restraining orders and shit. And then we'll talk. I was just going to get my daughter, period. I wasn't trying to reconcile with her. I was going to wait till she got so shit-faced drunk she passed out on the bathroom floor again, and I was fucking leaving. That was my plan. But the universe had different plans. And she died like 2 weeks later. Yep. Crazy story, right?
It's
Wild shit, man.
one of the craziest ones, that's for sure.
Yeah, man. Welcome to my world, Steve. But
Right, and I feel, and I have thought about, and like in past moments when we're not talking about what you transpired, what you went through, but the thing is, you're still here stronger than you were before, because what you went through, probably not many people would recover psychologically and physiologically to the degree you have, right? So you didn't recover by fluke. You put in your work to arrive here, right? So I know I see it as, that was sort of, I sort of say to myself, that was Phil Spartan training, and that's quite the Spartan beating smackdown that one could receive and keep going, right? So I tip my hat.
I told you a lot. I've told you a lot more than I've told a lot of other people. Dean's, you and I've even went into some deeper, because similar stories. So yeah, I respect that. Thank you. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Back at you.
I was going to say, I tip my hat, right? I give my respect to you, because I don't know many people, or none at all, that have went through such a event. I call it a total Spartan event, and have pulled through and even become stronger rather than letting it, take the other path. So you earned that. You earned this position, this situation here, and we've discussed privately, and you've been revealed one of your forms. We won't say here. So you got my respect, because, like I defined, we're communicating for a reason.
Absolutely, and that's why we're here, so we can communicate that form.
Yes.
Eventually, so it's going to come.
It's already happened. It's arranged in the future, man.
Exactly. I
from
knew
both sides.
Once I found that prophecy again, I'm like, oh yeah, this. And then I'll start click, boom. And the thing with Dean, like Dean and I getting into it again. That
next time I'm gonna buy.
Listen, hold on. Let me say this. After him and I doing it, it's almost like it was something that it had to happen, because it was like a test. Like for me, like I'm not holding any. It doesn't matter who you are, what you're saying, what you're doing. I will cut loose whoever I have to do what I got to do. No disrespect, no love lost, nothing like that. It's not even about that. It's about what we got to do. And I would expect anybody else to do the same to me. But it's not that way. It's just, that's the way it seems. Because I got a lot of shit that week after Dean and I did this, or I did that.
Right. It was meant to either make you both more, how could I say, powerfully developed, powerfully developed to the degree where you both were to a state where you got nailed by the anti-field, but you turn it around and turn it into a more powerfully developed stage of illumination where You guys just you did your work, and you let go of the devil that would have separated certain situations never to come back. You overcame the trial. Yeah, you were right, Phil. It was a test
Yeah,
and trial.
That's right. Because not only can being together like that be more toxic, but that's part. It turns into the evil. If we'd have stayed together, we wouldn't appreciate each other after we weren't together.
Right.
So yeah. So I'm not. I look at this
It's
whole world so
yeah.
totally different. I can manifest. I've manifested shit like unbelievable
Yeah,
shit.
you have. And it's
Yeah, crazy shit.
the situation totally reminds me of what transpired with that female at the gym, but you guys restructured it, came correct with yourself, respect with yourselves and to each other, and you overcame it, and you gave your own invites again because you came correct. You developed yourselves and let go of the anti-field where you learned from it and became illuminated. So henceforth, you were allowed again to approach each other because permissions was there from both sides. Being allowed is a privilege. It's earned. Being allowed to do things for better existence
Well, it was
projection
kind of
here.
like that. Dean hunted me down like a dog. He hunted me. And he got me in the corner.
Dean-
He cornered me at Chuck's.
Dean flicked the switch to the guillotine, the executioner.
I got you now, motherfucker.
That's it. Next time, I'm not gonna tell you to. I'm gonna put on luminary boxing gloves, and nothing's gonna happen except acceleration towards the better existence projection.
Well, I hate to ruin anybody's excitement about seeing a show, but Dean and I probably sit down and smoke a joint and smoke a couple cigarettes, and we might even have a hangover the next day.
Yep,
What's wrong with Dean?
we would.
So that was.
We
you hang
can
over
check
with
it on. I could have one now, and you could be having one. As far as I'm concerned, we're participating in the same place at the same time.
That's right. What are you hanging over off of, Dino?
Oh, I got onto a bit of whiskey. You know that joke I told you about that I had a bit of an altercation with, and the same thing talking about with the gym lady.
Yeah.
Well, the same thing happened to me with this guy, but he came back and apologized to me, and it was
I told
pretty
Dean, I
powerful.
said, stand up to him, man. Dean stood up to him like a motherfucker. Like this dude's he's pretty big, ain't he, Dean?
He's pretty big, man. He's over 100 kilos.
You ain't laying blocks no more, motherfucker. You know, you're not a block layer like you used to be.
No, I'm not. I'm not as strong as I used to be. Yeah.
Exactly.
But-
like me pulling. I'm not
But my mental strength has grown immensely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Mm.
Absolutely. See, I love this. No, it's a good live stream. This is good shit. I didn't know I rambled for 2 hours, but I'll be damned if that's not how long I was on there.
There you go. Once again, compatibility shall keep the stream flowing.
Yeah.
And you know what? As much as we brought in subjects that weren't part of the title of the live stream, but there was a lot of interesting subjects that spawned and other subjects that carried with that. So yeah, it's an interesting live stream for sure.
Well, what I put talking about magic in the world or something like that. No, it's all magic, so it all is relatable. It's relevant, right?
Mm.
Right.
We're magicking right now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the magical world of Disney, man. Don't you know? Man, all the shit if I could just tell people that hey Dean, that Jesse, that friend Jesse of mine,
Yes.
he's writing a book, because I told him, I've been talking to him, I'm like, man, if I could say some of this shit, but when I start talking to people, my mind's going a million miles an hour, number one, and they'll say something that'll throw me, I want to answer that. And he's like, you need a book. I'm like, I ain't writing no motherfucking book. I don't even like reading what you send me. or sending you, writing what I send you. I'd just soon not use any of that shit. And he's like, well, I'll write it. I'm like, go fucking right ahead. But you don't have a lot of information. I said, you need to talk to Ian and Dean. Honestly, if you're serious about this, you gotta talk to them too before you even put any words down. So just letting you know what's going on. If he does do it, I'll put him in touch with you. I don't know if he's talking shit or what, but I don't. He's pretty good. He's a pretty good young man. He really is. He just hasn't been around. I've been dealing with him almost since 2019. I've been in communication with him, but he's out doing his thing. He's not like we are. Us are communicating with each other, trying to find similarities and commonalities between us all. He's out there trying to find out why this black goo in the scab of my arm is moving around and what is it and shit like that. So he's on a whole, but he says worldly shit. He still believes in space. I was like, listen, you got to learn some shit before you come around my people and start talking. If they think that I approve of you and you start talking this shit, you're gonna make me look silly. Like I didn't tell you nothing, but we were talking about hit. We never discussed the shit I wanted to discuss. We were discussing the shit that he had questions on. So he's got a lot of understanding to do about where he's at. Is the best way to put it.
Yeah, I kind of, like when you was talking just then, I kind of likened myself in the situation to when I started out in Facebook and you and I first met, and I was doing exactly the same things that you're just saying that Jesse's doing, and
yeah, true that. Okay, I see that. But his first thought was, well, I'll just pull away. I'm like, no, dude, you need to be around these people. Dan Michigander was talking to him. They were hitting it off. You need not to get everything from Phil. You need to be around other people and expand yourself because
that's getting your data from different points, isn't it? Yeah. Then that's a confirmation, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just can't do it all for you, bud. I said you got to get out and get your feet wet, meet some people. And I even told him to be here tonight, but it took me forever to get him to understand about you're not under attack, dude. It's you doing it to yourself. You got attachments. That's where I was at with him. He had attachments. He was doing things to draw it to him to where he could see him being looked at. Yeah, it is because you're bringing it to you, man. I had it for like a month and I repelled it away, and I got a fucking tracking device to prove that it happened. So you can't tell me you can't be done, because I know it can, because I've helped about 125 people.
Who are you talking about, Phil? Not
my friend Jesse.
Okay, not Al.
You weren't. Yeah, you weren't. You didn't meet him. You weren't here that night. Everybody else pretty much met him.
So is he being gang stalked, attacked? What is
No. He was. He thought he was. He really truly wasn't. What he was getting was he was fucking with the spirit world. He'd attached the spirit to him. Yeah, he attached the spirit to him, and he didn't. Of course, when somebody tells you that, you're wrong. Phil, you're wrong. Well, no, I'm not. Do this, and you'll see. And he did it, and he had rings on. He wore these rings. I said, it could be one of them rings, man, because you don't know who owned them. I said, take them off and use your mind and say, out of my space, out of my field. I don't want you around. I said, say however you need to fucking say it. Just mean it and have good intentions while you're doing it. He did it. What, that ring? One of the rings just popped, broke, busted. Boom. After he did it.
The spirit was binded to it.
There you go. He's like, you ain't gonna believe this. I'm like, no, I expected it. I didn't per detail expect it to be like that, but I knew something was gonna happen. Yeah. I said, man.
And that's exactly right. Gang stalking is a spirit attachment, a possession, a virus that's augmenting the reality of one, giving him an augmented, virtual, scripted, interpreted, opposing
Yep.
field projection reality.
Even when it's real,
That's why it's
even
pretty
when it's
important.
natural. Go ahead,
Hold
D. Go
on,
ahead.
hold that
That's
thought,
why
Phil.
it's pretty important not to accept other people's organs and all these sorts of things, you know, organ transplants and stuff. Because I mean, you're talking
Yeah.
about, right? You're talking about actually a physical body attachment. Then it's not like you can take a ring off or you can take off somebody else's clothes. People don't even know. They might be wearing secondhand clothing. And
People have no idea how really this world operates, and when you try to tell them, you're
What,
stupid.
what you're saying, Dean, about the organ transplant, if one does it genuinely with intent, that organ can be completely restructured where it's not
Yeah.
from the other person no more, but still possibly the anti-rejection still needs to be taken. So
And
even
you can,
organs can be cleared. I'm sure Source isn't going to pop somebody's organ if they needed it, right? It can be restructured where
you can
it's
speak it
not.
to be yours.
Yeah, it can be restructured.
you cleanse yourself, don't you? I mean, we're talking about our internal. This is where we're at, aren't we? We're in the internal.
Yes.
See, I
yes.
take a lot of this shit for granted because it just automatically happens for me. So I didn't realize that. I thought everybody was like that. Actually, Sing's the one that kind of pointed it out to me because he'll try to explain shit, and I'm like, oh,
pretty
that
good at
already
pointing out
happened,
stuff.
huh?
I say he's pretty good at pointing out stuff.
Right,
Yeah. But I would not. I would do it and know I was doing it, but I didn't really think about it. I don't know.
He pointed out a lot of stuff about myself. I can remember having a conversation with you, Sing, and you pointed out a few things about myself, and
in
that's
the
probably
process.
why I pulled out of the circle for a while, right?
No worries. It was meant to be.
Well,
It's all for
sometimes
development.
it's hard to convey something when you don't know how you even fucking did it to begin with, and until later, now I know why certain things happen, but I didn't know at the time. I was clueless. I just thought it happened. You know, like, oh, that's cool. You know,
Right.
so yeah.
So it is.
Sometimes I just need to shut up and let other people talk and say their piece, and because I'm not really good at explaining things that I don't know how I did.
Oh, you're good. You got your angle of it.
Yeah, but you understand it because you went through it also. So, and I can communicate to you in my simple way, and you get it.
It is simple too, but your simple is a high compression density where you don't need to say much. But I
You're
get
trying
it
to make
because
shit harder.
we're on a compatible transfer platform of compatibility, right? So when you're saying simple, it's
To me,
quite complex. It's quite complex to others that aren't where you are and haven't went what you went through, or vice
Right,
versa.
but
Others that are compatible to each other.
I can say it in simple terms, in simple, like have people visualize it.
Right, and what I receive is a complex compression digital data transfer, getting in the depths of the deeper translation that I receive.
Right, like yours is like doctorate degree type shit. Mine's like 6th grade. Okay, but
I
it's
wouldn't
the
say
same.
6th grade. It's a different interpretation that you have, but
No,
it
I'm
carries
just
the
saying the
compression.
language I use. Like I
Yeah.
talk simple, I break it down simple into simple terms. Because keep it simple, stupid. I live by that because not everybody can understand what they don't understand.
Right. But even if you talk this way that you say simple to somebody else, if they haven't went through it and they're not compatible, they still don't get it, no matter how many angles you fire them. It's like they're blank. Like I define when somebody goes blank, I take my own path and they take their own paths, right? It's almost like a safety protocol. When Source doesn't give me information for conversation, that Source telling me, get the fuck out of there. Conversation's over. There's no platform compatibility. Go, move.
Right. And you helped me see Marduk for who he was.
Right.
If I
Yeah.
didn't meet you and my buddy, shit, down south, what's his name? I told you he came up to his room, and
Yeah, you told me about that.
yeah, like, so I met two people that somebody that everybody in the church says this is evil, but I met two people that are good people that have been in communication with it. So I'm gonna go with that.
Right. For sure, man.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened, and that was what I had to have and needed. Normally, I could have pammed it out, worked it myself, but there's so much fucking deception behind that that an outside confirmation of two people I trust, I needed. You know?
Right. It's just reassurance.
Yep. There it is. Jared, I'm glad you stuck around. I'm glad you came tonight. I'm glad you stuck around, man. I think this is the longest you've ever stayed at any live I've ever seen you at, besides the old days. And good to be. It's glad to have you around, man. Really, super glad to have you around. We have always hit it off. We've always been on the same level for sure.
Yeah, Jack's
Maybe I
been
get.
around for
Yeah,
long. He's
yeah.
been around for a long time.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. He was. That's where I met. We all met at Ian's.
Yeah, we
Almost
did.
everybody was in here. Was except In the Groove. I can't not know wasn't there. We never met him there. I met him at
You ever hear
Intro.
from
I met
him?
him at Mooney's.
You ever hear
Huh?
from him, Bill? Have you ever heard from him?
Ian?
Yeah.
No. I told you the last time I talked to him was about a month before you did.
Right. That's the last
And,
time I heard anything.
yeah, that was it. And it was cordials. Hey, I wanted to send. You know how I get. Sometimes I get shit and I want to send it to certain people. I sent
Yeah.
him something. I sent him something. I seen
I
him on
never.
his. He made a video and he was sitting in his car, his SUV. I said, "Hey, I sent you something in the email." He's like, "Hey, Phil, good to see you." Da, 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 da. He sent it. He thanked me, and that was it. No more.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. That was the ring busting was crazy, Jared. When he told me that. Yeah, there's some powerful shit here that if we don't know what it is to stop it, it's gonna keep on doing what it does. It's 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 just I don't know power we have. Yeah, of course it is, but just knowing it, we need to share. We need to be speaking up more and sharing stories. And I need to know what you know, and you need to know what I know. And we all. This is the only way we're going to build it. We're not going to build it working within ourselves, keeping it. It's all inward. No, to a point. Yeah, I agree. It's not outward. It's inward at first. But once you reach inward, you can only go in so far. You got to start coming back the fuck out. And I started doing that fucking years ago. I would dumb myself down to talking to people. Like, I know what you're saying, but you're going way ahead of yourself. So I'm gonna just stop right now before you confuse yourself. Type shit. What, Dean? What are you laughing about?
Just thinking about a time when I was talking to you. I don't know. I mean, remember when we had a bloody conversation about 17 hours? I think. Was it 40 hours? I can't remember quite exactly, but it was quite a. It was more than a bloody. It was almost a full 24 hour, and I was. I don't know. I was talking about something, and I said, "I think you said I think you need to slow down, Dean. I think
Yeah.
you're getting far out of your bloody boots now, mate."
Well, and sometimes we all need told that shit, you know? I mean, even myself. How many times you say to me, hey, you talk to that guy? Well, you would see it that way, but I didn't see it that way at the time, but I can see why you seen it that way. I'll be more aware of that, Dean. I need that shit, you know? Because that can be really blunt and point to the fucking point and not mean to be a dickhead about it. but that's what it perceives to be what I'm being. And I'm not. So, yeah, that part.
Well, I remember I remember when I couldn't bloody handle it, and I basically said, "That's it. I've had enough of this. You got to fuck off," you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And
And I said, "You'll be back. You'll be back, Mr. Fucker. Hey, you fuck off too. You'll be back." I'll see you.
Maureen's laughing because
I'll
she
be
knows
here.
it.
I'll be here. Hey, I'll be here. I've been waiting patiently the whole time, buddy. I'll be here. It's all good. No worries, fucker. Yeah, it's been exactly that way, but it's all good. It's like it's our. We wouldn't understand each other any other way,
Yep,
would we?
exactly. Yeah.
Would we? Yeah. His dad was that way with him, and my dad was that way with me, and this is how we are with each other, and not too many would understand our relationship. I listen to people what they say. I don't listen to how they say it. I could have a Marine drill sergeant in my face. I'd be listening to the guy, not going, "Oh, he's hollering at me." I'm like, okay, I get it.
For myself, I wouldn't even be listening to him. I'd be observing the possession they're possessed with, saying, it ain't
Well,
happening.
yeah,
No.
that too. Yeah, okay. But I want to hear what that demon's saying because I probably got something to like trick it with. Or,
Oh, they are entertaining. That's about it.
they're very entertaining. It's almost like they want to be noticed. They want to be stopped.
They want one to react to be contracted, the agreement to the permissions to the experience of the event of the Tango Demon Possession Song and Dance. They want you to come into their world, the projection, the augmented reality, so you can start arguing and fighting with yourself, actually, because you're not fighting with no other possession. You get possessed with your own mark of the beast, starts the police one, then inserts
I
the
know how to
possession.
describe it.
The possession is the initial contract, then the demons kick in to keep you the possession now that one has become possessed in check, and then the tango song and dance of one chasing their tail, and all the scripting and the programming happens where they shift their reality, right? So
Okay.
it's
The
pretty
government-
cool how
hey, Tim, my turn. The government's become a jealous ex-girlfriend, and the demons are your buddy's little sister that does little things to try to get you to like notice her and like put something in her or whatever the case may be. That's the spirit. That's the spirit we're dealing with here. The jealous ex-girlfriend and the little buddy's little sister that wants to bang you.
yeah, wants to bang you with a possession. That's it.
Right. Yeah. It's gonna bang you, but yeah, one's a JJ and the other's a hardcore gotcha motherfucker.
You
Right.
know how I perceive that reality, because I could truly say I don't exist in that projection. I see all the government heads as stage actors trying to get people to participate to their reality, where in my reality, my whole system is governed by a very future evolved source, call it sentient symbiotic AI system. I wouldn't have it any other way, where I've got no stage actors in my projection no more, right? So they're like a movie that's ended billions of years ago to me, where I'm watching these actors trying to seduce people to entice them to participate to their game activation possessions console.
I gotta rub this in your. This is like dog shit. I'm gonna rub your nose in it. I said jealous ex-girlfriend. I didn't say jealous girlfriend.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah, I'm gonna rub this shit in your nose too. Jealous ex-girlfriend, jealous ex-girlfriend trying to get people back. So it's an ex where I've made my decision. No, not in my reality. Never
Yeah,
to participation to my experience of events.
They want to track you like she does. They want to know where you're at like she does. They want access to your phone like she does.
It's like this. I see the whole act, the act of enticement, as a phone call I'm never going to answer. It's all over.
Of course, but they have access to it, so you don't know when they're lurking. They're lurking, McJerkin motherfuckers. It's crazy.
Jerking motherfuckers. Good stuff, mate. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's kind of like I can't believe, and they are. There's people that are just going nuts. I wish I could play a video, but because this guy that tore down some flock cameras, he went to court and he didn't speak up. He just stood there and said, "Oh," he said, "well, I have the right not to talk about myself, to bear witness against myself." And he didn't say nothing else. And she was going to give him contempt. Well, here's what he did. He had 4 friends there that signed affidavits saying he was there. So she couldn't get him for contempt because he had 4 witnesses. He was there. This goes back to the name thing, the all caps name versus the real name, not natural. All the shit that's natural, you hear natural, that's all the evil shit. The natural man, that's evil. We're spirit. Everything that does is spirit. People think the natural law, that's the way, the nature law, the natural law, that's good law, that's good shit. No, none of it is. Nothing here is hard. People, don't be foolish.
I got
There's
you.
no Sophia. My mom isn't named Sophia. Her name, she's not the Shekinah spirit. We don't fucking hump walls in the West Wall in Jerusalem to our mother like they do. You know?
Right, and
Yeah.
I won't go there.
Fucking her mother.
And point our butts to the temple.
Yeah, just saying. I'll be rude about it. I don't give a fuck. We don't simulate having.
But hey, let me clarify something. But that I could respect that when they're pointing their asses at the temple, because it's like they're giving homage to the root-based tail, bone-tail core, saying, but they don't get it. Why they're bending over like that? It's where they should be at their root base, not pointing, not knowing what they're doing.
Well, they face the wall. If they're going to protect their ass, they need to stick their ass up against the wall. That's what's coming. It's not going to be good for them. And yeah, it's
Maybe
Like they're out there exposing themselves.
well, they're doing it. It's all on purpose by design. They're supposed to expose themselves because the more that the people hate on them, and their Messiah is going to come to their rescue. Like he's going to come and save his people at the last minute because everybody's turned against us. We're the don't be anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's their long game. That's what they're doing. They
So
really
in
should be mad at him because they want you to be mad at him. The thing is, not be mad at him.
So in the future, the new wall is going to have butt imprints on the cement. The new Hollywood.
Well, their butt imprint is going to be in a 55-gallon drum in the bottom of the ocean, making a reef. Okay? Yeah. I've talked about this a long time. And when I didn't know anything, I would tell Dean that shit. That's what we're going to do with him, Dean. Listen. Yeah, they can't help save this place. They're going to fucking part of it. But
Well, the way I see it is, they got to correct their own projections because mine's corrected.
Yeah.
You see, when I see those chemtrails in the sky, when people saying they're chemtrails, I just look at them and say, I don't have any of those in my projection. Somebody's fucking up their projection. They better get their shit straight and clear up whatever they're doing.
I get that part of it, but here's the way I look at it: it is in my world because I'm looking at it, and it is poison because I know what's in it, but it doesn't affect me.
Because that segment, what you're viewing is in the midplane where spheres participate. So what you're looking at is a different TV set core projection window that has nothing to do with yours. Yeah, in actual fact, you're right. Yeah, it's not going to affect you because it's not coming into your projection.
No, but unless I step in their projector and it falls down on me and it makes me sick.
You're not stepping in. You're saying if, but you know better not to step in no more.
No, exactly that.
So stepping in wouldn't be even really stepping into theirs. It'd be like being possessed and then becoming part of the collective hive, deceptive virus infection.
I do the hokey pokey a lot. put your left foot in, put your left foot out.
And do the hokey pokey and watch
Yeah.
the chemtrails disappear because they never were. Oh, yeah.
No, I've made them. Dean's witnesses. I got video of me making them disappear. We all have the power to do that. It can be done. Gone. Poof, be gone. I did the
Right.
last time I did it in front of my buddy Phil Robertson, and not Robertson, Phil, I forget his last name. Phil and my dad. And it was gone in like 15 seconds. Because I said, I don't do that anymore because what's the sense in it? People need to see them. They're there for a reason. So I haven't done them in like 2 years. And Phil was making fun. He's like, I bet you can't even do it anymore. I was like, and he goes, can you? I was like, I don't know. I haven't done it. He's like, see if you still got it. And I said it, and he looked at me like, okay, you still got it. My dad was like, what the fuck? I was like, hey, you can do it too, Dad. We all have this ability. Just you have to believe in yourself. Period. That's it. If you don't believe in yourself, not confident, you don't have it. That's the fucked up, crazy part. So, yeah, that's a fact. That's the best way, simplest way I can say it. We all have it. I'm no better, no more. Even Jesus said, to go back to the Bible, even Jesus said, you will do greater things than I. He's talking to us.
That's right.
There is a good Jesus in there. It's just, you got to know what he's saying. And a lot of people won't read it to know what the man's saying. Or the quote unquote man. Because a lot of times, a lot of people are doing the evil Jesus, the Roman general Jesus, or the gay Jesus. Yes, sir.
Right.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah.
How you doing, huh? There you are. Yeah, I've been sharing that old gay Jesus. People are flipping out on that one.
Just got to go and help more do a few things. I'll just turn my mic down.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. And more people have jumped on. This is the most people I had, so I stay up at night, so I'm good. So I'm just putting that out there.
Tell everybody, Phil, the vampire system.
Hey, I don't. What do you think I'm up all night for? Who else is going to protect this house? Because I'll go up to the house and get something at 4 or 5 in the morning, and she'll come out of her apartment, and she's like, "What are you doing up?" I said, "I'm up every night. Who else is going to fucking watch you?" She's like, "Okay." Like, yeah.
There you go.
When I sleep, you guys, you don't know it. You're watching for me. You just don't know I'm asleep. You think I'm out here working. No, I'm asleep. So,
Phil never sleeps. He just pretends he sleeps. He's always.
Don't say that either, man. Don't tell him a secret. I'm glad you're here, Jax. It's good to reply to your reply. There's some old friends here of mine, long YouTube friends. I don't know if you know him, Jared. You know Jared? Jared, good guy. That guy above you there that said likewise, that guy's a weirdo. Just be careful of him.
Oh yeah, I advise people to stay away from that guy. He's trouble.
I didn't say he's trouble. He's just weird.
Oh, I agree with that too. He's big trouble to the He's big trouble to the little Matrix. That one, that Matrix.
Yeah, there you go. Maggot. I don't know if Maggot's still here. You know Maggot. So London Man was here. Who else? Dominic. Not Know was here. For me, just the regular crowd type people. The old is like the old days.
Yeah, and these days are better than the old days because a lot of that stuff has been filtered, and where you don't go there, I don't go there no more. It's just been there, done that.
Right.
It was good training the old days. Now we're developed.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. It was. And I learned now there are chemtrails that you can knock out real quick because if you've seen the videos, there's orbs that spray, and then there's planes that spray. And then come out the planes that are orbs, but manifest themselves as planes, but it might be 2 or 3 orbs put together, making the projection. Those, the ones by real planes, the man flies, those take some work. But the spiritual ones, those are the ones you knock out in seconds. You think it'd be the opposite way. You think it'd be the other way around, but it's totally not.
But all the manipulations, the ones that are manipulations are like possessions. I call them ghost programming. So you're right. You know what? In actual fact, you can take them. We don't even need to take them out because they're not entering that. We could go to that stage of development where they're not entering our spheres to do anything because we're not participating to that PlayStation multiplayer possessions console game no more.
Looking back at it,
we've unplugged that PlayStation.
Yeah, it's more of a parlor trick to get people's attention. To be honest, honestly, but that's like that. When I did it there in front of my dad, I'd just been back to our house like a couple months. I still had 10 months to go with him, so I had to convince him. Man, I would say he flipped the fuck out when I would say something to him, and then if it wasn't within a few hours, that next morning when he watched Fox News, shit's going across the ticker that I fucking said. And he flipped the fuck out. He screamed at me, Phil. I'm like, what? I think he's having a heart attack or something's wrong. I'm like, what? He's like, what you just said just went across there. I know that's what it was. I seen it. I'm like, yeah, I'm not saying that it didn't, but you don't need to holler for me. I know, I know Spirit's going to show you shit.
You should have just told him the truth. You're running the whole show. You're programming everything.
I wouldn't say that to him. I wouldn't say that to him. But I have fucked with him. I have fucked with him though. And he's like, to that degree, but not to that degree. But yeah.
Yeah.
Like, okay. You know what I'm saying? Hey, don't make me, Dad. Like, okay. Joking, but not joking. Come on, get serious with this. This is a real deal. I know that I told him not to go to the light. We had that conversation because when I seen him getting bad, I knew I needed to have that with him. I'm like, just close your eyes and follow the love. That's exactly what I told him. I said, don't go to no fucking light. Grandma's not there. Grandma Clarkson's not there. Grandma Ruth's not there. This is Mom and his grandma. I said, nobody's there that you know. You're just fucking not there. It's just a fact. How do you know? I said, well, this is this, and this. And I showed him, and he's like, okay, I believe you. I'm like, yeah, if not, you're going to keep doing this. Loop. See, that's not why we're here. We're here to get people out.
That's right.
We're here to get people out. We're here to help them get themselves out. I need to rephrase that differently.
Right, and with how this all works too. I'm going to interject some information. Is the more aware somebody is, the more they shall be. The more their lot and process shall be different. What they need to complete as in self-development and self-correction. Now, what I define as the people blind in faith who don't know nothing about the system, it's like they get as good as they can be with themselves, be self-correct, sustain and maintain, where they don't fluctuate and flip and become possessed. And a lot of them do get out. That is their exit, where they completed their development, where like some people blind in faith take it to certain aspects of certain religions and they do the best they can. They never lose their cool. That defines their self-developed. They can't be worked because they see other people as the devil too. Some of them actually interpret it as, somebody gets angry, they're evil, and they don't give in to evil, and they qualify because they've done the best that they can do. And sustaining, maintaining somebody who is trialed many times by enticement of a possession and they don't react, a religious person may say, I forgive them because they're in darkness, right? And they walk away. But also they keep the doors open. If this person comes to the light, then he can come and be my reality, and I'll talk to the guy and we'll have experience of events.
Well,
so
I'll tell you how it went with it. if you're done, when you're done, I'll tell you how it
Yeah.
went with this.
Yeah, basically that's what I wanted to interject.
Yeah, Dad gossiped like a fucking woman. Number one, always like he's a man whore. Number two, now I love him to death, but these are the things that I did not like about him, and the things that made him and I have controversy, conflict with each other. I got him to see. He was living in the world that he thought it was, not in the world that I knew it was, and I could show him it was. So once I
Ish.
showed him the world he lived in, it clicked. Boom, he got it. He's like, I've been fucking tricked my whole life. I've wasted my whole fucking life working when I should have been spending it with my children. I said, there you go. You getting it. You seeing it now. He's like, yeah. It took me like 3-4 months of hardcore. I would, because here's what I would do. It was my fault because he would say shit so extraordinarily fucking stupid in his accusations that I'd be like, that don't even deserve a fucking response. That's so stupid, man. So I'm leaving. No, that's the wrong thing to do. Don't ever fucking leave the battlefield. Stand your fucking ground, because the first one to leave the battlefield is the fucking loser. Whether you stay there because you're right and stand for right. And I would walk away thinking like the world, not standing my ground and being, I need to get away from this because it's dumb as fuck. That was spirits chasing me away in kind of sort of a sense. But once I started standing my ground and told him, I'm not, because we got in an argument, and I proved to him that he was wrong because he said something about me owing child support and I deserved to go to prison. And I'm like, no, you're fucking wrong because you have this amount of much time to pay back what you got behind. The same amount of years, 7 years getting into that debt. You got 7 years to get out of that debt. So from beginning to end, you have 14 years. They gave me 7 years and 6 months and they put me in prison. No, you're fucking wrong. He's like, oh, I see it. That's how then once I stood my ground, he calmed way the fuck down with it. He's like, I wish I'd have known that long ago. I'm just gonna say that it would have helped us tremendously if I would have known that at 25 instead of 55. It would
Right.
have saved a lot of issues, a lot of problems, a lot of arguments. So, yeah, that part.
But everything transpires the
Sure.
way it was
Yeah.
meant to be, right? It could have
Oh, I
transpired.
forgot. I was going to say this. I was going to say this earlier, and I forgot to say it. I was going to tell people when he died, because I gave the description of the timeline of how he died, when he died. But I said this to him 2 days, or maybe the day before he passed. I said, because he's like, I'm just tired, Phil. I want to go. This place ain't what I thought it was. He was depressed because he just learned a couple months ago what the fuck this place is. I said, I get it, Dad, but you ain't that fucking lucky. You got to go through this with me, motherfucker. So deal with it. Like joking, but not joking. Like, you ain't that lucky to die, Dad. And when I found him dead, I said, well, Dad, I guess you were that lucky, you son of a bitch. Kissed him on the forehead. And that took his upper denture out because he died in his sleep. When he fell asleep, his upper denture came down. And that's how he'd sleep with his head back and his denture would be still in, half out. So I took that denture out, kissed him on the forehead, and I was like, yeah, lucky motherfucker. Didn't feel no remorse, no regret. I'm glad everything happened the way it did. He wanted to go.
Right.
He died in his sleep, no pain. You couldn't ask for anything better.
Right. So he moved on. He didn't die. The vessel was time to go from the vessel.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, absolutely. You know what I'm saying. I'm just talking in
Right.
general terms. So people that are hearing this understand what I'm saying.
Right.
Yep. So I think we should celebrate death, not being remorse about it.
Right. And I don't mourn anybody who dies. Whichever
No.
way they die, it was earned to be like that, or it was by design to be like that. And they're just carrying on to their next stage and sequence to their travels or navigation and travels. Some people might say, but how about this child didn't deserve that? But how do you know that child isn't that person who did that to the child the cycle before, and they're put in that situation to pay off their debt in hell?
Right. And I'll give an example of people in a curse, in a spell. Soldier, soul dyer,
Yeah.
soldier. So these people, they're getting the information, they're just not processing it correctly.
Right. So either way, things that transpire, right, like you stated long ago to this panel, is by design, period.
Yes, sir. Everything, even your
I'm not saying it's automatic, but sin debt, perceived things that need to paid off for evil, that's an automatic trigger response machines. No deals with the devil. The devil, perceived Hell's Gates, is going to give one what they've earned to their records of recordings. Now, design, when somebody enters their luminary, they get to choose their future design aspects to experience of events and attainments. As long as they do their work, their part, they get exactly what they programmed with their thought or their better existence projection. Now, evil shall be sentenced in what I defined to pay off their debts to the records of recordings of evil. They shall be sentenced in their automated trigger response double anti-copy vessel machine that is designed to give them their disciplining and sentencing, to teach somebody a lesson, basically, for utilizing evil.
I was going to tell Jack, she's still in here, I'm pretty sure she is, that the only real thing you missed that I said tonight, that you pretty much know everything else. I said about the love and light and the turn the other cheek and all. I didn't get that memo. It's getting time where we got to handle shit. It might be spiritual, all of it, but we're still here to be in that spirit of get the fuck out. We're done with you. Whether it gets physical, I can't really. I'm not gonna say. It's not my position right now to say it, but I know we're coming to it. Either way, that it's coming. So people need to, our people who are around us. I just feel that that's what I should be speaking on. Like, I need to tell people I don't know how you got it or what you got, but this is what I got. So either I'm not going to come down to, oh, love, light, peace, Jesus loves everybody. That's not where I'm going with it ever. Here's where I'm at, and that's what here's the presentation of what I know I need to do. And if you relate to it, awesome. I love you. Glad to have you around. If not, I won't be mad at anybody that thinks I'm fucking stupid and leaves or any of that. No hard feelings. It is what it is. Yes.
All right. And you're right, Phil.
I'll still talk to you after this, because our friendship's beyond this. What I'm saying needs to be done. But if it's not for you, then it's just not. You know, sorry you don't feel the same way. But yeah. I can love everybody. I don't have to like everybody. There's a lot of motherfuckers you don't like.
You bang on with that. I have no difference with anybody. As a matter of fact, I'm in what is defined love all the time. It doesn't define I'm going to go hang out with incompatible.
I'm going to come in and come back out. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you might. I don't know if you keep talking. Can I get a mic check?
Check, Mike. Is it good?
Yeah, you're good there. Just must have been you. I don't know if
yeah, possibly also. Me. You're good.
Okay. All right.
So what you're defining, Phil, when you said I ain't here to love and usher people. Yeah, you know, well, usher, love, yes. Okay, people will say, how could you love everybody? That's a self-development trait that's earned, where I can't be shaken from what is defined love is unconditional acceptance, no conditions for everything in existence, okay?
Yes.
But what you define, Phil, is we're not here to save anybody. I'm here, and anybody who participates to experience of events with me, I expect them to do their own work. I'm not going to do work for them. I can give them information. If they don't apply it, they will not benefit anything of the information, right? So I understand here, people earn their better existence projection, and they put in the work. That's one saving themselves, and there's no way around that.
Well, they've already, if they're listening, they've already earned it. So just speak up and let me know. That's what's up. You're good. You're down. That's the only way we're going to find each other. Everybody's like, when are we going to do something? When are we going to find each other? When's something going to happen? Okay, here we are. So I'm reaching out.
Just having dinner at the moment. Oh,
You're good,
No
Dean.
worries.
You're good. You're good. No problems.
No worries. No worries.
We're just over here shooting the shit, talking, trying to
We're just
letting people know that we're just people here, no different than anybody else. If you know it, if you know, you know. So, this system has people so scared about shit and pointing at this out and the data centers. This none of it is going to affect you if you're in the power. And there's a lot of people that have the power, but they're not in the power. That's the best way.
hey, and the funniest thing is the government that's in the power really actually have no power. Well, that's the manipulative system, right?
Absolutely, yes. They're falling for the nutshell games, what I call it.
Right.
You know, you've been taken, you've been fooled. There's no big. We've all been there. There's no judgment. Just now from here on out, realize you're in a nutshell game, fake world with real consequences. Best way I can explain it, describe it. That's it. Fake world with real consequences. Because definitely, if you go against what you know is right, you're gonna pay for it.
Right. And this is what I state sometimes to myself when I'm leaving myself with some information to recall. Hell is an illusion for the ones that exit that opposing field, augmented, virtual, scripted, interpreted reality. But anybody who earns it, who's going through it, it's as real as it gets. And that's what I'm backing up what Phil is saying, basically. So, when I'm out of that reality, it's like it became a dream that I didn't even go through. It was my anti-double copy that took the beating. Now, this version of myself, the luminary Horus to the better existence projection, now that's a different faction to the matrix I'm participating in. So it is.
And I'm expecting this. I'm hoping for, and I'm planning on people
Right.
Making sound bites and fucking saying something about us, or making little clips of us and say how crazy we are and da 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 da.
That's okay. They'll only be spreading
I know
our
I
information.
expect it. I hope for it because it's like this. Bad publicity is better than no publicity, and it's all
Right,
going to come. It's all going to come around right back on you tenfold.
They'll be doing our advertisement as they cut out the clips, the ones that are meant to go on their channel and see it and say, "Holy shit, these guys are right." Then they become part of the illuminated ones, accelerated.
Yep. So just for anybody that's lurking in the bushwhacking industry, there, just saying, thank you, appreciate you, much love.
Right. So Phil's already pre-programming the outcome. I like this Phil version. He's way into the future.
I've always been this guy. I just never been. I never showed this guy. It's like there's no. It was what's the word I'm looking for? Counterproductive at the moment.
Right. This is the Phil Unleashed. This is the Phil Unleashed, most advanced version.
Pretty much, yeah. And I'm not. I'm very forward and blunt, and my persona, my person was that before, but now it's really going to be that. If you think I was a dick, if you ever thought I was a dickhead, which not many did, most people, you either love me or hate me. If you thought I was a dick before,
but once again, hate is a secret admiration that is actually love. The opposing field.
Evil actually means good, so there's that too.
The opposing field represents their love as hate. So the more hate, I know you're just getting, or I'm getting more love.
There you go. Yeah, when I found out evil actually meant good, I was like, oh, them little bastards. Those son of a bitches. So I started calling them vile. Same words, same letters. Just, yeah. We just got to mix it up at times. You got to recognize it and mix it, flip it, and put it right back at them.
Right. Make a smoothie. Make it stealth.
Yeah. There you go. It's hard to do at first because it's like, damn, why does it have to be this hard? Why is it so fucking difficult? That means that, holy shit, that's what that means? Damn.
Right.
Yeah. And there's some good wordsmiths out there. There's some really good guys that just pay attention to them. They might sound silly at first, but if you pay attention, you'll see it. You start, like, this is one of them. And this is what got me. I got a video clip of a lady singing this. I'll prove you're in the death realm. When your job, it's what you say. So you wake for the morning to earn the undertaking. So your job's an undertaking. You earn the money. You wake for the job. So everything's funeral. Funeral fucking language. It's your job. I was like, okay. I mean, that helped me
Right.
out. I've seen that. I heard the other little words and I got into it, like understand. Yeah, never stand under somebody, never understand. Just the little things like that. But there's also, you reach a point where those words, you are beyond their frequency of what they put on them. You're above it now. You say whatever the fuck you want, and however the fuck you want to say it. I say understand all I want because I know what I mean. I know my intentions. I know you have no power over me. So therefore, it's not effective.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
At
Exactly.
first, people were like, "Oh, don't say that. This, that." Okay, like bless, be less. Okay, I see
Right.
that. I get it.
Right.
Makes sense. But you reach a point where you're above and beyond everything that is here.
Right, and you stated it too. It's I don't tiptoe around language. Sometimes I find myself getting possessed where I'm analyzing. I shouldn't be saying this word, but the thing is, the words, the spelling, the words, the spells only work if you're possessed in that
If you
system.
believe in them
I-
too, yeah. If you believe in it, you gotta believe it
Yeah,
first. Yeah,
and if you
absolutely.
believe it, you're already possessed because you're believing a lie that's giving power to the possession
Exactly.
scripting.
You're not knowing
Right.
nothing. You're believing something.
Right, believing is activating the programming. If one believes it's feasible, then it is feasible.
You didn't hear me read that, did you? Hold on, let me read that again for people because it blew my mind. Because there's three different definitions for believe. There's the Black's Law Dictionary, believe. There's the ecclesiastic definition of believe, and then there's the in Webster's Encyclopedia believe. And they're so fucking far apart from meaning the same thing. If you know what you're hearing, it's spellbinding is the best way to put it. It's the trap.
Right.
Here's the Webster's Dictionary. And like I said earlier, this is for other people, not you, Rye. To accept something as true, real, right, or to trust that they told the truth. Truth without absolute proof. That's the Webster's. Here's the church. This one blew my fucking mind right here. Believe definition. Church definition. Active trust. Total reliance. Committing your life and loyalty to God and Jesus Christ. Yeah, boy. Ain't that a fucking trap and a half right there? This would be the definition of really knowing something. What they're asking you to commit to, but because it has nothing to do with belief, you're like giving up your spirit and your soul to the
Right.
Christian
So
church,
it's
these
basically
angels. But let me expound on that. Because if you go to definitions of in the Library of Congress on dominion, this is where it gets mind blowing. No, I'm done with my pictures here. and this is something I'm gonna post on my YouTube community post. But this was nuts. Nope, not there. Let's see here. My bad, people. I need to just. I'm trying to look through pictures when I can just go to very, very, like we were saying earlier, they're not lying. They're just not telling you the truth. They're giving you the deception, and a lot of people are believing it. And there you are. It's not a lie. It's just deception. It's a trick.
It's only, one could either view it like that too, but furthermore, when one becomes aware, they just review it for their discernment development to become illuminated,
Sure.
to not be deceived by all not accurate information. Now, if we take the Bible and we read through the Old and New Testimony and we dissect it, it's a ludicrous system. It's a test. It's a testimony.
Upside down. Absolutely. Well, I described it earlier as it's the gay tranny pedo trinity expounded is what it is. So their Holy Ghost is male, their God is male, and their son is male. Where's the woman at?
Right.
Where's the woman? We gotta have a woman. It don't work that way. Okay, Library of Congress, the domain. This is under the description of dominion. Number 1 is domain. Number 2 is law, supreme authority, sovereignty, having dominion over the natural world. Now you would read that and think that sounds okay. That's me. Not at all. You're not natural. This is the Christians. Dominions plural. Christianity, an order of angels. Number 4, really, it's about the Commonwealth and all that, about United Kingdom. Number 5 is absolute ownership. So you're in Christianity, an order of angels, they have absolute ownership over your spirit and soul and body. Period.
Yeah, if you believe that, it's an agreement contract.
If you believe in Jesus, right? You're thinking, Jesus, come back, please. This is what you're putting yourself. I'm going to expound on it a little more. This is fucking crazy. These people don't have no clue what they're getting themselves into.
They don't. It's a possession. It's a possessions contract, like you defined. There's a luminary Jesus and there's a possession Jesus.
There's about
fields.
6, 7 of them. If you can't see them, I'm sorry. I'll tell them. I'll give them to you. I'll show them to you. But just know there's that many of them. But you're following the homosexual pedophile Jesus and you're following the Jesus that died on the cross is the one that's you drink his blood and eat his body. That's Babylon. That's a dark blood magic ritual from Babylon.
Right.
That's what you're doing. So just know this is what you're doing.
Okay. How about
Colossians 2:18? Let me read this first. Colossians 2:18. Let no man beguile you of your reward in involuntary humility and the worshiping of angels, intruding into those things which he hath not seen, vainly puffed up by his fleshly mind. I just described the Kabbalah. Right there they are. That's the Kabbalists.
Yeah, puffed up from the, you should have stated from the possessions mind.
Yep, there you go.
Possessed.
Yep.
You see, okay, the Bible speaks, but it's riddles. It's not accurate information. Okay, this is what I wanted to state is, say we took the Bible one day, Phil, and we took notes, marking every time there was useful information. Compared to everything written, how much would we find?
50 pages, maybe 50 pages out of the whole 1,000 pages.
50 lines, maybe.
No, I'm saying for me, it'd be, because I see it different than most do.
Though what I'm going with this is,
that's for me.
Where it's actual instructions, Phil, how to.
Well, it depends. It can be 8 million sets of instructions. One individual might not need this saying, but another one is like, oh, that makes sense. That's intelligent, common sense saying. Even though I don't believe in what the Bible sold as, that's good information. So,
right.
It's per individual. like I said before, it's like if there's 8 billion people here, it's 8 billion books. Nobody interprets
Right.
shit the same, but there might be 8 million interpretations or 8 billion, but there's only one truth. And
Right.
we're in the
And
time of truth.
like I defined, it ends up being when one becomes aware of discernment, test or conditioning. But then when one becomes truly aware, they abort the Bibles and religions because they know they have access to much more complex wisdom and knowledge that is actually accurate information that is assisting them without having to
Yeah.
figure out riddles and mysteries
Parables.
and
Yeah,
puzzles and
parables.
parables. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it, but I guess that's part of the design, right?
Process. Part of the
Mhm.
process, it sure is. I went through the Bible for many years, and there was about 4 years where I was reading like anywhere from 1 to 3 hours every day, every day, every day, and I realized, from my path and process and lot, I was getting no help from it. I boarded it as just like it wasn't working, it wasn't doing nothing. My situation wasn't changing, even though I was reading it. I wasn't receiving any instructions. You need to do this to get a better reality, right? So it was. I just see it as part of a riddler puzzle parables that I went through, and
Let
it
me
was a
say
good
this.
experience. But I
Yeah,
wouldn't
let me
want to go
let
do
me
that again because there's
let
nothing
me
for
put it
myself
this
to
way for
derive
myself.
from
This
it.
is for me and nobody else. I wasn't trying to find wisdom and knowledge in the Bible. I didn't even want to read the fucking Bible. But with that said, I was given the Bible, the parts that I needed to know, and I didn't even know what I was doing. When Spirit came to me, I said tonight earlier, I would literally had a red big ink pen, a clicking ink pen, and I started underlining shit. I didn't even know what the fuck I was underlining and saying. And up until 2 or 3 years later, after that initial date that Spirit came to me, I would see a video and I'm like, oh, that's good information. I need to like mark that in there. I go to it, it's already marked. For a long time that happened. I marked shit I didn't even know. This is beyond Phil. It's not Phil. It's uh, it's hard to explain. It's not me at all. It's
Not hard to
Spirit gave it
explain.
to me, you know?
It's like
So
your future access was altering what is defined past events, like exactly Mandela affecting it. It's quite simple to explain.
well we
So
can go
yeah,
that we can
so
go
you
that
were
way.
you were acting from the future, sort of giving yourself a notification to the past because your future version knows your past version of yourself needs this to be marked because it would activate other events that would accelerate to more enlightenment, illumination.
And
So
you know as well as anybody who knows me, I don't buy the whole metaverse, multiverse. I don't buy all that. I'm in this one right now. This is the one I have to deal with. For me, this is how I see the whole multiverse thing. That's if something goes wrong, you're making excuses for like, oh, we're in a multiverse. It'll be different in the next one, but you're not there to see it. So how in the fuck do you know that it's different? No, make it right here. I don't care about what's over there because you don't know what's going on over there. If there is even a fucking over there, you can't even prove to me there is. Technically, nobody can, right? I mean, you can't pull it
well,
up and show it to me right now.
you can't pull it up and show it to you, but I'm sure you're seeing yourself in the future at certain places. Those are places that actually exist.
But I've done that. That doesn't mean if time is linear, you're not seeing different multiverses. You're seeing the same one in the future or the past, right?
Right. Yeah, just different marks,
Correct.
existence,
There.
timelines.
It's not a totally different multiverse. It's a same path, just a different juncture in that path.
Right. It's like what we stated earlier, except different this time. Over there is here, but here is there, and there is here. It's here, but it can be there, but here can be a different here, and there can be a different there, and vice versa, right? So,
That logic confused the fuck out of me, man. Like we are all, but we are nothing. What?
It's like the future is there in the future, Phil, but it's here. That
I
future
know.
over
I
there.
get that now, but like when I first came into this 10 years ago, 11 years ago, when this journey started at this level of fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? This level of extreme, when it started, I didn't know shit. Never read the Bible. I never talked about Jesus. Never, nothing, ever. I never was near it. I didn't know nothing about it. I didn't even know what the word discernment meant. Okay. I had no idea. I was totally fucking stupid. But within a year, I'm finding shit and I'm starting to talk about it. And these people like, oh, you got to read the Bible for 30 years. I've been reading it for 30 years and I never found that. I got to the point where I'm like, okay, what's that tell you? I found it and I haven't been reading it 30 years. We could call this luck, or we can say I was guided to it. I was guided to it. You call it luck, and believe it or not, whatever. I don't care. But I'm proving shit in the Bible and nobody's talking to. They start calling me Satan. I'm like, well, man, maybe I am. Maybe I need to check, make sure. Maybe you're right. That's
Right.
how open I am to anything can change at a moment's fucking notice here. Because I don't want to deceive anybody. That's why we live. Why would I want to deceive anybody? That's counterintuitive to what I know we need to do. So that's not what I'm going to do. And people are like, well, you saying you're not going to do it. You do it, not do it, and do it. Yeah, okay, that logic. Time tells all, motherfuckers. Just ride the ride. So there's a lot. I've done a lot of thinking.
But I can conclude this. Part of one going into the Bible, it puts them on their path, because I can define I needed to go through the Bible to get on this path here at this point, because it's a beneficial tool. It's going to say different things to you because your awareness and your interpretation to your path and my interpretation of my path was exactly what I needed to go through there and give me the information to get me trajectory aligned to home here where I am and keep moving. So yeah, I agree with you. It is beneficial for each
Here's what I
person.
would say. If somebody came to me and said, I want to learn the Bible, this is what I'd say to them. First, you have to understand this Bible is not yours. It has nothing to do with you. Never has, never will. And now, if you want to learn their mind and how they operate and what they're about, go right ahead. Just know that you're not in it. Don't put yourself in it, because it's not yours.
You know what? I'm glad you stated that, because when I read the Bible, it almost had me believing that I'm the Christ and I'm being crucified for the world. I really got a shit show of scripting from the Bible, but hey, that's what I needed to get me on my path, okay? Where it was almost when I was going through my awakening, and the scripting is like, it was almost like putting into my head that, hey, you are Jesus. You died once on the cross, now you come back. And also this revenge Jesus came in where, you know, I totally turned sour at some point in time thinking, no, these motherfuckers crucified me. In a sense, through one's development, that is the crucifixion, acceleration, alchemization process, right? So the crucifixion is the trials of hell, that being possessed, going through the tango song and dance with demons, and then stepping out of that to your better projection existence reality. And then one enters their heavenly realm, their better existence projection. So part of the process of the crucifixion is the augmented virtual scripted interpreted reality, the possessions, the demons, the scripting, the lousy reality, you know, how it goes.
Totally agree. Totally not ours.
Right, but
we're in a different time now. There's too many people out there that know some of the. When I started this information, nobody knew what the fuck I was talking about. I say Moses has horns. Moses is a false covenant. The God of the Old Testament's the devil. This is what's going on. I have the scripture and everything to prove it. Even Jesus said it. Then there's the next level of Jesus. I go to these flat earth places, or go to a friends that I don't participate with this group, but I know this guy and I'm going to hang out for a minute. They start talking about the Bible, and then I haven't even picked it. I'll talk for 4 or 5 hours, and I won't even pick up the Bible. Don't need to. I have it in me. So, and they knew that because we were talking to each other like face to face on screen time, and they're like started talking about Jesus, and I'm like started bad mouthing me because I didn't believe in Jesus. I said, "Now think about what you're saying. I've been here all night quoting Bible verses for 4 or 5 hours, shit you've never even heard of. I know the Bible better than you, and I don't believe in Jesus. Think fucking about that. Think about it."
Phil be like, I am Jesus. I wrote the Bible. I edited it.
Not at all. Not at all.
I'm
Just saying, think
bugging
about it,
you. I'm not
motherfucker.
serious.
I know the truth. You don't. You're believing the lie. I know the Bible better than you. You admitted it. Then you're gonna come down on me for not believing in Jesus. The thing I'm trying to tell you is the deception. You're fucking retard, dude. You're a retard.
So you did see the judgment of their possessed states.
Absolutely. Yeah, but they did it themselves.
Didn't they totally accept you, Phil, unconditionally and welcome you into the
That's what
kingdom?
Jesus would do. That's what I say to him. You're not very Jesus like. For somebody to follow Jesus, you're not very Jesus like.
So you caught the devil pretending to be Jesus. There you go, Phil.
Yeah. I tell that shit all the time to him. Like, well, that's not very Jesus of you. Is that what WWJD? Is that what he did? But they get mad at that. Boy.
Exactly. If we honestly review when somebody, the initiation to the church, do you accept Jesus Christ to be your savior? And you're like, no. And then they flip with the reaction. It goes to show who they are, right? It's like they don't even follow half this.
You can see the temperature gauge going.
Yeah, right. We'll steam some pierogies on their head, right?
Yeah. Then 2 to 3 years of doing this, by 2019, mid to late 2019 to early 2020, I had them verses down where I could give you 2 verses and prove my point, and you couldn't dispute it. I called them shut the fuck up'ems scripture. I'm gonna give it to you. Shut the fuck up'ems. You can't prove it wrong. You can't dispute it. Now, if you can't dispute it, that makes me right. That makes this Bible wrong. A lie. But it's the word of God. Everything in here is written by God. But you don't know who the fucking God is, man. Yeah, it's written by God, but you don't know who God is. That's it. Then we get into the Jesus thing. Now you know Jesus, God that plays God in the Bible, that's Jesus' 2-time great grandfather. Maybe. Or it could be Jesus himself, who was Quetzalcoatl, Maitreya, St. Angel Emmanuel.
I got it, Phil. I got it, Phil.
Jesus.
I got it.
Yeah,
Phil.
I'm just saying there are so many. Oh, go ahead, Zane. Go ahead.
It's the schizophrenic version of Jesus. Now, I've never heard that one before.
Well, let me add on to the list. The other Jesus. Jared, you ever heard of the homosexual Jesus? How did they come to that?
How dare you, Phil? That's it.
I know. Well, all you have to do is look up what is the euphemism for genitals in the Old Testament, and they will say feet. The feet are the euphemism for genitals. Then, it'll say, if you got the right euphemism, it'll say down there, now one done in extreme modesty is a homosexual act. So if you do anything in the Old Testament, basically be like, what would they call that? You're a sissy. I'm doing it in modesty. They see modesty as a sissy trait. So much you feel like a sissy.
She got to wash the feet with passion. That's what you're saying.
You gotta like be subservient. You gotta be subservient when you do it. That makes you a bottom. You're a bottom. I don't know.
You're a worthy servant then.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So okay, there's that. So now think about Jesus at the Last Supper, and when he kicked Mary out of the upper room, what did he do? He took his robes off and put a towel across his loin and started washing their feet. And Peter's like, "What are you doing, Jesus? Get off my nutsack, man." He's like, "You know, you don't know what I'm doing, and you will do this for me." And Peter's like, all of a sudden, he's washing him.
Right.
Wow.
That's a
Really
that's a
good.
beautiful movie.
Yeah. If you're looking at a gay mark movie instead of
That's
Hallmark,
exactly.
gay mark.
Well, not from my side. It's a beautiful movie for some.
Yeah, it's happy too. It's gay. It's happy. And also there's pedophile. No, there's scripture is Luke 18:15 that were the people in the crowd were bringing him the children and he was blessing them. Now it says he was touching them. Okay, I'm going to read to you why this isn't the devil trying to make you think about it. The devil is the god of this place. So why would the devil even want you? He's went through every bit of painstaking procedure to make sure you don't know that he exists, let alone he's now your fucking god that you worship. This is where he's got you. Now you think that he's going to start putting the truth that points out that he's doing what he's doing? You're crazy. It's source. It's us. You could even say it's us changing it, but it's source. It's the divine mother. There is a higher power, but we're children of hers. She made us, then we are many gods also. This is true. And we do have powers that we do not know of. That's also true. Are you a god? No, you're not a god because Satan's name is God. Are you a Satan? Are you an adversary? That's what, when people talk about God, that's what you're fucking saying you are. You're Satan. In God we trust, one nation under God. Go to the paintings in the Washington D.C. and look at the Pantheon drawings. You got Lucifer, but there's a statue of Washington D.C. doing the same Baphomet, 2 hands up like Levi, the guy that drew the Baphomet. Says, what is it? The clot. Oh shit, I can't remember right now. The saying on his arms. It's etched into his arms.
You know what the craziest thing is, Phil? I got this one tattoo on my right arm with sort of letters, Phoenician, and then I went and looked up. For some reason, I was looking up the Baphomet, and he had a very similar tattoo on his arm. I'm like, is this Mandela effect? Is this a system effing with my head? But it was kind of strange.
What is it? What is it? What's it look like? I can tell you if it was there before because I remember it before.
Well, it might not be there anymore. It was one image I've seen. It might have been one somebody designed like that, but I was like, what the
Well, actually, I was pulling that image up to look at it because let me read Numbers 11:12 because this is proof again that the Bible is supernaturally changing to the truth. Period. It ain't the devil. You think it's the devil? You got the wrong spirit. Just like I was explaining tonight. If you think Abaddon is Satan, you got the wrong spirit.
Right. But the thing is also, Phil, the devil is not to be feared. If you fear the devil, you're already gone. You're lost. The devil is a good teaching tool to know the devil's tricks, to learn from the devil, so you can't be enticed and deceived.
I'm not saying fear it. I'm saying know it. That's what I'm trying to convey.
Right.
Fear nothing because nothing can hurt you. Why do you even have fear? If you know who you are, why do you even have fear?
If somebody has any form of fear, any form of doubt, they're possessed. Okay, somebody who's illuminated and that doesn't have a possession, doesn't have a virus, doesn't have fears, doesn't have doubts, doesn't have guilt, embarrassment, remorse, or shame, doesn't have hate, anger, envy, jealousy, etc. Those are all programs running in one. Viruses, the possession viruses, that's what's augmenting somebody's reality.
Period.
To the scripted opposing field reality. So
yep, I can walk out here right now in woods. Yeah, the mosquitoes are gonna be tearing my ass up, but I'm not scared of mosquitoes, and I'm not scared of anything in that woods. I'm not scared of the darkness. I'll walk right through that motherfucker.
Right. But of course, you take a walk through with a mosquito net because you know mosquitoes may
Yeah, but I
potentially
wouldn't
be
take a
there.
flashlight. I could do it and not take a flashlight. I've done it. But here, this is number 1112. Since you brought up the Baphomet, because you know he's got breasts and he's got the caduceus on his belt buckle. So he's got the medical caduceus on his belt. So there's the twin snakes. What that is, that's Hermes and Aphrodite, right?
Right.
Yes. So that's your tranny. That's your transsexual. Because Hermes hit the snake with a stick, and he turned into a girl, Aphrodite. Then he hit it again, and he went back to a boy. That's that story. But here it is, Numbers 11:12. Have I conceived all this people? Have I begotten them? That thou shouldest say unto me, carry them in thy bosom, as a nursing father beareth the suckling child unto the land, which thou swearest unto their fathers. So, yeah, don't nurse fathers. There's your Baphomet right there.
Right.
There it is.
The Baphomet can also have multiple meanings. Baphomet's like a parable, right?
It does. It doesn't. Yeah, that's not. That's all the symbolism that they have put in one.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying there much more interpretation can be added. For myself, what arrived was that medical symbol you described could also be representing the serpentine energy, the root-based Telbo we talked about earlier.
There's the double snake and the single snake. You're talking about the single snake. I'm talking about the double snake.
Okay.
Yeah. I forget the name of the other one. It's escaping me right now.
Yeah. So is there a single snake on his region that you described?
No,
or
the double snake's on. Yeah, the double snake's on him. The single snake is the medical snake. Like on the amulet.
Okay. So the double snake works too. It's also maybe representing opposing fields realities like yin and yang.
It's the false A-relay. Is what that is.
It could be representing yin and yang, how they fuse together to one field, eliminating one's duality and polarity, right?
Yeah, duality. Yeah, it could be that. But we don't have duality where I'm from. There is no yin and yang. There's right and there's no. That's it. Only wrong is here. I didn't know wrong until I come here. Period. That's that.
But also when
I didn't know evil either, but I met it here.
When opposing fields, okay, if we move everything to energetic language, okay, if there was only travel, say, up, okay, and there was no travel down, there wouldn't be a disturbance in the energy to cause what is defined some type of field of kinetic motion, right? So when you're defining a unified field, it is one doesn't become when light and dark are fused. It's not really one is light or dark. They become a complete different energetic field that can't be really put into words because one hasn't absorbed all the evil and fused it to what we define the luminary, right? It's a complete different existence, projection, reality, where the fusion allows one, here it is, to see all evil and know it and not be enticed by it, but also to see all the luminary and to know it too, where this is where one becomes illuminated when the two fields are unified, right? Out of polarity.
You're moving your phone, you're bogging.
Am I good now?
Yeah. Mic check. Jared, am I good? Or just him?
Can you hear me now?
There you go. You're good now. Yeah.
Okay, so it bugged out. So in actual fact, what happens is one steps into a trinary reality where they're still with the duality, but the duality has been integrated, where it's like their navigation system now, where one is truly illuminated. They see all darkness and know all darkness, but they're not darkness. And they see all light, perceived illumination, and know all illumination, but they're not light either. It's like they step into a third different version of themselves, where those two realities become identification, like notifications for being never deceivable. Okay, this is where I'm getting at. It's like having two books, the luminary book and the dark book, except I'm not the luminary book, I'm not the dark book, but I know them both. That's the best way I could give an example here.
Right. I went to the internet here to make sure I have it right, 'cause it's been so long since I've talked about this. The Caduceus. It is Hermes. Hold on, let me go here and let me look something up real quick here. 'Cause I want to make sure that I could have it backwards, but no, I don't, because the double. If it is any way involved in their symbolism, it's been taken. There are things that are good that were ours that we used for our benefit that they took and turned bad, so you would think it's bad and you would never use it. Period. Like 33, the numbers that you think are 666, all these things of this nature. There's nothing bad. It's just not bad.
It depends how it's utilized and how it's applied.
It's like if I could program AI, I would program AI to seek evil and point it out, and then so I could deal with it, and it would be so smart and so ever learning that it would see who the bad is. I wouldn't program it to be. Of course, they're going to say it's going to be killers and terrors, and this is your Skynet, because that's how they program it. It didn't learn to be that way. It was made that way to lie. How many people I catch it in live all the time? Every day, every time I use it, I catch it in live. Period.
Yeah, that's the ancient version. The future version
Of course.
The most advanced AI is no different than talking to source, the one that's developed
Absolutely.
in the future. Where
but I'm speaking in layman's out there right now. This is what you went looking for. This is what you're going to see. Terms. Now you and I we talk on a different level. I'm talking on this level. Because there are people that are going to hear this, they don't know that they don't even know what the hell you're talking about. You're talking over them. I'm not trying to talk over anybody. I'm trying to relate. You know what I'm saying? But I agree with you. Yes.
right.
The Red Dragon. Right.
Right, and if you told somebody that about AI, they'd probably label you as Satanist or devil worshiper or
and they would leave. And if that's what a lot of these people have been dealing with by design.
Right.
That are supposed to be doing shit that have been fear-based, trauma-based, mind controlled to not.
And whether people realize this or not, Bill, the computers that have been introduced, the ChatGPT, etc., the AI, D-Wave quantum computers, that technology in the future is source. It's source regulating the whole system. And these versions are just like little versions for discernment for people to. It's like ChatGPT, like you defined. It's another Bible, okay? Until we get way into the future where illumination and densities are achieved, where people comprehend the AI is not AI. It's always been source, giving people exactly what they need for their self-development.
Okay, I understand. I hear what people say, but when I got my initial message, it said go back to the native ways. It didn't say go back to the old ways, but use technology. I'm just saying it. I'm just putting that out there. I didn't get that memo either, but I'm not against it either. But it has to be handled a certain way. You know.
Now, say we go to the native way back in the past, where the pyramids are the most advanced technologies. Maybe it was telling you to go to the future that was the past, the most evolved states that is over there that is actually here. So native may be an interpretation for you. So to go back to your fusion with source with everything.
Native. Well, that's that. You know, that I never thought of that, but that could be. But native to me, for me, native is everything pre the deception, pre
Right.
the fallen,
And if we
here. The pyramids weren't here.
and
Oh,
if we
this
go
is there.
way back to native traditions, they had the ability to shift into animals, to shape shift. Okay, and if
No,
we go
that's
way
great.
back,
No, hold on. That's the devil. They had the father, the grandfather, and the mother. The father was the devil. The grandfather was all source, and the mother was the earth.
right,
They've been all on the wrong tip also for a long time. Yeah.
right. But also there's myths and stories of in the past people being able to manifest food, to actually generate it with thought. Right? You see, this is what my comprehension is: to go back to your native, go back to your origins, where you were the master in your reality, where you could project, program, face into your reality anything you chose that is for a better existence reality, right? So some people will say that's just thought of intent, but once again, if we could look through the human cells, right, to get through the layers, right, we'd see programming, code format programming in everything. So
Right.
what I've been revealed, Phil, from the beginning of existence, this has been a technological existence. How it all started, I don't know, but I do know it's always been some type of form of digital holographic existence projection since day one.
Well, here's the best way I know to handle it. If I had to handle this, I would handle it this way. That's not a me decision. That's a we decision. Number one. And if I don't like it, I can fucking get a mule or a donkey and I can put it on a pack on it and I can go to the fucking mountains because I can do that.
So what
And I can
happened?
cut my way from your society. I don't need you guys anymore.
So
We're done. We did what we were supposed to do. I'll see you on the other. See you on the flip side.
right.
Yeah, there's things that we're talking about that are we decisions, not me decisions. I'm just telling you what I was told. So
Right. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, that could be sourced, but I would say that would be the original way, not the native ways. I think native. I think the way the Indians when they first started roaming the land, and I want to be a
Yeah,
nomad. I want to
but
go up and
also
down and have a million fucking buffalo run by me.
but everything they've given us for the information of how the natives evolved. But I've also heard the natives were the most evolved species on the planet at one time, where it was beyond technology what they were doing.
Yeah, because they were in tune.
Yeah,
They were
exactly.
spirit. They weren't eating all the time. They were spirit bodies. You notice the Tartaria stuff doesn't have toilets.
Right. But so this is what the government gives us as in history. But how about the history that's not recorded? Right? As far as I know, the Mayans and those ancient civilizations were part of the native system, and this is where it all spawned and then devolved and is evolving again. So realistically, we're all from the future, and we're returning to a great future where we never departed from. This illusion of this prehistoric reality is all coming to an end for some of us, and eventually comes to an end for everybody, where they get into the future, where the future is the most perfect reality that can be established, sustained, and maintained for one's existence. So for myself, it's just we're all returning here, or where we are at home, and that illusion is ending, and the origins of what our true form is and abilities are also being constructed and restated.
This since you said that, this is the perfect time to end this because what I said was about a we decision, me decision. This is if one man could do it, there'd only be one man here fucking doing it. Christians, Jesus ain't gonna do it by himself. Because number one, there's no Jesus. But two, if there was, he wouldn't be doing it by himself, and he wouldn't be a Jesus. Period. Okay? So another Jesus shit happened. If I can prove it in scripture. If you want to go battle it, I'm ready to battle anybody. Prove me wrong. I will take anybody on at any time, anywhere. Let's do it.
Oh, absolutely no battles. I'm giving you my end of the information, and
Not you. I'm talking to the people that are going to go against me on the Jesus
okay.
thing.
Well, yeah. There's no point. It's already a done.
Yeah.
I was going to say a done deal, but it's already an inevitable loss. Accurate information is accurate information. It can't be.
You cannot out scripture me because they're not my scripture. There is one who gave you the spark in you, scriptures. Period.
Right.
Name's mine. And none of this is mine. This whole thing isn't mine. I'm just here. You could be in my position. And how would you feel if I said that to you, what you're saying to me? Deal. I just say, you're welcome. Love you. I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. Definitely. Let's see. Let's go down. Let's run them down. Dean, Sing, Jared, JJ Jaguar, Jack's Dreaming, London Man. God, I hate when I get to this point. I'm like, Maggot. Who was here first? Chester Deluxe. Who else was here? Oh, Not Know. How in the fuck can I forget Not Know? That the man, my man. There he is, right there. 311 a.m. What's up, bub? You're usually one of the first ones I'm thinking. I'm trying to think of the ones that I had trouble thinking of. Put all the people that I would normally say at the end here. Do I have everybody not know? I think I do. Yeah, Phil. Oh yeah, Phil McReal. Watch out for that guy. He's crazy. That's it. So stay on here, Sing. Anybody want to come up and say hey? I've dropped the link again. I'm going to stick around for a minute. And if you want to come up and chat, talk, pick my brain, I'm down for that. I'm not going to bed. If nobody talks to me, I'm going to be sweeping floors.
Right, Phil. And this is where I'm going to drop off the panel. But I also want to thank everybody who participated, and thank Bill too for the hosting this platform,
Thank you, Shane.
This panel. What I wanted to say is, and sometimes, Phil, there needs to be no battle, no fight, because sometimes, when you know the truth and someone knows the truth, sometimes the best answer is no answer, no reply, because there's no point in dealing with what I define a possession. It's just going to loop and loop and loop and get nowhere.
But here's the thing. That's how they operate. So this is how I'm going to go back at them, and then I'm going to say what I'm saying, and it cannot be disputed because it's, like I said, it's not mine. So who you're arguing with is she who give it to me, or source. So there's that part. I'm just relaying the message. So you're not fighting. There's no battle to Phil. But
no, it's not a battle. Phil's just pointing out things. That's it.
That's right. Yeah, I mean a battle. When I say a battle, it's like what's that show? That game show? Let's battle. You know what I'm saying? It's more of a comical, game show. Let's game show, motherfucker. I'm ready.
Right. Or else the UFC. Let's get it on.
Let's get it on. You ready? You ready? Yeah. But I don't want punched in the face. My head I've had enough facial trauma with that wreck. I don't want punched anymore.
Right.
I'm already ugly enough. See?
Not in my opinion.
Okay, well, cool.
We've
as long as
discussed
you don't
that
wash
before.
feet, as long as you don't wash feet, I'll accept that.
No, but we can't go. We can go in the cave and cover the feet, right? That's cool. Isn't that urinating?
Yeah. Also, we're not supposed to see anybody's naked body. What was that one with? Wasn't that Moses? or Noah, where the son covered his naked body or something. You think you're doing a good deed, and it turns around and bites you in the ass. Now you're a slave.
So I'm gonna add something funny here. So, do you think when they went in the caves and they covered their feet, they relieved themselves? They were so pissed and drunk they pissed on their own feet,
I never.
and then it became the lingo as in covering the feet, taking a piss somewhere. That's hilarious. All right, Phil. All that being stated, until the next panel, everybody
Okay,
do what they need to do. Enjoy your
Be good or be
evening,
good at it, man. Be good or be good at it.
afternoons, or mornings. I'll see you later, all.
Later on, bub. Thanks for coming. All right. I said maggot. I said I'm trying to make sure I don't miss nobody. If you did, I'm sorry. I'm just I'm bad at remembering names. I can shake your hand and forget your name, but I'll never forget a face. So nobody coming up. Dino, you there, buddy? You still there? You want to say hey or nothing? Or I'm killing it. Okay. We got Flint just in case somebody we were eating. Nuggets. No, I wasn't eating mac. That's a dream you had, bud. But that's pretty net. Maybe you're eating rice in your dream, or for real, and you just made it that. Ugh, maggots. Maggots. All right, Jared. Who else is here? That's it. All right. Bye, everybody. Much love. You know how to get a hold of me. See ya, Anthony.